laid out in the 2017 Tobacco Control Plan for England. This is wider than simply installing no smoking signs. It's about creating a culture that is in favour of quitting. I want to see this legislation as part of a package that includes support for smokers to quit or abstain and receive encouragement to do so while on hospital grounds. Smoke-free policies would be communicated before appointments, staff provided with stop smoking training, cessation advice for carers, family and visitors, and crucially, identification of patients who smoke to offer them support to stop. This is the whole package that I want to see implemented. However, while we wait for legislation, there are a number of things that I believe we should be doing now. I would gently say to NHS England, it would be welcome to see them produce guidance on smoke-free NHS policy alongside implementation procedure. Such a step would strengthen the message to trusts that smoke-free policies are an essential part of their operation and would be a very welcome push for a truly smoke-free NHS. I also say to ministers, I'm aware the Prevention Green Paper is on its way and that this might be the opportunity to implement this legislation. I mentioned the Scottish and Welsh governments at the opening of my speech. In Wales, legislation to ban smoking on hospital grounds is expected to be implemented this summer. In Scotland, legislation has been passed giving ministers the power to designate a perimeter around hospital buildings where smoking would be prohibited. So this bill would be an example of this House taking a lead from devolved administrations where appropriate, which is something we should never be shy of doing. And it's worth remembering that the smoking population inside hospitals is higher than the general public, and illnesses can be a major factor in quitting. Let's support people in those final first hours and days of kicking the habit. And I know that for some members, support will be dependent on cold, hard cash. So you'll be relieved to know that the Royal College of Physicians estate full implementation of smoke-free policies would deliver net savings to the NHS of up to £60 million within 1 year and greater savings in the long term. But let's not lose sight of the immediate benefits. Even following diagnosis of lung cancer, people who quit have a significantly lower risk of mortality and cancer recurrence. Although the number of smokers is reducing, in my own constituency of Batley and Spen, it remains a serious menace. In Kirklees, we have a higher than average number of smokers, 17.1%. In Yorkshire, it's 17%. In England, the average is 14.9%. Sadly, 12.6% of pregnant women smoke at the time of delivery in Kirklees compared to the national average of over just 10%. According to Public Health England, between 2015 and 17, there were 4,439 smoking-related hospital admissions in Kirklees, again above average. In the same time period, there were sadly 1,942 deaths attributable to smoking in Kirklees. So it's so obvious we've still our work cut out for us. But when it comes to reducing smoking, I'm not standing before you to say this bill will magically reduce the numbers of smokers. Whilst I'm very aware of the hard work carried out in cessation programmes at Mid-Yorks, we all need to play our part to make hospital grounds smoke-free, take the burden off our NHS staff and create a more pleasant experience for patients and visitors alike. This is an incredibly simple bill, one that we see in Scotland and Wales, and I hope can be implemented with ease.
Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mary Cray, Sharon Hodgson, Bambos Sharalambos, Thelma Walker, Yasmin Qureshi, Paula Sheriff, Holly Lynch, Rosina Allen Khan, and myself, sir.
What a great dream team. Dream team.
Tracy Brabin.
This is what you get with this kind of drama, isn't it? Oh my God, this is drama school stuff.
Smoking Prohibition National Health Service Premises Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, March the 15th.
Friday, March the 15th. Thank you. Order. We come now to the business of the House today. Motion, the Minister or a whip to move formally. Thank you. The question is the business of the House today. Motion as on the order paper. As many as have their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come to motion number 3 on the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. I have provisionally selected the following amendments in the following order. A, in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn. O, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, Mr Ian Blackford. G, in the name of the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Beaconsfield, Dominic Grieve. B, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, Yvette Cooper. J, in the name of the Honourable Member for Leeds West, Rachel Reeves. I, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Meriden, Dame Caroline Spellman. N, in the name of the Honourable Member for Altrincham and Sale West, Sir Graham Brady. Reference may be made in debate to any of the amendments on the paper, including those which I have not selected. For the benefit of honourable and right honourable members and of those observing our proceedings, let me set out concisely what will happen at the end of today's debate. At 7 o'clock, I will first invite the Leader of the Opposition to move his amendment. If his Amendment A is agreed to, Amendment O falls, and I will invite the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Beaconsfield to move his Amendment G, and so on down the list. If Amendment A is disagreed to, I will invite the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber to move his Amendment O. When Amendment O has been decided, we will move to Amendment G, and so on down the list. If Amendment B is agreed to, Amendment J falls. At the end, I will put to the House the original question in the name of the Prime Minister, as amended if there have been amendments made, or in its original form if no amendments have been agreed. To move the main motion, I call the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion on the order paper standing in my name. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, this House has left no one in any doubt about what it does not want. It does not want to leave the EU without a deal, because that would hurt our economy and disrupt people's lives. It does not want to hold a general election, because it would waste time, increase division and solve none of the problems we face. Indeed, this House renewed its confidence in Her Majesty's government a fortnight ago. Neither do I see anything approaching a majority across the House to hold a second referendum. And indeed, the leaders of the so-called People's Vote campaign obviously agree with me, because they declined even to table an amendment to put this into effect. But I also accept that this House does not want the deal I put before it in the form that it currently exists. The vote was decisive, and I listened. So the world knows what this House does not want. Today, we need to send an emphatic message about what we do want. I believe that must include honouring the votes of our fellow citizens and completing the democratic process that began when this House voted overwhelmingly to hold the referendum, then voted to trigger Article 50, and which saw the vast majority of us elected on manifestos pledging to see Brexit through. I believe...
The Prime Minister for giving way. At the November European Council, she pleaded with other European leaders that her deal was not only the best deal, but the only possible deal, a statement she repeated time and time again, including in this House. We now hear from her spokespeople at Number 10 that she wants to rip up the withdrawal agreement and open up the whole process again. Why would people agree to that? Why would other European leaders agree to that?
Can I gently suggest to the honourable gentleman he actually listens to what I'm going to say in my speech before he asks questions of that sort? I believe that also means doing so, seeing Brexit through, means doing so by reaching an agreement, one that works for this country and our people and for the 27 nations of the European Union, including our nearest neighbour, Ireland. It means listening to the message being sent by the great manufacturing firms who employ millions of our constituents that they need an implementation period and a free trade area with our nearest market. It means protecting the security partnerships that keep us safe. It means caring about every part of this United Kingdom, including the people of Northern Ireland, who should be just as much the concern of each one of us in this Union Parliament as their fellow citizens in England, Scotland and Wales. A good deal that sets us on course for a bright future. That's what I believe this House wants. It's what this government wants, it's what I want, and it is what the British people want. And today, we have the chance to show the European Union what it will take to get a deal through this House of Commons, what it will take to move beyond the confusion and division and uncertainty that now hangs over us and onto the bright, new, close, open relationship that we want to build and can build with our European friends in the years ahead.
The Prime Minister knows that her Treasury analysis shows that every single plan for Brexit makes us poorer. So, if she's confident of this plan, if she's confident, will she publish it?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, we have, of course, published a document of economic analysis. We've published documents of other analysis as well. What those show was that the proposal that was put forward by the government was the best deal in terms of honouring the referendum and providing protection for jobs and the economy in this country. Now, I know the honourable gentleman doesn't agree with that because he doesn't want to honour the referendum. I think it's our duty to honour that referendum. I will give way one.
The Prime Minister for giving way. She has had very strong words against this House for not forming an alternative consensus, alternative to her deal. But she is now supporting the Brady Amendment tonight, so she will be voting against her own deal tonight. How does she expect this House to provide an alternative when she is voting against her own deal?
Time and time again, members on the opposition benches have stood up and asked me to listen to this House. Now I come to this House having listened to the House, and they say you shouldn't have done it. No. So the way to make clear what it will take to move to a situation where we can agree a deal is to reject the amendments that state and restate once again what we do not want, and back instead the amendment that shows what this House needs in order to agree a deal. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. She is absolutely right about honouring the referendum result. Millions of people across the north of England voted in huge numbers to leave the European Union. Many of them went out and re-elected their Labour MPs on a solemn commitment to make good on the referendum. Is it not the case that if any Member of Parliament representing a Northern Leave constituency votes for Amendment B this evening, they will be voting to dishonour the referendum result?
Can I say to my honourable friend, I think he makes a very important point. It is up to every member of this House actually to remember the manifesto on which they were elected. Members, 80% of the votes cast at the general election were cast for parties that said they would honour the result of the referendum. And that's what we need to do. And we can honour the result of the referendum by showing tonight what it will take to enable this House to agree a deal on which we can leave the European Union. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Ms. For giving way. She now no longer favours the backstop arrangement that she negotiated and instead is in favour of alternative arrangements. Can she set out for the House what those alternative arrangements are?
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, he references alternative arrangements as if this is something that has a phrase that has suddenly come into use. Of course, what we negotiated in the deal, and I'll come on to refer to this later on, does indeed allow for alternative arrangements. I would like to turn to a number. No, I would like to turn to a number. I would like to turn to a number of the amendments, and if I may, first turn to the amendment from my right honourable friend, the member for Meriden. And I appreciate the spirit of my right honourable friend's amendment because I too want to avoid leaving without a deal. And I've heard the concerns and anxieties of businesses and families around the country who worry about what would happen if we left without a deal. And I don't want to put at risk all the hard work that has seen this government deliver record high employment, the joint lowest unemployment in 45 years, and wages growing at their fastest rate in a decade. But my right honourable friend's amendment is missing the other half of the equation. For unless we're to end up with no Brexit at all, the only way to avoid no deal is to agree a deal. That is why I want to go back to Brussels with the clearest possible mandate to secure a deal that this House can support. That means sending the clearest possible message, not about what this House doesn't. That means sending the clearest possible message, not about what this House doesn't want, but what we do want. And Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to make a little more progress. I'm always generous at taking interventions, as the honourable gentleman knows. I know that some members have been concerned that this debate could be the last chance to vote on their desire to avoid a no deal. So I want to reassure the House that it is not. We will bring a revised deal back to this House for a second meaningful vote as soon as we possibly can. Can I say to the honourable gentleman, if he wants to comment on what I'm saying about the process the government will follow, I suggest he waits until I've completed what I'm saying.
Order. Let me just very gently say to the honourable gentleman member for Perth and North Perthshire and to his honourable friend the member for Anhelion and Yar that both of them are very senior figures in the land as chairs of important select committees of the House, and they should behave with a decorum that befits their high status. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as I've said, we will bring a revised deal back to this House for a second meaningful vote as soon as we possibly can. And while we will want the House to support that deal, if it did not, then just as before, we would table an amendable motion for debate the next day. Furthermore, if we have not brought a revised deal back to this House by Wednesday the 13th of February, we will make a statement and again table an amendable motion for debate the next day. So the House will have a further opportunity to revisit this question of leaving without a deal. Today, we can and must instead focus all our efforts on securing a good deal with the EU that enables us to leave in a smooth and orderly way on the 29th of March. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. She is, of course, right. There is more clarity about what this House doesn't want than to what it does want. But in order to get that clarity about what the House wants, why won't she agree to a series of indicative votes on all the substantive options before us? Not the process, but the substance, including a comprehensive customs union.
To the Honourable Lady, she and others, indeed her front bench, had the opportunity to table indicative votes. Did they know? They tabled something that said, well, what's the answer? Let's have a few more votes in the future, possibly, maybe, if we think it might be useful at some stage. Can I say, I'll give way to them.
Minister for giving way. This morning there's been some kite flying about a so-called Tory Brexit compromise that would still take Scotland out of the EU and probably require an extension to Article 50 and proposes what has already been ruled out. Isn't that just further emphasise that this Prime Minister's Brexit policy has been about the Tory party first, last, always?
My Brexit policy and the policy of the government has been about the vote that took place in 2016 in the referendum and delivering on leaving the European Union. I'd like now. Oh, wait.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way on that particular point. Does she agree it's important that we honour the referendum, we honour the vote of 2016, and will she rule out any extension of Article 50 and any wrecking tactics from the party opposite and make sure we leave on the 29th of March?
Honourable friend, I absolutely agree that we need to deliver on the result of the referendum. And I will also say to him that when people talk about things like delaying Article 50, actually that doesn't resolve the issue about what deal we should have in leaving the European Union. What we can do today is send a clear message to Brussels about what it is this House wants to see changing in the withdrawal agreement in order to be able to support it. I would like... I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman, then I will relent.
Just on the point the Prime Minister was making, because I want to find out what has changed since she said to this House on the 14th of January, just a fortnight ago, she said some wanted to see changes to the withdrawal agreement, a unilateral exit mechanism from the backstop, an end date, or rejecting the backstop. The simple truth is that the EU was not prepared to agree to this, and rejecting the backstop means no deal. Does she still agree with herself?
Well, can I say to the right honourable gentleman, if he waits, I'm going to come on to talk about this issue around the backstop, because we retain absolutely our commitment to have a way of ensuring that we deliver on the commitment for no hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. But he might have noticed that actually we lost a vote, and we've been listening to members across this House. We've been listening to members across this House. He can't, he and his honourable and right honourable friends say to me that I must recognise that we lost a vote. Yes, that's why we're here, looking at what it will take to ensure we get a deal through this House. I said I would give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very, very grateful to the Prime Minister for relenting. She's just about to rip up our backstop, and we're all just wishing she'd get on with it and just tell this House exactly what she plans to do. That involves an agreement with the... That involves... Hold on a minute. That involves an agreement...
Order. No, I know the members on the government benches find the honourable gentleman mildly provocative, but the honourable gentleman must... but he's not in an isolated category in that regard, but he must be heard. Pete Wishart.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll continue to be mildly provocative if I can by asking this question. This is an agreement with the European Union. Yes. What happens when the European Union say no to her again?
Yes. First of all, can I say to the honourable gentleman, the first step in all of this is for the House to make clear what it wants to see in relation to changes. And he says that he wants me to get on and actually talk about what I want to talk about. If he wasn't jumping up and down all the time trying to intervene, I might be able to actually get on with it. So, here we are. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to turn to the amendment from my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Beaconsfield, and the right honourable member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. Now, I understand the concerns that have led to these amendments being tabled, but I have the most profound doubts about the consequences they would lead to. Both amendments seek to create and exploit mechanisms that allow Parliament to usurp the proper role of the executive. Such actions would be unprecedented and could have far-reaching and long-term implications for the way the United Kingdom is governed and for the balance of powers and responsibilities in our democratic institutions. And I'm sure that as former Ministers of the Crown, both of these right honourable members must know this. So while I do not question their sincerity in trying to avoid a no-deal Brexit, to seek to achieve this through such means is, I believe, deeply misguided and not a responsible course of action. Furthermore, neither amendment actually delivers on the best way of avoiding no deal, which is, as I have said, for this House to approve a deal with the European Union. In the case of my right honourable, just make these points. In the case of my right honourable and learned friend, his amendment would see 6 full days given over to debates and votes on alternative plans, which we could have voted on today. And with just 59 days before we're due to leave the European Union, the way to deliver Brexit and avoid a no deal is to focus all our energies and time on getting a revised deal that both this House and the European Union can agree to support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But does the Prime Minister not understand that the reason that we're in this mess is because she chose before to go to negotiate without first commanding the support of a majority of this House? And does she further understand that whether it's the option that's being put forward by her backbenchers or other options, she will need two things for that to succeed: time and the opportunity for this House to agree on the negotiating mandate? Those amendments provide time and that opportunity. Why is she opposing them?
The honourable gentleman has an opportunity today to agree the, if you like, the negotiating mandate for going back to Brussels by supporting the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale. In the case of the right honourable lady... Sorry, I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend. She will have seen that the amendment which I've tabled goes solely to process, not to outcome. But isn't it the case that this House has never had a proper opportunity to debate options and to do it in a reasoned way? And what she's asking the House to do again today is to suddenly adopt a measure that the government has signed up to at the last moment and to say that that should be the route that we should take. Surely that illustrates the precise problem that this House has had throughout. And the purpose of my amendment, I make it clear to her, is to give the space to this House to find where the majority lies. And I would commend it to her.
To my right honourable and learned friend, first of all, we have the opportunity today. I and others have been listening and talking to members and right honourable members across this House, not the Leader of the Opposition, who didn't want to come and talk to me about these things, but we've been talking and listening to people about the issues that they have raised. I'm going to go on to mention a number of those issues later in my speech, but one of the issues which has been raised consistently by members is about the backstop. We have an opportunity to give a clear message to the European Union on this matter today. And I will also say to my right honourable and learned friend that I'm sure he has thought through very carefully the longer-term implications of the sort of move, the moves that are being proposed tonight in these, the amendments that he and the right honourable lady, the member for Normanton, have put forward, and the implications they have for the relationship between the Executive and Parliament in the future. I'd like to come on to the right honourable ladies. I'd like to come... I will give way once more and then to the...
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister also get the idea that the European Union too want to do a deal with the United Kingdom, that we have a £95 billion deficit with them, that the Germans sell us 850,000 cars every year, we buy 20% of all the Prosecco produced in Italy? Does she agree with me that the European Union wish to carry on trading with the United Kingdom in the way that they currently do?
To my right honourable friend, and I'm going to reference this later on, I think there is a willingness on the other side in terms of the European Union to agree a deal with the United Kingdom, but what they clearly said when the meaningful vote was lost, they wanted to know what it was the UK wanted to see happening in relation to the deal. That's an opportunity that we have today. I will give way to the honourable lady and then I'll make some progress.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister to allow me to intervene at this early stage. The Prime Minister is trying to encourage this House to vote for an amendment which uses the words alternative arrangements to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. Forgive me, Prime Minister, if I say that those words are nebulous. They are nebulous. The Prime Minister has a duty to spell out to this House before we vote what those arrangements, alternative arrangements are, and how on earth the other 27 EU member states are expected to agree to this revised arrangement before Brexit date on the 29th of March.
agree with the Honourable Lady. Obviously, the amendment is standing in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, and other honourable and right honourable members, does indeed reference the issue of alternative arrangements. That term is actually one which is recognised in the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration in terms of yield. And if she will forgive me, I'm going on to reference a number of ways in which a number of options that have been brought forward in relation to that particular term. But no, I'm going to make some progress. I'm going to make some progress. As in the case of the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Normanton, Pontefract Castleford, her amendment does not rule out no deal. It simply delays the point of decision. And the policy dilemmas, the choices, the trade-offs that we face as a Parliament will not go away if we postpone exit day. Her amendment offers absolutely no positive suggestions to address them. Furthermore, I believe that the EU are very unlikely to agree to extend Article 50 without a credible plan for how we're going to approve a deal. So whatever the Right Honourable Lady's intention, I think the practical consequences of her amendment would not be to rule out no deal, but to delay Brexit. And that's not a course of action that this House should support. I will, of course, give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
If the Prime Minister does not get agreement, either from the EU or from this Parliament, to her next course of action, is she ruling out any extension of Article 50?
I have been very clear, and I've said earlier, the process that we will follow. If we don't get it, if we get a deal and we bring it back to this House, or if we haven't got a deal, we'll give this House opportunities through amendable motions to state their view as to what should happen at that point in time. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that throughout the history of the European Union, they have always worked to deadlines, and the British people now want us to get on and finish the job they have given us?
Can I thank my honourable friend for what he's pointed out, and particularly for the fact that, as he said, I think the British people actually just want to see this done. They want us to leave. They want us to leave with a deal. I will give way to the Right Honourable Lady, as I've referenced her.
I think it is really important that the House has some clarity on this. If she is saying that there will be future votes in which Parliament can make some decisions about no deal or not, she will know that the credibility that she has is very limited, because she said there would be a vote in December and then pulled it at the last minute. So therefore we do need some clarity from her now. Is she saying that if Parliament votes for an extension of Article 50 to avoid no deal on March the 29th, she would respect it?
To the Right Honourable Lady, there is a very simple point. Extending Article 50 does not rule out no deal. No, I'm sorry. This is, as I've said before, but I apologise to the House, I'm going to repeat again. There are two ways in which it is possible to rule out no deal. One is by revoking Article 50 and not leaving. That's the SNP's view, but it's not the view, I believe, it's not my view, it's not the government's view, it's not the view of the British people, and I believe it's not the view of the majority of members of this House. The other way to ensure we don't leave with no deal is to agree a deal. Now, the stage we're at the moment is that the House of Commons has rejected the deal that the government agreed with the European Union when we brought that back. It rejected it having achieved further reassurances. I'm going to go on to say what I believe is now required by this House and from the conversations and discussions that I've had with members and right honourable members of this House. And as I have set out, and the Right Honourable Lady wants to intervene again, I will take her intervention again, and then, if she will excuse me, I will make some progress.
I am very grateful for the Prime Minister in giving way again, but I'm simply trying to understand what she is saying, because she can't have it both ways. She can't be saying that she absolutely will leave on March the 29th in all circumstances, whatever happens, and then simultaneously say there will be an opportunity for Parliament to have some future votes and decide what happens next if there is no deal. The question here is whether or not she would ever contemplate any extension of Article 50 to get a bit more time to sort things out to avoid no deal. Yes or no?
As I said earlier in my speech, we will bring a revised deal back to this House for a second meaningful vote as soon as we possibly can. If it was not supported by the House, then we would table an amendable motion for debate the next day. And if we've not brought a revised deal back to this House by Wednesday, the 13th of February, we will make a statement and again table an amendable motion for debate the next day. And the Right Honourable Lady references the timetable up to the 29th of March. Actually, this House voted for that timetable when it voted to trigger Article 50. Now, I'd like to move on to the amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, because I'm going to make some progress. No? Mr. Speaker, we should not indulge the amendment from the Leader of the Opposition. First, he wanted a comprehensive customs union, then it was a new customs union, now it's a permanent customs union. Now, last week, I asked him whether he means accepting the common external tariff, accepting the common commercial policy, accepting the Union Customs Code, or accepting EU state aid rules. He had no answers then. He has no answers now. He hasn't got a clue. He's still facing both ways. He's still facing both ways on whether Labour would keep freedom of movement. And last night, he whipped his MPs to oppose the bill that would end free movement and introduce a skills-based system. And he's still facing both ways on a second referendum. His amendment calls for legislation for a public vote, but we still don't know whether he would use it or what the question would be. And I know that many Labour voters and MPs and others in the Labour movement are frustrated by the Leader of the Opposition's approach. It's surely time for him to step up to the responsibility of being Leader of the Opposition. And finally sit down with me and talk about how we can secure support in this House for a deal. As I said last week, he's been willing to sit down with Hamas, Hezbollah and the IRA without preconditions. It's time he did something in our national interest, not against it. Mr. Speaker, none of the amendments I've addressed so far will ensure that we deliver Brexit. Instead, they simply provide more arguments against action and more reasons to stand still. Rather than setting out a plan to make Brexit work, they create further delay. And delay without a plan is not a solution, it's a road to nowhere. But I'm not prepared. No, I have said to the Honourable Lady that I'm going to make progress. I am not prepared to stand still and put at risk either the Brexit the people of this country voted for or the economic success the people of this country have worked so hard to secure. And after this House gave its verdict on the withdrawal agreement, I stood at this dispatch box and pledged to work with the House to determine what steps to take next. And in the 2 weeks since I have done just that. I've listened. Oh, well, the Labour Party front bench says, no, I haven't done that. Actually, the only people I haven't been able to talk to about this is the Labour Party front bench because they decide not to come. So I've listened to the House, I've met with MPs from all parties, spoken with and listened to MEPs, heads of the devolved administrations, senior trade unionists and the leaders of Britain's biggest businesses. And from those conversations, it's obvious that 3 key changes are needed. First, we must be more flexible, open and inclusive in how we engage this House in our approach to negotiating our future partnership with the European Union. Second, we must and will embed the strongest possible protections on workers' rights and the environment. And the government will not allow the UK leaving the EU to result in any lowering of standards in relation to employment, environmental protection or health and safety. And furthermore, we will ensure that after exit day, the House has the opportunity to consider any measure approved by EU institutions that strengthens any of these protections. As I've set out before, we will consider legislation where necessary to ensure these commitments are binding. And to this end, we're having further talks with the trade unions and MPs across the House in the coming days to flesh out exactly how we can ensure that their concerns on these fronts are met. And so my message to Britain's workers in factories, offices, warehouses and right across our country is that you can rest assured that the government will deliver for you.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. There is a need to give a clear and concise message to the EU and to our nation. The Prime Minister doesn't want a no deal. The businesses in Slough and in the rest of the country do not want a no deal. The unions, which she just mentioned, do not want a no deal. So what is the problem in putting that down in black and white?
Prime Minister.
In order to deliver what the honourable gentleman wants and ensure we don't leave with no deal, we need to agree a deal. What we are doing today is looking at a series of amendments, and I'm coming on shortly to an amendment that actually sets out a clear view from this House. That we can take to the European Union and work to ensure that we can leave with a deal. And this is the third point that has become clear from these discussions. We must address the concerns of this House over the nature of the Northern Ireland backstop. The fundamental concern is that what is supposed to be a temporary arrangement could in fact become permanent, and the message has been unequivocal that this House wants changes to the backstop before it will back a deal. This message, no, I'm going to explain this position that people have put forward. That message has come from Conservative backbenchers, from opposition members and from our confidence and supply partners in the DUP. That is why I believe it is in all our interests for the House to back the amendment tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, and the member for South West Wiltshire, and my right honourable friend, the member for Ashford and others. This amendment, I'm going to explain this. This amendment will give the mandate I need to negotiate with Brussels an arrangement that commands a majority in this House. One that ensures we leave with a deal and addresses the House's concerns while guaranteeing no return to the hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. What I'm talking about is not a further exchange of letters, but a significant and legally binding change to the withdrawal agreement. Negotiating such a change will not be easy. It will involve reopening the withdrawal agreement, a move for which I know there is limited appetite among our European partners. But I believe that with a mandate from this House, and supported by the Attorney-General, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, I can secure such a change in advance of our departure from the EU. So I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, and can I welcome what she has said about the need to address the issue of the Northern Ireland backstop. She's quite right to emphasise that as the primary problem, and I welcome the fact that she has said in terms that she will go back and seek the reopening of the withdrawal agreement, and she can be assured of our support in trying to find a solution which avoids any hard border on the island of Ireland, but also avoids any borders within the United Kingdom.
The right honourable gentleman, I'm grateful for the clarity with which he's just set out that position. We remain absolutely committed as a government to ensuring we have no hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland, and also ensuring that any proposals that do get accepted by this House and put forward are ones that maintain our precious union. Now, I'm going to... I'll give my...
I thank the Prime Minister very much indeed for giving way. I agree with her that the best way to avoid a no deal is to put an agreement in place. And she'll be aware that on these benches some very surprising members with very different Brexit views have been coming together to come up with some proposals. We're very grateful for the time that she's engaged with us.
It'd be nice to have been told
Will
about
she
it.
undertake to ask her officials now to take forward these proposals, to consider them seriously and to put them on the table as a way perhaps of fleshing out these alternative arrangements that she is talking about?
Prime Minister.
In fact, my right honourable friend actually anticipated what I was going to go on to speak about in her question. If I can just say this, first of all, that what we'll be focusing on is delivering specific changes that will address the concerns of the House. And I'm looking at a range of ways to achieve this. And as my right honourable friend has just referenced, she and my honourable friends, the members for Wickham, North West Hampshire and North East Somerset and others have worked to bring forward a serious proposal that we're engaging with sincerely and positively. And I give just a moment. I will take some more interventions, but just a moment. And I can give my honourable friend the confirmation that we will sit down and work through, in the way that she has suggested, the proposal that has come forward. I give way to the honourable lady.
17.4 million people voted for Brexit. The idea that they were duped into doing so is absolute nonsense. So Brexit must be delivered. But it must be a Brexit that protects jobs in my constituency and beyond. And unions and bosses tell me that that requires a permanent customs union or arrangement. Why won't she listen on that?
Minister! Can I say to the honourable lady, she's absolutely right about ensuring that we deliver on the vote of those 17.4 million people. And I want to deliver on that with a deal that does protect jobs. And what we need to ensure is that as we look to the future relationship, we have the, in that free trade area and in the customs arrangements we have, that we remember the necessity of ensuring that we protect those jobs. What I've also heard very clearly from honourable members on all sides of this House, and of course from the trade union leaders that I've spoken to, is this issue about ensuring that we protect workers' rights, and as I've just indicated, we are committed to doing so. Can I say, can I say to all members of this House, I have already been very generous in taking interventions. I am sure there are many members of this House who wish to contribute to this debate, and so I will make progress. Can I say to my honourable friend, the member for North East Somerset, as I have just referenced him in my speech, I will give way to him.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and may I thank her for her very clear assurances that the withdrawal agreement text will be reopened, that she will be considering what has been called the Malthouse Compromise. And may I ask for one more promise that any further detailed agreement will come back and will not be deemed to have been ratified by the amendment by my right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West.
Can I give my honourable friend assurance? It does have to come back. It will come back to this House. It has to come back to this House. And legally, ratification of the agreement can only actually take place. It is the act of passing the WAB, the bill, that will be the ratification moment for any arrangements. I will take one more intervention from the honourable lady.
For giving way. She's repeatedly referred to protecting workers' rights post-Brexit. Can I take her back to 2017 and my bill that was specifically about protecting workers' rights when we leave the European Union on the 29th of March. Can I ask her why it wasn't adopted then, and if she's so committed to it, will she meet with me to discuss the elements of that bill that she's prepared to adopt going forward?
Prime Minister.
Can I say to the honourable lady, we are looking at ways in which we can give that assurance in relation to workers' rights, and as I said, we are looking at where legislation would be appropriate, where legislation would be necessary. I'm happy to meet with her and go through that issue. Can I say, if I may, I've taken a lot more intervention. I wanted just to reference also, to complete what I was saying to my right honourable friend, the member for Loughborough, that we will indeed engage seriously and positively with the proposals that she has put forward, which were also referenced by my honourable friend, the member for North East Somerset. The amendment that the concept that we see within that, crucially, is this concept of alternative arrangements, which has, as I've already said in this speech, has already been accepted by the EU as a way out of the backstop, and so I commend I commend my honourable friends and right honourable friends for their willingness to find a solution, and I look forward to working with them over the coming days. But a number of other colleagues have also suggested ways to achieve this aim, such as securing a time limit to the backstop or a unilateral exit clause, which of course we will study closely as well. While there are obviously details that need to be worked through, the fact that leading figures from different sides of the argument are coming together to develop proposals shows how much progress has been made over the past few weeks. I will give way to the Leader of the Green Party.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way, but does she recognise that there is no solution in chasing in fantasies? Yeah. The EU has ruled this kind of option out many times, and you cannot have an insurance policy that is based on a technology that doesn't exist. Will she not recognise that what she is chasing here are heated-up fantasies that have already been rejected by the EU, and they depend on technologies that don't exist?
Yeah. Can I say to the committee, there are members across this House who have put forward a number of proposals as to how this issue can be addressed. They are not indulging in fantasies. They are coming forward with serious proposals which this government will work with them on. The essence of...
Most grateful. As to the question of our control over our laws and to honour the referendum, will my right honourable friend give instructions to make certain that in any future withdrawal implementation bill there will be an express repeal of the 1972 Act so as to dovetail with Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act 2018 we've already passed?
The Minister.
Can I say to my honourable friend that, obviously, as he knows, in the EU Withdrawal Act, we repealed the 72 European Communities Act. For the purposes of the implementation period, it would be necessary to replicate the impact of some of those aspects of that Act, but I will certainly take what my honourable friend has said, and within the WAB, within the withdrawal agreement bill that we will need to bring forward to this House, we will make absolutely clear the arrangements for ensuring that the European Communities Act and the impact of it does not go further beyond the end of that implementation period. Prime Minister. If honourable members will just excuse me for a minute, I will take some more interventions. I will take some more interventions in the future. I will take some more interventions in a little while. But if I can just make the point that the essence of any negotiation is to find a mutually acceptable solution, and that's the spirit in which both sides have consistently approached these negotiations, and that is the spirit in which I will engage with our partners if this amendment passes. And some say that there's no point, I think we're hearing that from some of the interventions from a sedentary position and elsewhere. Some say there's no point even trying to achieve any change and that the EU simply won't budge under any circumstances. But in the 2 years since this House voted to trigger Article 50, the EU has made concessions in many areas of the negotiations where people said no ground would ever be given. And today, neither side in this negotiation wants to see the UK leave without a deal. The simple fact is that the deal I reached with the EU has been rejected by this House. In response, the EU has asked us what we do want, what this Parliament will accept, and this is Parliament's opportunity to tell them. I give way to the honourable member.
The Prime Minister agreed that rather than chasing a fantasy, there is now actually an opportunity, and an opportunity which has been presented by Michel Barnier himself when he told the Irish government that the EU would look for ways of ensuring that checks and balances, or checks could take place without any infrastructure along the border, and even talked about paperless and decentralised arrangements. That's what the EU are saying. So obviously it's not a fantasy, it's something which we have in common.
Yes. Prime Minister.
And these are issues exactly which we want to work on, and a number of proposals that have been put forward. But what matters today is that Parliament makes it clear to the European Union that this issue of the backstop is the one that needs to be dealt with. This is Parliament's opportunity to respond to the European Union, who have said that they want us to tell us what we want, and this is our opportunity to tell them. This is not the second meaningful vote. As I've said and repeated, we will bring a revised deal back to this House for just such a vote as soon as possible. But a vote for this amendment is a vote to tell Brussels that the current nature of the backstop is the key reason the House cannot support this deal, just as many honourable members have said to me, to the media and to their constituents over the past few weeks. A vote against this amendment does the opposite. It tells the EU that despite what people may have said in speeches, tweets and newspaper columns, the backstop is not the problem. And it risks sending a message that we are not serious about delivering a Brexit that works for Britain. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to her for giving way. She's not the first Prime Minister to discover that the Conservative Party is utterly ununitable and unleadable on Europe. many other Prime Ministers have learnt that lesson. But as she celebrates the fact that she has people on different sides of the argument coming together in support of an amendment, doesn't she realise it's because the amendment is so nebulous as to be meaningless that she's been able to get them to agree to it?
Prime Minister.
Gentlemen, I think if he wants to look for different views around this issue, he can perhaps talk to some of his honourable colleagues, as we've been hearing from the... And he might actually try to get the Leader of the Opposition to focus on a detailed proposal for what the Labour Party thinks for the future. No, I'm not going to take... I'm going... Oh, I promised my honourable friend I would give way to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on this side of the House we're all looking to try and find a way to get a deal. And I've been very impressed with what the Prime Minister said today. But can she assure the House that we will send the Prime Minister back to Brussels to reopen a withdrawal agreement? But if she comes back and we don't agree with it, we will still have the right to vote against it.
Prime Minister.
Yes, of course. This House will have the right to decide whether or not it agrees the agreement that's come forward. But can I say I hope my honourable friend, when we do, as I'm sure that we will be able to, bring a revised agreement back to this House, I hope my honourable friend will look at that carefully before he determines where his vote should go. No, I'm conscious the length of time I've been at the dispatch box. Honourable members want to speak. I'm now going to conclude. Mr. Speaker, since the draft withdrawal agreement was published, I've come to the House to discuss it more than half a dozen times. I've been on the front bench for many hours of debate, taking hundreds of questions and interventions from honourable and right honourable members, and I've been listening. I've witnessed division and discord. Can I say to my honourable friend, I had indicated I wasn't going to be taking any more interventions, and I'm just completing my speech. But I'm sure she'll have an opportunity, if she catches the Speaker's eye, to speak later. I've witnessed division and discord, and I've seen passion and anger on all sides. But in the 2 weeks since the House rejected the withdrawal agreement, I've sensed a growing recognition of the task that has been entrusted to us. Members on all sides have begun to focus on what really matters, on delivering the Brexit that Britain voted for while protecting our economy and our people. We can increasingly see where this consensus lies, and I believe that we are within reach of a deal that this House can stand behind. But the days ahead are crucial. When I go back to Brussels to seek the changes this House demands, I need the strongest possible support behind me. Most of the amendments before us do not provide that. They create a cacophony of voices when this House needs to speak as one. I will never stop battling for Britain, but the odds of success become far longer if this House ties one hand behind my back. So I call on the House to give me the mandate I need to deliver a deal this House can support. Do that, and I can work to reopen the withdrawal agreement. Do that, and I can fight for a backstop that honours our commitments to the people of Northern Ireland in a way this House can support. Do that, and we can leave the EU with a deal that honours the result of the referendum. So the time has come for words to be matched by deeds. If you want to tell Brussels what this House will accept, you have to vote for it. If you want to leave with a deal, you have to vote for it. If you want Brexit, you have to vote for Brexit.
The question is as on the order paper. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate. And it's important to start by reminding us all that this whole process was only secured in the teeth of opposition from the government. So I start by paying tribute to those MPs who voted with us for Parliament to have a full democratic role in the Brexit process, and especially, therefore, to the member for Beaconsfield for the work that he did in the earlier debates. Labour has been absolutely clear from the start. Absolutely clear from the start, Mr. Speaker, there must be a meaningful vote on any negotiated deal. That was raised by my friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, at the very beginning of this whole Brexit process. And that should a deal be defeated in Parliament, as it was decisively, then Parliament must have a say on how the government proceeds. This is a vital issue that affects the future direction of our country and the futures facing all of our constituents. It determines the jobs and living standards of our people, the rights of European Union citizens living in Britain who have been deeply stressed by this situation, as have British citizens living across the continent of Europe. Our place in the world and our participation and cooperation in European-wide projects on issues as vital as security, counter-terrorism and climate change. Our job, Mr. Speaker, must be to bring people together. No matter how anyone in this House campaigned in the referendum, Mr. Speaker, no matter how anyone campaigned in the referendum, we cannot wish away the votes of 17 million people who voted to leave any more than we can ignore the concerns of 16 million who voted to remain. We must have in our minds the views right across the country. It is, Mr. Speaker, therefore right that members of this House represent their constituents to decide the way forward in implementing the results of the referendum. But in delivering the result, we have to unite. We have to unite people, not to create further divisions or to stoke xenophobia or to allow racism to rear its ugly head within our society. Mr. Speaker, many communities across this country have been neglected for far too long, lacking decent investment with too few.
Order. The person who has the floor chooses whether, and if so when, to give way. That's the situation. It's very clear, and it cannot be contradicted. That's all there is to it. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, what I was saying was, I will give way later on to a small number of people because I want this. Listen, the reasons this debate is so short is because the government decided to take an hour out of it to make a statement that could have been made on any other day. Not to mention the delay in the vote on December the 11th, which has run down the clock still further. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying was many communities across this country have been neglected for far too long, lacking decent investment, too few secure and well-paid jobs, too little new industrial development. These, Mr. Speaker, are not issues that face Britain alone, but they would be recognisable in communities all across Europe where many people face exactly the same problems. And so,
I'm very grateful. Contradictory, confused, or claptrap? Which of those C's best suits the description of the right honourable gentleman's policy at the current time?
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious debate, and I don't think the honourable member's intervention has done anything to raise the standard of debate. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear to me that the first duty we have is to block a disastrous no deal. And I hope that amendments to that effect will indeed be carried by the House later this evening. Labour's amendment, which stands in my name and those of my colleagues, starts, Mr. Speaker, by calling for sufficient time for Parliament to vote on options that prevent leaving with no deal. But whatever happens in the votes that follow, it has now become inevitable that the government will have to extend Article 50 in any scenario. If amendments intended to rule out no deal are defeated, and if this government is serious about keeping the threat of no deal on the table, then it's not even close to being prepared, and the exit date would have to be extended. And even if the Prime Minister's deal were to somehow achieve a majority in this House next month, there is no chance that the necessary legislation, primary legislation, and an extensive category of secondary legislation, I believe there are over 600 statutory instruments, could clear this place between now and the 29th of March.
Mr. Speaker, I can see that I'm very, very well liked here. Would my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, agree that clear, close and collaborative, that is the relationship which his amendment is proposing, and that is why we need a customs union, which is exactly what the unions, which Labour members and others are telling us, that we need a customs union with our neighbours.
I thank my friend for that intervention, and of course he's right. If we're to protect jobs and industries, maintain living standards, then of course there has to be a customs union. But as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, there are...
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He's just reiterated, as his motion references, the need for a customs union. Will he now tell this House whether he means accepting the common commercial policy, accepting the common external tariff, accepting the union customs code? It's no use asking the Shadow Secretary of State, and accepting the EU state aid law rules.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, a customs union would be negotiated, would be inclusive, and would be designed to ensure that our jobs are protected, our investment is protected, and there is frictionless and seamless trade between the European Union, and we would have a say in future trade arrangements, something the Prime Minister has absolutely failed to achieve. The fault, Mr. Speaker, for not achieving it lies absolutely with the Prime Minister. She claimed she would have a deal agreed by October, then delayed that by 1 month, and still suffered the worst...
Order. The former Foreign Secretary doesn't seem to be very well versed in the traditions of the House of Commons and debate... Order! I'm telling the right honourable gentleman what the position is, and he will learn from me. When he seeks to intervene, he waits to hear whether the person on his or her feet is giving way. The Leader of the Opposition is not giving way, in which case, with the very greatest of respect, it's for the right honourable gentleman to know his place, which is in his seat. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fault lies exclusively with the Prime Minister, who missed her own deadline to have a deal agreed by October, and she still suffered the worst defeat of any government in British history.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? Listen, I'm not sure how people in this House believe this will be received by the public watching TV. But I've got to say, the public are sick of the childish antics of people in this House. They want us to come together and find a way through this mess. Now, there are thousands of different views and variations of what people felt and thought they voted for in that referendum. But the one thing that we can be certain of is that the referendum leaflet that went to every household in this country didn't make a single mention of leaving the customs union. Why can't we find agreement on that?
I thank my friend for his intervention, and I think the point he makes about the way in which this House debates these matters is actually important. He's somebody that led a local authority, Oldham, brought people together, brought communities together and achieved things, something this government has lamentably failed to do. And if the Prime...
Order. Point of order, Mr. Michael Fabricant.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman opposite may have inadvertently misled the House. He claimed that no one had said during the EU referendum that we would be leaving the customs union. In fact, the former Prime Minister said that...
Order! Resume your seat, Mr Babingham. I know you're trying to help the House, and I appreciate that. Your public spiritedness is well known throughout the House and across the nation. The honourable gentleman referred to a leaflet, the contents thereof. Whatever the merits or demerits of that argument, it is not a matter of order for the Chair. It's a matter of political debate, as the grinning countenance of the honourable gentleman suggests he himself is well aware. Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just ask, is the Prime Minister's...
Order. I hope it's a genuine point of order. Point of order, Rebecca Powell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's actually an observation, really, but it does seem that...
Order. Resume your seat. Resume at your seat. No. Order. With no disrespect to... Order. With no disrespect to the... With no disrespect to the honourable lady, I'm not interested in observations. Order! I'm not debating it. I'm telling her what the situation... No, it's no good laughing, chuckling away as though it's a matter of great amusement. It's a matter of fact. Points of order, yes. Observations, no. No, the honourable lady has helpfully explained that she had an observation to make. We're very grateful. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
A point of order. The honourable gentleman does know parliamentary procedure. Point of order, Mr Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Speaker, this is a genuine point of order. I wonder if you could guide the House in how members refuse interventions, because I think the reason there is so much noise is it's not clear whether the right honourable gentleman has heard the intervention or not. And your guidance, I think, would be extraordinarily helpful.
Order. I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. If I understand his point of order correctly, the answer to it is that the customary method of acknowledging the intention of another member to intervene and perhaps the acceptance of that intervention is a gesticulation with the hand, at which, amongst other things, the honourable gentleman excels. No. I think the honourable lady is a bit confused. It's not the fact that somebody seeking to intervene gesticulates. It is the fact that the member on his or her feet signals acceptance. That hasn't happened, and therefore the Leader of the Opposition has the floor. The position is extraordinarily straightforward. Point of order. Point of order, Angela Smith.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. I do wonder, with all the noise in the chamber, whether or not being directly behind the Leader of the Opposition, my request for an intervention may not have been heard.
Well, I can't claim to have known that, but I think now the honourable lady has issued what might be called a public information notice, and we're aware of it, but it is a matter for the Leader of the Opposition to decide. I hope the honourable lady is satisfied with her efforts. Jeremy Corbyn. Further to the point of order, order, calm down. I gave a ruling in relation to the point of order. Further to that point of order doesn't arise. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr Speaker, is the Prime Minister seriously telling this House that we have to wait until the 13th of February and put her faith and put... Mr Speaker, I can well understand what the Tory MPs are trying to do here. They don't want to hear the debate. They don't want to be part of this debate. They merely don't...
Order. Many people have talked in recent times about the importance of respect in the chamber. No, I don't require any help from the Government Chief Whip. Let me very gently say to the Government Chief Whip, he has a challenging task which he discharges to the best of his capabilities, and the House and the nation are grateful to him. The idea that he needs to advise the Leader of the Opposition or the Speaker on how to discharge their responsibilities is frankly beyond credulity. He's got one job to do. People will make their assessment of whether and how well he does it. Don't try doing somebody else's job. With respect, sir, it's way beyond you. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr Speaker,
Dean Dorries.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, is it in accordance with the rules of this House that the Leader of the Opposition only takes interventions from male members of his party?
answer is there's no breach of rules whatsoever. The Honourable Lady's made her own point in her own way, and I acknowledge it. No breach of rules has taken place. Order has been maintained. That's clear to me, and it's clear to the professional advisers to the chair as well. And I think the Honourable Lady knows it, but she's made her own point in her own inimitable way. Jeremy Corbyn.
I did take an intervention from the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the member hadn't noticed that. Is the Prime Minister seriously telling the House to wait until February the 13th and put their faith in her doing negotiations in a couple of weeks that she's failed to do over the past 2 years? And one really wonders how many more ceremonial baubles, promises of ermine will be handed out in vain in an attempt to cajole Conservative MPs to vote for a deal that has been overwhelmingly rejected by this House. The Prime Minister says a second referendum would be like asking the public to vote again until they give the right answer. But so far, that is precisely what she's asking this House to do. Mr. Speaker, Labour will today back amendments that attempt to rule out this government's reckless option of allowing the UK to crash out without a deal. Everyone bar the Prime Minister accepts that this would be disastrous. The CBI says that, and I quote, "The projected impact of no deal on the UK economy would be devastating." Just yesterday, the Federation of Small Businesses called on members of this House to block no deal. And the TUC, representing millions of workers, is opposed to no deal, as its General Secretary, Francis O'Grady, discussed with me last week. Every opposition party in this House is opposed to no deal. Many members opposite, even frontbench and cabinet members opposite, are opposed to no deal. Let me quote the Chancellor, who said recently, "I clearly do not believe that making a choice to leave without a deal would be a responsible thing to do. So presumably he too wants no deal ruled out." Mr. Speaker, I'm making progress. Mr. Speaker, I'm making progress. Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary has gone further and called for a free vote on the amendment tabled by my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. The Labour Party will back that amendment tonight because to crash out without a deal would be deeply damaging for industry and economy. That's why the Chancellor says it would be irresponsible. I say to my right honourable friend now that in backing her amendment, we are backing a short window of 3 months to allow time for renegotiation.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to address the point that my right honourable friend has raised about my amendment, and I don't want to cut across what I know is a very difficult wider issue here. So just on this point about the amendment, can I reassure my right honourable friend that the purpose of the amendment and the bill is not to fix any particular time for any extension or even to decide now what an extension of Article 50 should be. It is actually simply to give the House the ability to do so at the end of February, and I agree that nobody wants to see any unnecessary delays.
I thank my friend for that, for those remarks and the spirit with which she's made them, and quite clearly her amendment does have the effect of ruling out no deal on the 29th of March, and that surely is something that should be good and important to this House, because it will not be any comfort after the 29th of March to say, I told you so, when the lorries are backing up on the M20, when cancer patients can't get medicines, and when prices are rising in our shops. So tonight, Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to take no deal off the table. And, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister invited party leaders for talks, I said to the Prime Minister she must first remove the threat of no deal. If the House today votes to remove the immediate threat of crashing out without a deal on the 29th of March, as I fervently hope it does and will, then I will be happy to meet the Prime Minister to discuss a sensible solution that works for the whole country, which is what the Labour Party wants to achieve. Many of the amendments tabled, Mr. Speaker, including those in the names of my friends, the member for Leeds West and for Birmingham Erdington, and the member for Meriden, advocate delaying Article 50 to give Parliament more time to break the impasse and avoid the dangers of no deal. If this House votes for any of those amendments, then the Prime Minister must accept that an extension to Article 50 is a responsible measure to allow time for real renegotiation and find a deal that can win the support of this House. It will mean no deal is off the table, and it will mean the red lines must change. The primary part, I'm making progress if I may, the primary part of Labour's amendment tonight is about finding a workable solution. That means a new customs union. It means a strong single market deal. And it means, Mr. Speaker, no race to the bottom. No race to the bottom on workers' rights, on environmental protections and standards, or on consumer standards. The EU chief negotiator, Michel Barnier, has been clear, and I quote, unanimously, the European Council have always said that if the UK chooses to shift its red lines in the future and go beyond a simple free trade agreement, then the EU will be immediately ready to give a favourable response. And we understand that just this weekend, the EU Commission President told the Prime Minister that accepting the case for a permanent customs union would help to solve the issue of the backstop arrangement. Indeed, Ireland's Europe Minister made exactly this point at the weekend, saying that the backstop is there because of the red lines put down by the UK at the beginning of this process. Today, Mr. Speaker, we understand the government is backing the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Altrincham and Sale West. The Prime Minister said as much, requiring changes to the backstop. But still, we have no clarity on what changes they are or which red lines will change to allow that to happen. On the other side, we see that there is flexibility and apparent willingness now to renegotiate, but only if the red lines change.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way on that point, and does he share my puzzlement after listening to the Prime Minister for well close to an hour, and after many people ask this question, that we are still no nearer any detail on what the phrase alternative arrangements means, except that the Prime Minister said they were arrangements that were alternative.
I thank my friend for that intervention. In reality, Mr. Speaker, we're witnessing this long, slow decline of this government as they run down the clock on this. They put off the vote. They lost the vote. They came today and are now offering more votes next week, week later, running down the clock of the fear of no deal as opposed to her deal. So when her deal was defeated 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister is still to answer the question as to which of her red lines she's prepared to change or even just be flexible on. So it is clear, Mr. Speaker, the obstacle to a solution is the Prime Minister. She's refusing to accept the clearly stated will of this House, which has decisively, in parliamentary record vote numbers, defeated her deal, and is equally clear in its opposition to a disastrous no deal, which I hope and expect will be reiterated tonight. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make progress. In the absence... Mr. Speaker, in the absence of any leadership from the Prime Minister, then solutions are being put forward across this House. There are those advocating Norway Plus or a common market 2.0 have worked on a cross-party basis, and I pay tribute to the members for Grantham and Stamford, Harlow, Aberavon and Manchester Central. They are clear that not only do we need full access to the single market, but a customs union too. That is why a new, comprehensive and permanent customs union has long been Labour's policy. It is a pragmatic solution that helps to deliver the Brexit that people voted for, to deliver the frictionless trade that the Prime Minister once promised, that helps to deliver a solution to the Irish backstop, and that helps to deliver a majority across the House for a deal. So far, the Prime Minister has, Mr. Speaker, only doubled down on her own defeated deal, saying last week at Prime Minister's question time that her deal delivers, and I quote, the benefit of customs union and the benefits of our own trade policy. It does no such thing. The political declaration fails to deliver on the Chequers' promise of frictionless trade. It does not even guarantee tariff-free trade. It means we lose 40 to 50 trade agreements we have through the EU. Yes?
Can I ask the right honourable gentleman, why is he scared to take an intervention from the member for Penistone and Stockbridge, a member of the Labour Party for 37 years?
I thank the Minister for his intervention and his brief statement of his leadership intentions. So, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm making progress.
Order. Is the right honourable gentleman giving way? Yes. He's not giving way. No. Order. The House must behave with decorum. Senior members of the front bench, who I know would proclaim their commitment to, and I'm sure genuinely believe in courtesy in the chamber, are witness to deliberate attempts to shout the Leader of the Opposition down. Order! It will not happen. Order! The rules of this House are clear. If the Leader of the Opposition wishes to give way, he does so. If he doesn't wish to do so, he doesn't have to do so. He will not be shouted down, and no amount of inspired and orchestrated attempt to shout him down will work. Not today, not tomorrow, not at any time. Drop it. It isn't worth it. And actually, you're not very good at it. Jeremy Corbyn!
Mr. Speaker, I'm making progress, Mr. Speaker.
Field.
Mr. Speaker, there may be quite a few people in the country watching this debate. They won't understand that our shouting is one way of seeing whether somebody can maintain a line of argument to his and her colleagues here. Given the damage this debate is already doing to our standing with the nation, might not he consider taking all the amendments he didn't call, closing the proceedings early so we could actually give votes which the country will understand, whereas they don't understand this behaviour?
Well, I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman. I know he's well-intentioned, but the short answer is no. The timescale for the debate has been set and agreed by the House. The selection by the Chair has been appropriately made in accordance with the conventions of this House and without demur from colleagues, and it is best that we proceed. Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr Speaker, I'm coming towards the end of my remarks because I want to ensure that other members get a chance to speak in this debate.
Simon Hoare, we'll see. A point of order or a real point of order, but we'll see. Mr Simon Hoare.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful. You've rightly referred earlier in this debate to the expectations in this place of respect and politeness to colleagues. That is a perfectly sensible benchmark to set. In your judgment, sir, and I seek your ruling on this, has the behaviour of the Leader of the Opposition to his honourable friend lived up to your expectations of respect with colleagues?
The answer is very simple. Good order has been preserved, nothing disorderly has taken place, and I don't want to be unkind to the honourable gentleman because I know he's trying to be an apprentice parliamentary expert, but he's got quite a few steps on the ladder still to climb, I'm afraid. Jeremy Corbyn!
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The point I was making that this could mean we lose 40 to 50 trade agreements we have through the European Union and to which the International Trade Secretary has so far failed to replicate at all, despite the extraordinary and very bold claims he made at the beginning of this whole Brexit process. Mr Speaker, this is a government in denial, split from top to bottom and incapable of uniting themselves, let alone the country. No, I'm making progress. I'm not going to give way anymore. They are in denial. Mr Speaker, they are in denial about the majority view of this House that I believe exists to rule out no deal and to get a workable deal that includes a customs union. That's why Labour will tonight back amendments that give this House the opportunity to recognise the reality that this government has so far failed to do. This government's shambolic handling of Brexit negotiations is fast becoming a crisis. It's worrying to businesses. It's worrying to people in work about their own future. And everyone who is worried because they have no leadership on this process from their government. No leadership from a government that has demonstrated it has no ability to negotiate a good deal, no willingness to listen to Parliament, hence we're back here again despite the biggest ever defeat in parliamentary history, and crucially, Mr Speaker, no acceptance that they must change course. They spent most of the last 2 years arguing amongst themselves rather than negotiating with the European Union. And still, Mr Speaker, they're arguing amongst themselves and failing to come up with a workable solution. Tonight, Mr Speaker, I hope this House does its job and leads where this government has failed.
Mr Kenneth Clark.
Well, Mr Speaker, I think none of us taking part in this debate are in any doubt that we are actually discussing an almost unique political crisis, one of a kind that hasn't happened for very many years. And I think the crisis takes two forms. One is we're trying to break a deadlock, political deadlock, over exactly what changes we're going to make to really the great bulk of our political, security, intelligence, crime fighting, trade and investment, environmental relationships with the rest of the world, having turned away from the ones that we've put together for the last 47 years. The other thing is that we are also facing a rather constitutional crisis about the credibility of government and Parliament in its ability to resolve these matters. I rather agree with the honourable member for Birkenhead. I mean, I enjoy as much as any veteran parliamentarian the rowdiness of the House of Commons. It is a way of testing the arguments. But I think we ought to be aware that the public at the moment are looking upon our political system with something rather near to contempt, as it seems to them that neither the government nor the political parties nor parliamentarians and politicians in general seem able to resolve the resolution of a question first raised by a referendum, and referendums are designed by those who support them to bypass parliamentary decision-making and parliamentary majorities and political parties deciding things. And we really do need to settle down, perhaps, if the government gets its way, in the next few weeks, less than 60 days, in deciding how we're going to come to conclusions about the way forward. Now, I want to concentrate, because most of my views on these amendments I've put forward in the many debates we've had already, and many other people want to speak. So I suspect a high proportion of the House could guess which way I'm going to vote on the amendments that the Speaker has chosen, and probably far too many have had to listen to my arguments as to why that went. I'll touch on the end. But just to take some encouragement from this debate, I will in a second, I wish to take up this question of the relationship between Parliament and government, because I did take some encouragement from my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who did seem to be accepting that the government should give opportunities for the House to debate matters which it regards as key matters of policy, and the government has got to pay regard under our Constitution to the views actually expressed by this House.
Very grateful to the learned and honourable gentleman. He and I have an amendment down which was not called, which was to give this House the chance to vote on the various options. The Prime Minister, when she was speaking, talked of taking other amendments away and working on them with the hope of bringing them back to act upon. Might I, through this intervention, ask him to push on his own side that she does precisely that with our amendment?
Well, lest I take too long, I hope to touch on the arguments behind the honourable gentleman's excellent amendment, because I think that's one of the things we should do in one way or another over the next few weeks. But let me just deal with this question. I'll give way then, if it's relevant, on what is the role of this House vis-à-vis the government, and what are our procedures? Because I have to admit, in the last month or two, I have listened to what I, as a fairly experienced member here now, have regarded as the most extraordinary nonsense about sweeping away centuries of tradition and distorting our procedures because people have objected to the Speaker selecting votes which they think they might not be on the winning side of. And I think there is a rather fundamental underlying problem here. This government didn't start it, but Brexit brought to its head. I think it started with the Blair government, because Tony Blair, with the greatest respect, never could quite understand why he had to submit to Parliament so often, and he started timetabling all our business and so on, but that's under the water under the bridge. But I think mistakenly, with respect, this government began by saying of the whole process it was going to invoke the royal prerogative, and as it was a treaty, Parliament wouldn't actually be involved in invoking Article 50 or any of the consequences, because the government was going to act, the monarch would act solely on the advice of her Prime Minister, trying to take us back several hundred years, I think. That was swept away. Then we had to have defeats inflicted on the government last summer in order to get a meaningful vote on the outcome at all of any negotiations. And this has gone on all the way through today's debate. And the votes we're having today are only taking place because the government actually resisted the whole idea of coming back here with any alternative to the deal that they were telling us was done and fixed and was the only way of going forward, and that has worried me all the way through. Now, I did take the Prime Minister today to be taking a totally different approach, and I hope she will confirm that. It does now seem that whatever course we decide on today, things are going to come back to this House. No deal of any kind is going to be ratified until we've had a vote in this House approving whatever we're presented with, and then it's ratified. And if this House expresses a clear wish, and one problem is we haven't yet produced a consensus or majority about the nature of the deal that it wants to see negotiated, then the government will consider, indeed, I believe, under our constitution, it is bound to follow the wishes of the House of Commons because it cannot pursue. British governments have never been able to pursue these matters without the consent and support of a majority of the House of Commons.
Very grateful to the learned gentleman for giving way. And he said the House must be testing the various options. Would he join the queue, as it were, an amendment queue which wants to revoke Article 50? Does he think that's one of the amendments and one of the ideas that should be tested in this House? I mean, for nothing else, the people of Scotland will at least know the folly of sticking with Westminster, taking them out of Europe against their will.
I don't wish to revoke Article 50 for the same reasons as the honourable gentleman. I mean, I share his views on the. I mean, if I was left if I was trying to exercise unfettered autocratic power in the government of the country, I of course believe still that the best interests of the United Kingdom lie in remaining members of the European Union. I don't share the enthusiasm, however, for what the honourable gentleman wants, which is that we, after the pleasure of the first referendum and all that it's caused, that we now think we'll automatically resolve things by having a second referendum, which could be even more chaotic in its effects than the one we have had. But I say, I've just made my point that I do think that the government of the day has got to give a far bigger role to this House, which therefore means a much bigger responsibility on this House to create the intra-party, cross-party majority, which I believe is the only majority of any kind that might be available here for any sensible way of going forward. All the arguments, let me just finish the point, and I'll give you, wait a minute. I mean, I heard all this stuff which, when the clerks were invoked, to the advice of the clerks to resist this approach to government. Of course it's true that the law can only be changed by legislation. That's a perfectly straightforward legal point. But in our constitution, in my opinion, the government is accountable politically to the non-legislative votes of Parliament. It is utterly absurd to say that opposition supply days, amendments to motions of the kind we're addressing today, are just the resolutions of a debating society, which have no effect upon the conduct of daily government. If we concede that point in the middle of this shambles of Brexit, with all the other things that we have to resolve, we'll have done great harm to future generations, because it's difficult to see how the concept of parliamentary sovereignty is actually going to survive such an extraordinary definition. Now we'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable and learned gentleman. Can I humbly suggest that the Prime Minister is actually following the will of Parliament, because she's remembering that 2 years ago, 2/3 of MPs in this current Parliament voted to trigger Article 50, which leads to the unconditional leaving of the European Union on the 29th of March. That's the instruction she was given by Parliament that she is trying to deliver, and our duty is to assist her.
Well, with the greatest respect to my honourable friend, I think that my approach throughout the last 2 years has demonstrated that I am prepared to be pragmatic in response to these things. I didn't regard myself as bound by a referendum. In the British Constitution, referendums are advisory. They're described as such in official pronunciations, but politically, most of this House bound themselves to obeying the result. That was brought home to me in a parliamentary way, consistent with what I've just been saying, by the massive majority that was cast for invoking Article 50. I oppose the invocation of Article 50, but since that time, I have to accept, this House has willed that we're leaving the European Union. I don't agree, with respect to my honourable friend, that we agreed that we left unconditionally, whatever the circumstances, at a then arbitrary date, 2 years ahead, when we wasted, in my opinion, at least the first 18 months of the time, because nobody here had really thought through in any detailed way what exactly we were now going to seek as an alternative to our membership to the European Union to safeguard our political and economic relationships with the world in future. And we still haven't decided that. So, as here, I looked as though I'm going to be remarkably brief by my own standards, but probably only in contrast with the frequent interrupted speeches from the front bench, which I've been mercifully, only mildly and perfectly pleasantly exposed to. Let me just therefore say, where does that leave me to believe I have a duty to make my mind up on the votes we're going to have today? Because I am one of those. I voted for withdrawal on the withdrawal agreement. That was, in my lifetime, the first time I've ever cast any kind of vote contemplating Britain leaving the European project and leaving the European Union. The agreement, I thought, was perfectly harmless, perfectly obvious, could have been negotiated years before. Citizenship rights, legally owed debts that obviously we're going to honour, and also an arrangement that protected the Irish border, our treaty commitment to a permanently open border. The independent lady who sits for a constituency, I can't remember, so Lady Howard, I think she's the only Irish member we have who agrees with the majority of the Irish population that they will prefer remain as an outcome of this. But she, like me, I think, accepts reality. But I know she thinks the backstop is an important defence of the interests of Ireland in an open border. And I think it is quite absurd to reopen that. The Prime Minister still committed, I'm glad to say, I congratulate her, very firmly to a permanent open border. The Prime Minister is not going to break our solemn treaty commitments and set back our relationships with the Republic of Ireland for another generation by doing so. I personally can't see, and I realise the Prime Minister has been driven to it by the attitudes of quite a number of people on this side of the House, what is this vague alternative to a perfectly harmless backstop that we're now going to explore? Nor do I see what the outcome is going to be if our partners or our previous partners in the European Union can't understand quite what it is we're arguing for either. So we move from having a deal to not having a deal. And let me just say what I will vote for. I'm not going to go through amendment by amendment because members are waiting who are going to move these amendments. I shall vote for anything that avoids leaving with no deal on the 29th of March. It's perfectly obvious that we're in a state of such chaos that we're not remotely going to answer these questions in the next 60 or less than 60 days before we need more time. The Prime Minister says, oh, there are only two alternatives. There's the deal we've got, which she's now wanting to alter and go back and reopen again, or no deal on the 29th of March. That's not true. A further alternative, and my guess is that the other members of the European Union would only be too ready to hear us open this possibility, is we extend Article 50 to give us time to actually reach some consensus. I think it would require quite a time. There are problems over the European Parliament and so on. I have always said, well, we can revoke, making clear to the angry majority in the House of Commons that they can invoke it again with their majority once we're in a position to actually settle these outstanding issues, which, as we sit here at the moment, we're nowhere near resolving, and we're right at the end of the timetable. So I think the alternative is, if the no deal, is to stay in the Union for as long as it takes to get near to a deal that we're likely all to be able to agree on, and the majority of us think is in the national interest, probably for the last time, to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He will be joining me in the lobbies, I think, therefore, in support of what is known as the Cooper Amendment. Would he agree with me that in changing standing orders, the House of Commons, if it has a majority to do so, is doing something which the House of Commons has done since standing orders were created, and before, in 1906, the government took control of the order paper.
Absolutely. We won't debate the constitutional history, but people are trying to invoke the strictest interpretation of standing orders, going back to attempts in the late 19th century to stop the Irish nationalist filibustering, which did bring the whole thing grinding to a halt. And now we're saying, as this Parliament has the temerity to have a range of views, some of which are not acceptable to the government, standing orders should be invoked against us to discipline us and make sure we don't. Anyway, I won't go back on that, but I agree with that. The other thing I shall vote for is anything which supports, again, the Prime Minister's stated ambition for the long-term future of the country: open borders, free trade between ourselves and our markets in the EU, as demanded by our business leaders, our trade union leaders, and I think most people who have the economic well-being of future generations at heart. The only way I think known in the world in which you can do that is you stay in a customs union, and then you have sufficient regulatory alignment to eliminate the need for the border barriers. Now, I don't mind if some of my right honourable and honourable friends prefer to call the customs union a customs arrangement. I don't mind if they care to call the single market regulatory alignment. That's perfectly, don't feel any great distress at the use of gentler language to describe these things. Something very near that is required to deliver our economic, our political ambitions, and actually, again, it's the obvious and only way to protect the permanent open border in Ireland and this ridiculous Irish backstop. You don't need it. You don't need to invent it if the whole United Kingdom is going into a situation where it has an open border with the whole of the European Union. In any event, the Irish backstop was only invented to appease those people who envisaged the rest of the British Isles suddenly deciding to leave with no deal before we'd finished the negotiations in Europe. Well, let's forget that. Let's make our aim, and I think it'll be not easy, perfectly possible to negotiate, probably successfully, with the other 27, open trading, economic investment relationship through the single market and the customs union. I will make my last one too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful indeed to the Father of the House for allowing me to intervene. Just to say ever so gently that in his very nice tribute to the Honourable Member for North Down, I think he might have accidentally referred to the lady as an Irish member of this House. No, I'm very much a British member of this House. However, the Father of the House is absolutely right. I feel passionately about protecting the Belfast Agreement, the Good Friday Agreement, and the peace that it has delivered in the last 20 years across Northern Ireland and across the whole of the United Kingdom. And the backstop was there to protect that peace. And I'm very sorry that, in fact, the Prime Minister has moved away with that today.
Well, I apologise to the Honourable Lady, but I must explain to her, I refer to her and her colleagues as an Irish Member of Parliament in the same way I would refer to myself as an English Member of Parliament, or perhaps a colleague as a Welsh or a Scottish Member of Parliament. She's Northern Irish. I can assure you that not only do I agree entirely with the views she's just expressed about what we're seeking here, but I'm as keen a unionist as she is, and I do not wish to see the breakup of the present United Kingdom. So, subject to that, I think she and I are in total agreement. My last point, the other thing I would support, has been noted several times already, it arises in the context of the amendment we were talking about. The government obviously should no longer resist this House having indicative votes. It is absurd that some of the more obvious things we've been trying to get a debate and a vote on for months now, and as time goes on, the government's still trying to make it difficult to have a vote on them. And then when we have them, no doubt the government and the front bench will start imposing three-line whips on everybody to take a particular narrow focus to try to take us all back towards the failed withdrawal agreement or the rather confused front bench policy of the Labour Party in making sure we shoot down every other sensible proposition. I think there are quite a lot of sensible propositions flying around the House, superior both to the policy of the government so far and certainly superior to the policy of the Leader of the Opposition. But the indicative votes, so that in the time available, to shorten the delay further, we actually get an expression of will, an instruction to the government about the nature of the long-term arrangement we want is what we want. And going back to where I started, if we are to strive to restore confidence in our political system, our political institutions, above all this House of Commons, I think the circumstances of the moment mean that we have got to do that and make sure an outcome of that kind emerges. Because if this shambles goes on much longer, I hate to think where populism and extremism will take us next in British democracy.
Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman from Rushcliffe, and I look forward to spending a considerable amount of time with him in the lobbies this evening as we vote for what I think will be amendments that offer hope to the people of all these islands. Mr. Speaker, I want to impress upon the Prime Minister the decision of the people of Scotland in the 2016 referendum and what she must now do to respect their wishes. In 2014, the Scottish Tory leader, Ruth Davidson, during the Scottish independence referendum, promised that voting no meant that Scotland remained in the EU. But Scotland didn't vote for a Tory Brexit, and we're being dragged out of the European Union by Westminster against our will. And yet the Prime Minister talks about this being a family of nations and Scotland's voice would be respected. Where is the respect for the views and the wishes of the people of Scotland that have demonstrably said that they wish to remain as EU citizens? I'll give way on that.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Isn't it, in fact, a reality that in polling in Scotland, the European Union remains more popular with the Scottish people than the United Kingdom? And that is something that should be heard loud and clear in this place. The European Union is more popular with Scots than the United Kingdom.
Well, indeed, that is correct, and of course it's little surprise because the European institutions show respect to the people of Scotland, something this government doesn't. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised a no vote would see Scotland's future as an equal partner. Now, what do we see? Westminster now taking powers off the Scottish Parliament against the wishes of the Scottish Parliament and against the wishes of the Scottish people. You know, I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it because I hear from a sedentary position the member for Stirling saying, what powers? Now, obviously, he has forgotten that he voted through the Withdrawal Act that interfered with the powers of the Scottish Parliament that were laid down in the Scotland Act. Powers over fishing, powers over the environment, powers over agriculture, and the Tories sat back and allowed the Scottish Parliament to be emasculated. And the 13 Scottish Tories acted against the interests of the people of Scotland as they've done time and time again. Mr. Speaker, the Westminster campaign against Scottish independence said that high street banks were making plans to leave Scotland. Yet now, because of this government's Brexit, Standard Life Aberdeen is setting up a hub in Dublin, and Lloyds Bank is looking at a Berlin base.
Independent Ireland.
And even last week, during Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister tried to tell me to drop the SNP policy of independence. But yet, Mr. Speaker, in June 2017, the leader of the Scottish Tories, Ruth Davidson, said, "Let me be clear, nobody, not me, not anyone, is expecting the SNP to give up on independence. That's what it believes in, and it's a perfectly honourable position to take. Mr. Speaker, a perfectly honourable position to take. Let me be very clear. Scotland must no longer be left at the mercy of events. Whatever happens here, the SNP will not be dropping its policy of independence. And whatever turmoil and hardship this Tory government tries to drag our nation through, Scotland will and must have the right to determine its own future. Mr. Speaker, to choose to be an independent nation within the European Union. Now, I can see members shaking their heads because they're running scared. Like the Prime Minister, they fear they would lose an independence referendum. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Scottish people are sick and tired of being told that what the Prime Minister wants them to do. Scotland needs are much more important than what the Prime Minister wants. Scotland needs the power to take its own decisions. That's the only way we can stop the Tories driving us off the cliff edge and into disaster. How happily give way.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He made the point that the Scottish people should have what the Scottish people want. Did the Scottish people indicate their want to remain a part of the United Kingdom?
I mean, I can only assume that the honourable lady wasn't listening to what I said in my remarks, because the fundamental fact is that we were promised that we would stay in the European Union. And what the Tories find it very difficult to accept, that when the Scottish National Party went to the people of Scotland in 2016, in our manifesto, we asked for the right to go back to the people of Scotland if there was a material change of circumstances. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the position that we're in today. There is a majority in the Scottish Parliament for a referendum on Scottish independence. And yet what we hear from the Conservatives is now is not the time, disrespecting the mandate that the people of Scotland gave to its elected parliamentarians. And I'll say this to the Conservative benches. If our First Minister calls for a Section 30 authority based on democracy, then this House must respect the will of the Scottish people to its elected parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, the only way to stop the punitive cuts from universal credit and end the hostile environment that sends talented workers away from our shores. The vote on the immigration bill is just the latest indication of Westminster voting against Scotland's national interest. We embrace free movement of people. We welcome those that choose to make a future for themselves in Scotland. We thank those who wish to add to our cultural diversity. This place wants to slam the door shut and pull up the drawbridge, to retreat into isolation. And we watch the official opposition go through trials and tribulations as to whether it should be opposing a narrow-minded immigration policy from this government. Mr. Speaker, Labour has lost its moral compass. Then we have the Scots Tory MPs meekly going through the lobbies. Theresa's lobby for the supporting legislation that will damage Scottish industries and our public services, damaging Scotland's ability to attract labour and to grow our economy. The Scottish Tories acting against our national interest, Labour stuck on the sidelines. Mr. Speaker, a majority of MSPs and Scottish MPs returned at the last two elections support holding an independence referendum in the circumstances we now find ourselves. Scotland will not be ignored. The UK Government has ignored the views of the people of Scotland. Our Parliament, our Scottish Parliament, has already overwhelmingly rejected the Prime Minister's deal. Today, Mr. Speaker, SNP MPs will vote in support of that mandate from Scotland's Parliament, and we will continue to vote down the blindfold Brexit deal that will drive our economy off the cliff edge. Mr. Speaker, there is just 59 days to go until Brexit Day, and that deal on the table is done. It's been dead in the water now for months, yet the Prime Minister is still seeking to run down the clock and push it through this House. This is incredibly reckless and risky. How can the Prime Minister be allowed to behave in such a manner?
Quite right.
The Prime Minister has no hope of being able to control this House. She cannot even control her own disunited party.
Correct.
And for anyone who may still have been in any doubt, we're hearing this mess today because the party on these benches gambled on our economic future over a decade-long internal feud in the Tory party. They should all hang their heads in shame. Quite simply, the party opposite is not fit to govern because it has a track record of putting its fractured party interest before all our national interests. Not what the Prime Minister calls the national interest, but the interest of all the nations that make up the UK. I'll give way. Is there any water?
Thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. On the matter of national interest, if we talk about Scottish national interest for a second, I totally respect the SNP's position to always want to campaign for independence, because that is what the SNP does. But would the right honourable gentleman also agree that in 2017, in the general election in 2017, the majority of voters in Scotland, 56% of voters in Scotland voted for parties that were committed to delivering on Brexit, and the percentage of vote for parties against Brexit actually reduced?
Order! Extraordinary behaviour by the honourable lady, who's a very illustrious doctor. I can't believe that she rants from a sedentary position in the middle of her surgeries in that way. It's unbecoming of somebody of her status and high esteem in the House of Commons. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we come to this place under the rules which are laid down for us. And by the rules of elections in this country, the SNP won 35 of the 59 seats for Westminster. There is a majority for the Scottish National Party in this Parliament. The Conservatives could only dream of having a majority. You know, a Prime Minister that went to the country on the basis that she was going to come back with an overwhelming majority. She came back with a bloody nose and a minority administration, relying on the votes of the DUP, with handing over vast sums of money in order to keep themselves in any kind of power. Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister faces a vote on her motion, with the threat of resignations overshadowing the debate. We know that senior ministers have refused to rule out resigning if no deal is not taken off the table. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that politicians play a slow game. Time is actually running out for businesses. The honourable member for Luton, the business minister, has said that the Prime Minister's attempt to put pressure on moderate MPs to back her deal to avoid a disorderly Brexit was a disaster for business. The Chief Executive of Airbus, Tom Enders, said that business could be forced to redirect future investments in the event of a no deal. And the Chief Executive of Siemens, Jürgen Meyer, said that the thing all of us won't be able to manage is no deal. And now we hear from the British Retail Consortium warning of food shortages, warning of empty shelves. Just dwell on this. Sainsbury's, Asda, Marks and Spencer, the Co-op, Waitrose, Cost Cutter, all warning of not being able to have sufficient supplies, of shelves lying empty. Mr. Speaker, we are used to seeing images of empty shelves in war-torn or failing states. There is now a real threat of empty shelves happening in the United Kingdom in less than 2 months. Still, the Prime Minister refuses to take no deal off the table, and I point the finger of blame at the Prime Minister and her government. The primary responsibility of any government is to protect its citizens. We have a massive failure of leadership. Food shortages and shortages of medicine that would be a response to the failure of this government if they were to happen. There is genuine and heartfelt fear and alarm from some of our biggest businesses.
Can I just ask him what would be his objection to giving the Prime Minister the ability to do what is in effect a probing amendment with the EU, to see what they're prepared to give way, to help deliver the deal that he would like to see happen? What would be his objection? What is so objectionable in this new Amendment N? Can he give any reason for not supporting it?
Mr. Speaker, this is a complete fantasy, and all of us play with the Good Friday Agreement at our peril. The peace in Ireland has been hard won. And the European Union has reached agreement with the UK on the Prime Minister's draft deal on the basis of making sure that we enshrine the Good Friday Agreement. None of us should be playing with fire and seeking to unwind the Good Friday Agreement, because that's the effect of what would happen. It is the height of irresponsibility to go down that road. I'm going to come on to the backstop in more detail later on, and I will cover it. The Prime Minister could make it clear today that she will bring measures in front of Parliament to rule out no deal. Prime Minister, that is in all our national interest. Remove the threat of supply shortages. There is a threat to food safety. Remove it today.
On that point, I'm grateful for my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't it also a fact, in addition to all of those companies who've issued these warnings, that the Road Haulage Association have been saying for over a year that this is madness to actually look at a no-deal situation, and that actually what will happen is that those people at the furthest reaches of the supply chain, my constituents, his constituents, will be those who are worst affected by this no-deal scenario that the government are hanging over the heads of this Parliament and the people of all the nations of the UK.
My honourable friend is quite correct. We have integrated supply chains on the basis of the single market, which has been in place since the 1990s, and there are very real and very real threats that exist to food supply on the basis of no deal. It is a height of irresponsibility for the government not to rule that out. I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, because he's making a really powerful case about what no deal could really look like. And amongst that, he said that there could be food shortages and, crucially, that food prices could go up. Does he share my anger, really, with the voices behind me that he perhaps didn't hear? But when he was talking about food prices going up and the fact there could be food shortages, the people behind me were saying, well, let them go to the chippy instead. No. Does he share my anger about the way in which our constituencies would be affected by a no deal?
I'm sorry to hear that that was a remark that was made. And, you know, this is a really important debate, and I think there's a responsibility that we take these issues seriously, each and every one of us. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some progress, and I will take some interventions later on. The Prime Minister will do nothing. She remains in office, but not in power. Transfixed like a rabbit caught in the headlights. A failure to deliver leadership. To use a food analogy, the Prime Minister is past her sell-by date. Focused on backing MPs into a corner with options only of her deal or no deal on the table is ridiculous, and I urge members to resist the pressure. We cannot allow the UK government to run down the clock and bully MPs into backing this terrible deal. Pretending there is a binary choice between her woeful deal and a catastrophic no deal is completely reckless. Mr. Speaker, it is false. It is not the case, and members must have the courage to stand up against that. We have the power in this place to send this shambolic deal packing. We have the power to amend this deal to protect all our citizens. We have the power to end this charade. So members on all benches, have courage, have conviction, and have some integrity. Do not send our economy off the cliff edge with this deal or with no deal.
I'm grateful he's given way. He's made some very powerful points, quoting the voices of business, saying that there should be no deal. And I also believe there should be no deal, and I believe there should be a deal. But does he also accept that those same voices of business, giving evidence to select committees of this House, have said, for the very reasons he's giving that there should be no deal, that we should be supporting the Prime Minister's deal with the European Union because it provides for an orderly and smooth Brexit?
I'm afraid from the businesses that I speak to, they recognise the benefits of the single market and the customs union. There is no Brexit option which is going to leave us better off than the status quo. And I'm going to come on to the economic arguments about this, because the job of all of us is to protect the economic interests of our citizens. And Brexit is going to lead to a situation where there are going to be job losses throughout the United Kingdom. We've already seen the news from the European Medicines Agency, from the European Banking Authority. They've gone. We've seen the news from Jaguar Land Rover and others. And it is the height of irresponsibility of politicians on the basis of ideology to threaten the economic circumstances of their citizens. Because that is what is happening. because of the Tory party myopic view of Brexit and leading all these nations out of the European Union. I'll take one last intervention, then I must move on.
Gentleman for giving way, but may I gently say to him, we will soon have only 3 hours left of debate, and there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 amendments, and many backbenchers, I'm not one of them, who wish to make a speech. And I will tell him I look forward to joining him in the lobbies this evening on many of these amendments, and many of us are grateful for his support.
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for her intervention. I have to suggest to her that it is the Prime Minister that sets the timeline for this debate. And what I'm doing is I'm speaking as the leader of the third party, as I'm entitled to do so. And I might ask the question, since it's been raised, is where is the Prime Minister and where is the leader of the opposition? One last time, and then I must make progress.
I thank him for giving way. Going back to the intervention Ron Wimmer for Stirling, is it not insane to talk about an orderly Brexit by agreeing to the Prime Minister's so-called deal? Because all it does is put stuff into a transition period for so that period of time where we don't know what's happening. And even the Prime Minister is now arguing she needs to go back and change the backstop. So there is no orderly Brexit and there is no deal to actually agree.
Indeed, and of course, the government likes to talk about an implementation period. And of course, you have to beg the question, what are we implementing? Because the only thing the government's come forward with is a deal to leave the European Union. And the future relationship between the United Kingdom and the European Union is to be left to the future, and there's no knowing how long that will take. There's supposedly, according to the papers in front of us, a 2-year period, but many believe that it could take 5 years, perhaps even longer than that. There is no certainty with what this government is bringing forward. Mr. Speaker, we have still not seen any economic assessment of the government's deal. Either the Prime Minister hasn't instructed her government to conduct one, or the reality of the hardship of her deal will bring is why the government will not publish it. Mr. Speaker, we are being asked here again to vote for a blindfold Brexit, to sleepwalk into the future, without the facts and analysis from this government of what the deal means for our economy. In fact, it is an insult to this House and each and every member in it. I say to the Prime Minister, and I hope she reads about it in Hansard since she's not here, that will she publish the details of the impact of her deal on the economy and contrast it with the status quo. Mr. Speaker, if the government refused to end their shroud of secrecy and publish an economic analysis, let me remind the House of the facts. Analysis by Scottish Government officials found that by 2030, under a free trade agreement, GDP would be £9 billion lower than if we stayed in the EU, equivalent to a cost of £1,600 per person in Scotland. The Bank of England has warned that crashing out of the EU without a deal would be worse than the 2008 financial crisis.
Absolutely right.
With house prices plummeting by as much as 30%, with the Bank of England rate hiking to 4%. Brexit uncertainty is already damaging our economy to the tune of £600 per household per year. Jobs are at risk. Investment is at risk. Our economy is set to be weaker and smaller. Mr. Speaker, how can any members in this House countenance that? We have been elected to protect our citizens and punish them. Brexit will inflict undue pain across all parts of the United Kingdom, with this deal or no deal. Our constituents are set to suffer. We cannot allow that to happen. Brexiteers argue that we will be okay without the internal markets of the EU. Some Brexiteers are in cloud cuckoo land, harping back to the past. Well, I say to them, it's over. Let's look at the facts. The UK's trade with County Cork is worth almost as much as its entire trade with South Africa. Wow. Trade with Ireland is worth more to the UK than trade with India, Japan, New Zealand and Australia put together. And as Scotland's place in Europe demonstrated, even if the UK signed agreements with the 10 biggest non-EEA single-country trading partners, including the USA, China and Canada, a process that would take many years, this would only cover 37% of Scotland's current exports compared to 43% that go to the EU. The idea that we will be better off outside the European Union is a fallacy.
I thank the right member for giving way. If trade volumes are the principal determinant of policy in this area, wouldn't he agree that given 61% of Scotland's exports comes to the rest of the UK and only 17% to the European Union, the most important union for Scotland is the United Kingdom?
Well, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I find that remarkable. There we have a threat to the people of Scotland from one of the Conservatives in this House. I thought that we believed in free trade. We're not talking about having any barriers with trade with the island of Ireland. Why on earth would there be any barriers to trade with Scotland? And it's about time that the Conservatives stop threatening the people of Scotland, because that's exactly what you're doing. Mr. Speaker, it really is demoralising to stand here today listening to the merry-go-round of Tory infighting and Labour fence-sitting. There is no leadership from these two parties. I genuinely feel for those across the UK who voted for the Tories and Labour and have been so badly let down. Now their cowardice threatens us all. It threatens our livelihoods, yes, but it also threatens our culture, our communities and the type of society we could be. Our cultural ties with Europe run deep throughout Scotland. The old alliance is perhaps best known of Scotland's ancient ties. France and Scotland enjoy deep cultural ties and have a mutual cultural statement of intent which the Scottish Government signed in 2013. We share a rich Celtic history of storytelling and traditional music and a great love of piping. Such was the wealth of intellectual exchange between Scotland and Europe that in Kirkwall's library in the 1680s there were books from Amsterdam, from Krakow, from Brussels, from Rostock, Paris, Leipzig and dozens of others. Our relationship with Germany dates back to 1297, when William Wallace wrote to the martyrs of Lübeck and Hamburg declaring Scotland open for business. And in case members are unaware, immigration was around long before the EU, and it will be around for a lot long after as well. It is, after all, a global phenomenon.
Point of order, Mr. David T.C. Davis.
Of clarification, the honourable member just suggested that there was a relationship with Germany going back to the 1200s. Germany didn't exist in the 1200s, Mr. Speaker.
I was very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his historical exegesis, from which the leader of the Scottish National Party can choose either to think he can benefit or can't benefit. That's a matter for him. It's not a matter for the chair. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll just treat it with the contempt it deserves. By 1914, Scotland had nearly 25,000 European residents, who mostly came from southern and eastern Europe. Between 1891 and 1901, 25% of the immigrants came from Italy. The majority of immigrants came mainly from Russia and Poland and settled mainly in the west of Scotland. They were welcome, just as migrants coming to Scotland today are. Almost 50% of the male immigrants worked in coal mining and about 12% in tailoring, while most of the Italian migrants became more involved with restaurants and retail. Mr. Speaker, we have so much to lose from Brexit and nothing to gain. I plead to members, you can change course. History will remember your act of courage. Today, members have an opportunity to preserve our opportunities with Europe, the cultural links, our shared values, our economic ties and our solidarity in coming together to find a way forward. Mr. Speaker, voting for the SNP amendment will respect the votes of the people of Scotland in 2016. They must not and will not be dragged out of the EU against their will. Scotland's voice has been ignored for too long. We on these benches will continue to press for the best possible outcome for the people of Scotland. If our voice is not respected, if Scotland is continuously silenced and sidelined by this Tory government, this place will not be forgiven. The days of Westminster having a veto over Scotland's future are over. Only as an independent country can Scotland thrive, and friends, we will thrive. Discussion today about ditching the backstop are just internal Tory matters. They can fight and squabble, but the EU is united and clear. They will not accept any changes to the backstop in the withdrawal agreement.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for the right honourable gentleman for giving credit. One of the things that I think the Prime Minister didn't quite get or convey or understand or forgot is the backstop is a compromise. It's a compromise based on the fantasies of the technologies that she's promised are going to come. If she's actually true and right about these fantasies, then she doesn't need to worry about the backstop. And, you know, if they were there, if the technology was there that currently be used on the Swiss border, I suggest that the Europeans have used the backstop because they know the fantasies are exactly that.
The right honourable gentleman is approaching his brief peroration. Mr. M. Hackford.
Well, if you want to hear more, I'm happy to carry on. But my honourable friend is absolutely correct. And I would say to the Prime Minister, there are two ways that you can fix the backstop. The first is that we stay in the European Union. But the second one is you stay in the single market and the customs union, because that's the fundamental point. That is the only way that you can remove any need for the backstop in the agreement. The Taoiseach is clear. The backstop isn't up for grabs. So why don't members get real? Why doesn't the Prime Minister stop fudging it? The Prime Minister needs to own up to her own delayed mess and extend Article 50, and to do it today. It is the only way, Mr. Speaker, to give this place the time to find a solution.
Order with immediate effect. A 10-minute limit will now apply on backbench speeches, but I don't anticipate that it will last for very long. Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I will take your guidance absolutely on this. Can I say that it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, only because, well, for lots of reasons, but because he happens to have, I think, possibly the most beautiful constituency in the whole of the country, and also my heart's there because my parents are both buried in his constituency, as is many of my ancestors. So we have some links, not going beyond a wee drop now and then between us. Can I say that in the limited time, I just want to respond to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who gave us a challenge at the beginning, quite rightly, I think, of her excellent speech, I must say. And she said that we have spent a lot of time telling everybody what we are against. And I accept that challenge. That is an important factor. Now we have to say what we are in favour of. So in accepting that challenge, I'm going to say what I am actually against tonight, and then come on to what I'm in favour of, and I shall do that quickly, I hope. The first is I am tonight, when it comes to the other amendments, not going to be voting for. I shall oppose my right honourable friend, the member for Beaconsfield's amendment. He remains a friend and honourable friend, and very admired of his, I thought, excellent Attorney General. But I disagree with him specifically on this particular area, because I don't think, it's my view, we'll have disagreements about it, that the House needs another process mechanism to allow it to decide what it is that it actually is in favour or against. I think that all these kind of multiple motions end up with a place like this going 9 ways from Sunday, and we don't actually end up getting any kind of agreement. I think the amendment process is a way of deciding what we are in favour of, and he will push his tonight, and I think we'll get an idea of whether the House really does think that. I say in the same light, but for a different reason, the member for Castleford and Pontefract on the delay. I just don't think, as my right honourable friend said, that of all the things that we need right now, we need to book a delay regardless of what it is that we're actually delaying for. And I am quite conscious of the way the Commission has responded in recent days about the idea of delay with an answer: we don't want you to delay because we do not want you to crash into all of our procedures that we have now allowed, such as you are not taking part in the European elections, we do not want that disrupted, and we don't want to know what it is you actually want to delay for. And I therefore, given there is no appendage, as it were, of what that might actually be about, then I can understand somebody saying, oh, we're near the end of an agreement, but we've run out of time a bit. That's a different reason, but not just simply for crying for delay. I think that ultimately comes down to the fact that I think many of her own side have said that this then becomes a reality that we are opposing the delivery of Brexit. And so I think that those who will vote for that tonight will have to face that challenge of why that delay is actually all about maybe stopping a Brexit. But that's something I will leave the honourable lady, right honourable lady, to deal with herself. Again, I admire her enormously, as I would, but on this I disagree with her completely. And also my honourable friend, right honourable friend, member for Meriden, I just don't think that this one works. Again, the delay, even expressed as it is in terms of a motion, I think gets us back to where I was earlier on. And so she'll forgive me, but I simply won't be supporting her tonight. I shall go with the Prime Minister on this. Which brings me down to two things I want to make, and then a comment about what I think I must support tonight. I voted against the agreement. I voted against the agreement because I felt it was too full of problems and issues that would not be settled and would give a lack of clarity. And so I expressed my view. I haven't voted against the government for well over 20 years. I didn't particularly enjoy doing it, but I did because I felt that we needed to rethink this and go back and make some changes. So I am pleased tonight that the Prime Minister has come back. And I want to say, and I challenge those who say, you know, the backstop as it is the only thing available. It's not altogether true. It depends what the question is that you're asking. When it comes to an open border, which is the key question that Ireland wanted, this can be settled by a much simpler backstop. I'm in favour of a backstop. I think it's fair for Ireland to want to have guarantees, and Northern Ireland, that there will be an open border. So I'm in favour of an open border, and I'm in favour of that guarantee. I'm just not in favour of the complexity and the nature of the demands that left Northern Ireland separated in terms from this union that we are in favour of keeping Northern Ireland in. And I think that led to serious, significant problems. So, but the protocol that we have, and I have been to see the negotiating team in Brussels over, I believe that is really the key to the way we go forward. And I do believe their response to us was positive, and I therefore think that taking that process back, I think would be good. Which brings me to what has emerged overnight, which I have been involved with myself, but not actually in the front line, which is this agreement between those of us with taking different views about Brexit in my party, my right honourable friends, particularly for North West Hampshire, and my right honourable friend, the member for Loughborough. I do really say to my honourable friends, and I say that absolutely genuinely, we may be divided about these issues, etc., but I do say that we really must now strive to try and find some kind of compromise. I say that as though that is somehow a discovery. It's not really. I do generally think we have the prospect of really moving towards this. So whatever our votes are tonight, I hope that we will, bit by bit, get behind the process that my right honourable friends I've just described have actually put forward with those of my right honourable friends who have taken a very different view about Brexit. I think this is wholly feasible for us to be, and I am in full support of this, given the nature of it, and I therefore recommend that all of us, despite what we end up voting tonight, recognise that we deliver leaving the European Union in line with the vote that took place in the referendum. This offers a real opportunity for not just this side of the House, but members opposite who believe that it's right to deliver Brexit to perhaps get behind, and I make that. And so I therefore come to what I'm in favour of, which obviously started with this whole issue about this internal agreement here. But I do think that we need what the Prime Minister described today, which is we need to express that view. And I thought the Prime Minister, when she stood up, was clear on a number of points that I particularly wanted to hear. I wanted to hear whether she was determined to ensure that, where necessary, we looked for legally binding change, and that change, therefore, would change the complexion of the agreement that she had. And she said that today. I also thought that she was very clear to the whole House that she is not going to assume that were a particular amendment passed, that this would mean that, therefore, we all agreed with whatever she came back with, and she has absolutely guaranteed that we will return with a vote on that, and I think that is clear. And I also say that I am pleased that she answered my right honourable friend, the member for Stone's, question about the extent of the legal powers and the adjudication of the Court of Justice in the bill to follow, and I thought that was strong of her, actually, to have done that. Many would have avoided that question. It's complex. Most of my right honourable friends' questions are quite complex, but this one she did deal with, and I thought she dealt with it well. And so, on that basis, as someone, frankly, Mr. Speaker, trying to get there before the timescale, I will simply say that, having voted against the agreement, I am now going to support my honourable friend amendment, the member for Altrincham, Amendment N. And the reason I shall support it tonight is not because I give a blank cheque, not because I think that, therefore, we have now solved the problem, but I give this support to him and, therefore, to what the Prime Minister has said is the government's position, because I do believe it is necessary for us now to send the Prime Minister back with a fair wind and a sense that this House has agreed that they want her to go and renegotiate and to take that change and that desire to deliver Brexit on time on the 29th with her over there to Brussels and achieve what I hope and believe, with strength and with determination, she will be able to achieve in those negotiations. I wish her well, and I therefore am voting tonight to support that amendment, because I think it will be, for me, the greatest expression of my goodwill for a Prime Minister that, notwithstanding sometimes our disagreements, I have the greatest respect for.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Amendment B, but also to support A, G, I, J, and support H as well, which has not been selected. There are 2 months to go until the end of Article 50, and the Prime Minister's deal was rejected comprehensively, fundamentally because, from all sides, I think we shared the view that her deal weakens us abroad, weakens us in the negotiations ahead, a blindfold Brexit that weakens our negotiating hand. But I don't think the Prime Minister is instilling confidence that she has a plan now to sort this out. And I am really worried that the delay and the drift and the chasing of unicorns mean we could now end up with no deal by accident, even though that would hit jobs, would hit our NHS, our border security, and would put up food prices for the poorest families in the country. I've called on the government many times to support a customs union. Like many across this House, I want the government to get a good Brexit deal that can pull people together and command support across the country. But I see no sign of that happening right now, and the clock is ticking. And I am very worried by the warnings that I have had from Haribo, from Burberry, from West Yorkshire Police, from GMB, from manufacturers, trade unions, small businesses in my constituency about the consequences of us just going over the edge of a cliff. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my for giving way. They should not share my dismay as well. The reaction from members in the government benches against those from industry, even Airbus, our largest aerospace company, speaking about this and the sort of vitriol and hostility they've received. Surely this is, defies all logic.
My honourable friend is right, because we should be able to have a calm and measured debate about this and not have just all the shouting. I think there have been different ways to do this at every stage. 2 years ago, this whole House came together, and Leave voters and Remain voters together voted for Article 50. I voted to trigger Article 50 and called at that time for a cross-party commission to oversee the options and negotiations. I called on the Prime Minister repeatedly to consult and to build consent. I went to see ministers about it. I went to see ministers again a few weeks ago to see if progress could be made and to urge them to reconsider those red lines. With select committees, I put forward proposals around customs union and, through the Home Affairs Select Committee, reforms around security cooperation and immigration reform as part of the Brexit process. But many of us have repeatedly called on the government to simply pin down what it thinks the future of the country and the future of our relationship will be, instead of this blindfold Brexit that we have right now when nothing is resolved. And we've also called for the government to build consensus. As I said after the general election, if we want a deal that is sustainable and that doesn't unravel in a year or two's time and doesn't end up undermined because there is so much disagreement, not just in this House but across the country, there must be an effort to build consensus around a deal. None of that has happened. And none of it is happening now either. Instead, we feel more divided and our country feels angrier and more confused than ever. And people are sick of all the chaos. And the problem that we face is that if we end up with no deal in just 2 months' time, that chaos and that division will get worse. And the Prime Minister's repeated delays means there's a real risk that this won't now happen and be resolved on time. There were 24 months to negotiate Article 50. 5 of them were used for a general election. Another 16 were run down before the government even came forward with the Chequers plan. And it was left until 22 months had gone before we even had a vote on the Prime Minister's deal in Parliament. There was no consultation on the Prime Minister's red lines. They gave no votes in Parliament on the mandate. And those delays and those failings are why we are here now. And unless the Prime Minister changes direction and changes approach, that is why I fear we will reach the brink. Because saying the same things again and again will simply make it more important that we have this amendment in place and that we have this bill in place to make sure there is a safety net to prevent no deal on March the 29th. Now, I've always believed that the Prime Minister would not let this happen. I always believed that she would flinch when it came to the crunch.
that she is not the sort of person who would want to make other people suffer because of her delays and mistakes. But my worry is that when I look into her eyes now, I am worried that that has changed because she is trapped. Because every time the Prime Minister has had the chance to pull back and to reach out, she's done the opposite. Every time she's had the chance to think about the country, she instead has turned to the party.
That's right.
And every time when she has had the chance to build bridges, she's turned instead to the hardliners who simply want to set those bridges on fire. And that is why I and a group of other cross-party MPs and committee chairs have put forward this bill and this amendment now to try and get her to think again to make sure that Parliament can have this safety net as well. Now, the amendment makes time to pass a bill. It would give the Prime Minister and the Government until the end of February to sort things out. If they haven't by then, MPs would get a binding vote at the end of February on whether to seek a bit more time and to extend Article 50. And bear in mind, this would just be 1 month before the UK could potentially crash out with no deal at all. Neither the amendment nor the bill block Brexit or revoke Article 50, nor should they. They simply give Parliament the right to vote on whether to extend Article 50 if time has run out. Nor do they... I will give way.
To the Right Honourable Lady, having looked at her bill in great detail, would she confirm that in Section 5 of her bill it does leave open the prospect of an amendment being passed which would actually mean that Article 50 could be revoked and not just extended?
Well, that is certainly not my intention with the bill, because I think it's really important that this bill is about giving the House the opportunity to extend Article 50 if we need more time, and also to be able to decide the length of the extension, because the whole point is that the motion put to the House will be amendable and those amendments would be binding.
My honourable friend is making an excellent speech, and she talks about building consensus. I perceive consensus in the House on both sides of the House for an extension of 3 months. If that were the will of the House, would it be possible for us to have an extension of 3 months only?
It would be absolutely possible for the House to restrict any extension to 3 months. In fact, it would be possible to restrict it to 3 days should Parliament choose to do so. And I think it's important. We are not proposing a specific time period should be decided now. The whole point is that there should be a decision at the end of February. And so my honourable friend is right. That is exactly what Parliament would then be able to do. And I give way to finally, and I need to make progress.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that, and perhaps just confirm to the House again, that this isn't about extending Article 50 in itself? This is about giving Parliament the right to make that decision in the event that there is no deal and that the next step facing us is crashing out with no deal.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We would be taking no decisions today. We would be taking no decisions next Tuesday when we would discuss the bill. Instead, we would be simply saying at the end of February, just 1 month to go before we get to the end of the Article 50 process, it would be for Parliament then to decide whether or not to seek an extension and how long that should be. And I know that, do you know, I'm going to make a bit of progress first because I'm very worried about getting through all of the time. We also should be clear about why this is needed, because I know that there are some on the opposition benches who have been, who say to the Prime Minister, first of all, that no deal might be desirable, and secondly, that it might be better than any kind of extension beyond March 29th. And I strongly disagree with that, because other people will suffer if we in this Parliament and this government allow no deal on March the 29th. For Haribo in Pontefract, they are worried about the contingency plan the government's doing for a 75% to 90% reduction in the volume of EU trade through our ports. That means that will hit the ingredients that they bring in from abroad. That is bad for Star Mix, obviously, but it's also bad for jobs and it's bad for investment. For Burberry, who make Yorkshire Macs in Castleford that they sell all over the world, that means the impact on their supply chains and on our manufacturing production. And Burberry contacted me to say they respect the outcome of the referendum, they remain hopeful of an orderly withdrawal and a workable transition, but they are deeply worried about no deal. Listen to Airbus or Ford or JLR. We should be standing up for British manufacturing at the very backbone of our national economy. We should be helping our industry compete with the best in the world, not holding them back or doing them in. And for small businesses, it is even worse, because entrepreneurs who have mortgaged their house or used their life savings maybe to set up a florist that is dependent on bringing the flowers in from the Netherlands but cannot cope with delays to those flowers in transit, some of those small businesses could end up going under because of delays and decisions in this House and in this government. And for our public services, it is just shocking what we come to when our NHS is having to spend millions of pounds on stockpiling medicines, on fridges and air freight, when they're being told they need to call the Navy in. That money should be going into patient care. And I am most worried of all that tariffs on food, the WTO tariffs that some people are so blasé about, will hit the poorest families hardest. 14 million of our fellow citizens are already living in poverty, including 4.5 million children. In Airedale, in my constituency, local councillors have set up holiday lunch clubs because the children are going hungry when they don't have their free school meals, because parents can't afford the food bills. So is the government really going to stand back and let tariffs be put on our food and push more of those families into poverty if we end up with no deal? Because it won't be government ministers and it won't be the hardliners who pay the price. It will be the poorest families in the country. And there is a real threat too, the warnings that we've had on national security. Last week, the country's most senior counter-terrorism police officer, Neil Basu, described no deal as a very bad place for this country and Europe to be, because we will lose the crucial database, the crucial criminal tools that we use. Those top police officers making those warnings are not Project Fear. Their job is to reassure they work and they cope with whatever situation people throw at them. But when they are warning about the risks of no deal, we should be supporting them and not making their crucial job harder to keep us safe. Now, I know how hard this debate is for many on all sides. I know the accusations being thrown about. I know the false claims, fake memes, the abuse. And I know how hard it seems to have become to have a calm and common sense debate without words being lifted or twisted. And I know too how much a lot of people kind of want somebody else to take the responsibility for that. And I fear that is what the Prime Minister wants, that government ministers want, that other people should take responsibility. But we can't. We can't be cowardly about this. The Prime Minister's running out of time. Too few dare say it, but everyone knows it. So before it is too late, we have to be honest about this, and I urge people to support this amendment to give the chance to discuss this bill, because if we can't be honest about this at such a historic time, I don't know what politics is for.
Thank you. An 8-minute limit applies with immediate effect. Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I've found the process of Brexit some of the most wearisome and unpleasant period of my time in this House. I can't deny it. But I suppose I should have one little bit of silver lining to the cloud in finding this afternoon that an amendment which I first proposed last summer and which was vehemently denounced by some of my honourable and right honourable friends as being about to break the party apart, and which I then brought back just before Christmas and got through the House with the help of many honourable and right honourable members, now appears to have something to commend it to the very people who denounced it then. Because I note with pleasure that Amendment N appears to command some support on this side of the House and from my right honourable friend the Prime Minister, and of course that couldn't even have been brought up for consideration if the system that had been devised for this House to simply have motions unamendable in neutral terms had been followed. So I derive some slight satisfaction from it. And I now would like to tempt the House to accept another amendment, G. And I'd like to explain briefly why. We are mired in complete paralysis. The deal that my right honourable friend the Prime Minister brought back, and which is a deal I suspect probably the best deal available, does not commend itself to many of my right honourable and honourable friends, because if they voted leave, they look at it and it doesn't meet their dreams at all. And to somebody like myself, I have to say that when I look at the deal and look at it objectively from the point of view of an ex-Remainer, I simply cannot understand how we are going to be better off leaving on such terms than remaining in the European Union. No, I'll just make some progress, if I may. And so in those circumstances, we have to find a way forward. And throughout the times that I have tabled amendments for this House to consider, I've tried to avoid objectives and tried to look at process. And quite frankly, we could do with more days of debate of this sort, unless or until we reach agreement. Of course, if we do reach agreement, then this amendment, we can have another business motion of the House and we'll just drop the remaining sitting days. But I think it's rather sensible to set aside 6 days between now and the end of March, when this House, free of the interference of government, which I have to say I'm afraid has sought consistently to restrict debate into an absolute straitjacket of what it wanted to hear and nothing else.
Yes.
That if we have those days, it will help us, just as we're actually starting to tease out this afternoon, to make a little bit of progress towards compromise. Now, of course, my views are well known, and I come back to them right at the end, about the desirability of a further referendum. But I'm perfectly aware there are many members in this House who don't agree with that, even if they also share my regret at what we're doing in leaving the EU. But that in no way, just a moment, that in no way diminishes for me the value of these days. And I do say this, I agree entirely with the Father of the House and with my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, the idea that this is some constitutional abomination simply does not bear scrutiny. We are in control of our standing orders, and changing them in this way to get the debates we need is entirely in keeping with the traditions of this House and the fact that the government in this area simply does not enjoy the majority which some governments have normally used to suppress it. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Refers to national suicide, as it did the other day, is now moving towards a proposition which involves constitutional homicide. But can I put that another way? Would my right honourable friend agree that he himself voted for the Withdrawal Act, which states quite unequivocally that the 1972 Act will be expressly repealed? Therefore, is what he's now saying going to contradict that, because he does not want the 1972 Act to be expressly repealed? Yes or no?
If I may say to my honourable friend, he is familiar enough with the constitutions of this country and this House to know that this House can propose, this House can debate, this House can pass laws, and this House can revoke laws. We do it quite often sometimes, laws that have never actually been implemented. So this House can do what it thinks it's right at any given moment, and that is the flexibility which we need. And I will only say this at the moment, I put my amendment forward in the spirit of trying to reach some sort of understanding of where the majority might lie to bring this unhappy episode to a conclusion. And I've also made very clear that in doing that, one has to keep in mind the decision and respect the decision of the earlier referendum, but that does not mean, and I'll come back to this in a moment as well, that you simply say that you're going to drag the country out on terms that nobody very much seems to support towards a future which on the face of it looks pretty bad. And that is an abdication of our responsibility. Now, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has also said that this House should say what it wants and what it doesn't want. But if I may say to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, knowing what you don't want can be quite a good starting place to understanding where compromise is reached over what you're prepared to accept. And actually, there are motions down this evening on no deal, which I shall support, because it's quite clear to me that this House utterly rejects no deal. And therefore I will vote for those as well, and I would ask the House to vote for mine, which is neutral in terms of objective, but I think will give us the opportunity we need to continue developing the debate we have to have if we are to resolve this matter sensibly. Now, there is then Amendment N. And I have to say it's quite a tempting amendment in some ways. Our party on this side has deep divisions over Brexit, and we know the pleasure we get when, because of the respect and affection we have for each other, we can all vote together. We did it when we supported my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, on the motion of confidence. And for that reason, very tempting to be told that we should just vote for Amendment N and send some message that we could just be very close to resolving our disagreements with the EU and doing it collectively. But I do have some slight anxiety about this. The backstop is indeed a rather humiliating thing. That's why the honourable gentlemen who are members of the DUP and members don't like it, and I can understand it as a unionist to the bottom of my heart, because it highlights the fact that in leaving the EU is going to continue to have a hold constitutionally over some of the things that we do. But the truth is that the backstop is just the outward sign of a much more profound truth, that ever since we signed up to the Good Friday Agreement to resolve on a permanent basis an outstanding issue, constitutional issue of identity in Ireland, on the island of Ireland, we have bound ourselves to keep an open border. And the unpleasant truth is that that is incompatible with the aim of some of my honourable and right honourable members in wanting to take us to a future where we diverge on tariffs and regulation, and which inevitably therefore leads to a hard border having to be introduced. So I do fear that what we're being asked to do this evening in supporting Amendment N is a piece of displacement activity, something which I'm afraid this House has specialised in the last 2.5 years, and one often sees young children doing when they're asked to face up to something which they don't like. And that seems to me to be what this amendment is about. Because firstly, it's quite clear that the EU will not negotiate on it, although I do accept that if you don't ask, you don't get. But secondly, even if we were to get the backstop removed, the trouble I have is that actually what some of my honourable and right honourable friends are asking for is inevitably going to bring this conflict into the open once we're gone. And if I may gently say to them, this is one of the issues we need to debate on those 6 days, I hope I may have set aside for the House, because there is a lack of trust about future intention which makes the 29th of March completely irrelevant, because the truth is the disputes will resume immediately afterwards about the nature of our state and how we relate to those around us. So for that reason, I'm afraid I cannot support Amendment N, but I am delighted if it's at least by my previous amendment provided an opportunity to this House to start having a dialogue, and I hope very much we can pursue it.
Thank you. Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I think we all realise that today is predominantly about process, but that cannot hide one essential truth. We are facing a crisis. Our country is in a state of suspended animation because of that crisis. And the intemperate nature of the debate, partly today and certainly outside this chamber, is, I think, a consequence of that crisis, because in truth, every single one of us here is anxious about what is going to happen to our country. Now, following the defeat of the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement and political declaration, she said she would reach out, and I welcomed that. But it would have been much better if it had been done 2 years ago. But what we now know is that she is not for turning on the political declaration, but she seeks somehow to change the backstop. Now, I am all for optimism, Mr. Speaker, but I somehow doubt that the EU is for turning on this issue either. And unless the Prime Minister knows something that we do not, then I do not see how it is going to be changed. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'm just wondering if he's aware of the fact that today Guy Verhofstadt has said the deal we have is fair and cannot be renegotiated. The backstop is needed because of the UK red lines and was crafted by the UK and the EU to secure the Good Friday Agreement. We remain open to positive changes regarding the future relationship, and it's time for a more consensual, cross-party approach to deliver this. Doesn't this make it absolutely clear that the Prime Minister's approach is a charade and it needs to be stopped now?
I fear that my honourable friend is right, as the Prime Minister will find out. She's going to have to return to the House. I suspect, and say, I'm sorry, I couldn't get the thing that some members object to removed. And so I would simply say that if members do not want Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom to have different rules, and if they want to ensure in all circumstances that goods can flow freely without tariffs or delays or paperwork and checks, then it is the political declaration that needs to be changed. So it is, frankly, well, I will give way, and then I want to make progress.
In supporting Amendment N, the Prime Minister has driven a coach and horses through the deal that she asked us to endorse a fortnight ago. If my right honourable friend is right that she cannot secure legal change in the withdrawal agreement, what can she come back with on February the 13th?
Well, in truth, it's very hard to see what she can come back with if my honourable friend is correct in his assessment. And it is frankly odd, to put it very gently, we are spending so much time on the backstop, which is something the government signed up to over a year ago, when we really ought to be debating the most important issue, which is the future of our relationship with our European neighbours. Because the reason why the defeat was so large, certainly on this side of the House, is because we are not prepared to sign up to a deal that, far from giving the nation certainty about the future of that relationship, has shrouded it in fog and mist that is entirely of the government's own making. Now, my preferred approach, as members will probably know, EA and a customs union, other members have different views, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, I put down the amendment calling for indicative votes as recommended by the Select Committee. And although the Prime Minister today appeared to be unenthusiastic about indicative votes, she spent most of her speech hoovering up indicative suggestions, mainly from that side of the chamber. But I would gently say to her that one day she may find herself climbing into the little rubber life rope to call a lifeboat, to quote a former Prime Minister, of indicative votes. Because until that central issue is addressed, until the government is honest with the House about the choices that we actually have to make, then we will continue to remain in our current state, businesses will continue to remain uncertain about their future, and frankly the public will continue to ask us what on earth is going on. Which brings me today, Mr. Speaker, to the amendments which seek to prevent us from leaving the EU without an agreement in just 59 days' time. Now, on Monday, yesterday, the Select Committee very quickly...
Right, Honourable giving way. Just the point he was just making, does he agree with me that if we are to succeed in using indicative votes as a process for getting to a resolution, honourable members on both sides of the House and all parts of the House are going to have to be willing to sacrifice their first preference and ask instead the question, what can I tolerate?
Well, I would say to the right honourable gentleman, as I've said to the House before, in the end, if we're going to make progress, people are going to have to compromise. It's a very British tradition which seems to be somewhat lacking in the process at the moment. But the Select Committee took a lot of evidence, and we came to a very, very stark conclusion, and I will quote what we said. A managed no deal cannot constitute the policy of any responsible government. And I don't think that conclusion will come as a surprise to the Prime Minister. She knows it, most of the Cabinet know it, business knows it, the House knows that the damage that would be inflicted, the sheer practical difficulties of leaving on the 29th of March, mean that this is an outcome that cannot possibly be contemplated. And I know there's some on that side of the House who say, it's all exaggerated. But the thing I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is why is it that they, with great respect, appear to know more about the consequences of no deal than the businesses that import things, make things and export things know about what it would mean for them, because they do not want tariffs, no, I won't give way, bureaucracy, delays and checks. Now, the truth is nobody has any idea what customs officers in Calais will do on the first day and the second day if there was a no-deal Brexit. But eventually, they are going to have to start checking goods, because we will be a third country. And every lorry that is stopped, the lorries back up from Dover. No, I won't give way. No, the lorries back up from Dover, and a lorry stuck on the M20 cannot be in Germany to pick up the car parts that car plants in Britain require in order to function. And when you add in, Mr. Speaker, when you add in what my right honourable friend in her powerful speech said about security, uncertainty for citizens here and abroad, maybe some British citizens will feel because of that uncertainty they must return to the United Kingdom, you realise why this is a prospect that cannot be contemplated. And I wouldn't want to be the government that had to explain to the British people why these things were happening when the government was responsible for it in the first place. So while many of us may still cling to the hope that the Prime Minister won't do it, I'm not absolutely sure, and that is why I will be voting enthusiastically for the amendment moved by my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, for the amendment proposed by the right honourable and learned gentleman for Beaconsfield.
Order, Mr. Jolly. I hope it's a point of order, not a point of frustration or irritation, which is an abuse of the procedures of the House. The honourable gentleman.
I wish the House to be inadvertently misled, and the number of lorries that are checked is 1.3%. As a constituency MP...
No, I'm immensely grateful to the honourable gentleman, but that is an expression of opinion in political debate, which is not a matter for the arbitration by the chair. Mr. Hilary Benn.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I shall also be voting for the amendment moved by my honourable friend, the member for Leeds West, my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Erdington, and the honourable member for Meriden. And whatever happens, it is quite clear now that we are going to need more time. And one day the Prime Minister will stand up at that dispatch box, unless she's required by the House to do so before then, and say, I am now applying for an extension to Article 50. So while she may not be willing to face up to the real choices today that confront us, the day will soon come when she will have to, because we have a choice to be made in this House about the future relationship that we want. Now, since the Prime Minister is asking for suggestions, here's mine. We should ask the European Union now to negotiate the details of the future relationship. Now, when the EU says, well, we can't do that, of course we can't sign an agreement, but point to paragraph 23 of the political declaration, because it talks about, and I quote, no tariffs, fees, charges or quantitative restrictions. It talks about building and improving on, and I quote, the single customs territory, which obviates the needs for checks on rules of origin. Now, note it says no tariffs, not zero tariffs. No tariffs means a customs union. The problem is the Prime Minister can't bring herself to say those words. So if we have been able, in the negotiations thus far, to reach agreement on something as specific as no tariffs, then there is no reason in principle why we cannot do the same with all of the other things that need to be sorted out. And if that did happen, then the fears on that side of the House and the fears on this side of the House about what the future relationship might look like could be resolved. And at that point, we could vote. While remaining members of the EU, we could vote at that point on whether we accept the withdrawal agreement. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, while I do very much hope that the House of Commons will take control of the process, and I absolutely agree with the Right Honourable and learned gentleman when he said there is nothing unconstitutional about us doing our job. There is nothing unconstitutional about my Right Honourable friend, in effect, bringing forward a private member's bill, and by her amendment, if it's successful, putting it on the order paper for the 5th of February. We pass private members' bills, I'm concluding, every year, and there's nothing wrong about that. We need to take control of the process because the government has clearly lost control of it, and the moment will come when we have to decide what we want and not just how we get to the point of decision. And for any progress to be made on that in future, then what we will need more than anything else, and the Right Honourable gentleman who intervened alluded to it, is open minds rather than minds that are closed to the risks that are now facing our country.
Order. 6-minute limit. Dame Caroline Spelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as always a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable gentleman who, if I may so, spoke with great wisdom and clarity, as always. Mr. Speaker, a no-deal Brexit would have not just a huge economic, but also a huge human cost, and that is what drives me to put this amendment. The Honourable Member for Birmingham, Erdington and I are co-authors of this. We are neighbours. We have seen the lives of our constituents transformed by the renaissance of manufacturing in our region. It now exports more than any other region to the EU, which is its principal market. But Brexit is putting this at risk. So as a group of cross-party MPs, we began meeting together 6 months ago to discuss how to help, as we are already losing jobs. not just because of Brexit, but it has made it worse. We co-authored a letter to the Prime Minister calling for a no-deal Brexit to be ruled out, and I want to thank those who signed. It attracted 225 signatures from MPs of 6 parties from all over Britain. The signatories are both Remainers and Leavers, but we agree on one thing. We are against a no-deal Brexit. Now, hardly a day goes by without a new business calling for no deal to be prevented. Yesterday, it was the supermarkets who fear their shelves will be empty. And before that, the security analysts advising us of increased risks. And before that, Airbus, Rolls-Royce, Siemens, Ford, the National Farmers Union and other farming organisations. The list is simply endless. The CBI has described this as a monumental act of self-harm to be avoided at all costs. Crashing out without a deal simply makes our exports instantly less competitive. The government says it's not its policy to leave with no deal, so let's rule it out. The threat of no deal has been used as a stick to get more concessions, but in my view, that card has played out. It has not secured the needed changes, as for example on the backstop. So as a former negotiator, I would flip that card round the other way, as a carrot, offering to take no deal off the table in return for concessions which will get the deal over the line. Now, I want to be clear. I am not blocking Brexit. I am committed to honouring the referendum result. I voted for the withdrawal agreement. I have read all 585 pages, and I would urge colleagues perhaps to have a fresh look at it. It may not be perfect, but local businesses tell me it's good enough and works for them.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I give way.
In addition to the businesses themselves, does the Honourable Lady not welcome the communications from the workers in those businesses, particularly Jaguar Land Rover, who've communicated with members of Parliament, such as myself, telling me their concerns about a no-deal Brexit?
My honourable friend is quite right, and as a fellow West Midlander, he will know that many of us had a personal handwritten letter, or an original email, I would say, about the impact of the human cost on our constituents' lives, which you just can't ignore. Now, I know others need persuading about withdrawal agreement. And on this point, I would encourage colleagues to read the document my right honourable friend has just removed, the document produced by the House of Commons Library. What if there is no Brexit deal? Now, this document could usefully inform 6 days of debate, because we ought to debate what the House of Commons Library tells us are the really important issues that we need to consider. I'm short of time now, so if you would allow me just to continue. As no deal looms, just think of the human cost. Hundreds of young people, like the single mums on my council estate, got apprenticeships, then well-paid work in manufacturing, and now their jobs are at risk. Voting no to no deal means we must agree a deal. The longer the uncertainty continues, the harder it gets for business. Stockpiling is costly and inefficient. The cost comes off the bottom line, and in the end that costs jobs. Just-in-time supply chains will be not in time with any hold-up at the border, and some factories are already stopping production to limit the disruption. If we agree no deal is not an option, then it's incumbent on all party leaders to get round the table, and I think I heard the opposition leader say that he would today. The Malthouse Initiative is an example of a new contribution to break the deadlock, but to negotiate any new deal with the EU will take time and cause a delay, which would then be inevitable. And I'm with the Leader of the House in this, in trying to keep a delay to a minimum. Now, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't seem to have read my amendment because he thinks that it calls for a delay. It doesn't, because time costs money for business. We know there's a majority for no to no deal in this Parliament. It was voted on as part of the Finance Bill. But that sheer complexity of it put some people off, including me. So this is a simple vote on whether colleagues support no deal or not. It is, as commentators say, it's not processy. And I'm surprised that, having been defeated on this issue once, the government might still want to whip against this amendment. But then these are not normal times in politics. The public are weary with the Brexit debate. It is not quick and painless as promised. They want us to come together in the national interest, and we can do that by agreeing no to no deal. But that means there has to be a deal and then doing it. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a natural rebel. Indeed, I don't accept that label, supporting something which commands a majority in this House. But I see that the Speaker's chaplain is here to remind us all that we need to be respectful. And I am a peacemaker, and I urge all parties on all sides of the House to come together in an outbreak of pragmatism and to agree a deal. To vote for this amendment commits us all to that quest.
Well done. Sir Vincent Cable.
Mr. Speaker, we've had a very emotional and raucous debate, whereas I think actually what the people outside are looking for, as I think the member for Norman to put it, is something that's rather more calm and deliberative and constructive. And I think the central issue we're addressing today is how we dispose of this no-deal option, which, as the member for Vagrancy pointed out, is something for which there's an overwhelming majority here. And there's a whole series of amendments down to achieve that, and they go about it in different ways. I think the member for Merridans, I think it's a declaratory statement. The member for Beaconsfield wants a better process. The member for Leeds West and Normanton want more time. None of them in themselves provide a solution, but they are an important and positive step on the way, and we should support them. The issue we have to address is why this whole concept of no deal is out there. Well, let's be very clear, it is a choice. It's not going to be something imposed on the UK by the European Union. The UK has the legal authority to stop it. And if it isn't stopped, it is a choice. So why is it out there? It is out there because there is a complex game of chicken going on. The option of no deal was used initially to try to frighten the European Union. It had absolutely no effect whatever. It has been used to frighten wavering members of Parliament. We will see how many do waver. It certainly had an impact on frightening business. One of the things that worries me about today's debate is that this game of chicken has now acquired a dangerous new twist. Because if there is a support for the amendment from the member for Altrincham, the government will go back to Europe with what it calls alternative arrangements. We have no idea what these are. I've had no mention today of Chequers. Does anybody remember Chequers? We had this 6 months ago. A special summit called by the Prime Minister to discuss these alternative arrangements. The best brains in Britain were employed to look at technological solutions. And the others were rejected. There were no alternative arrangements. So has somebody made an invention in the last 6 months? We haven't been told about it. I mean, I think I'm not always cynical, but I think, frankly, there is nothing in it. But it remains to be seen. But the government's going to go back to the European Union, and they were very polite, and I think they genuinely want to help the government. And they say, what is all this about? And they will have to say no. Not that they want to say no, they will have to say no. And then the government will come back here, and there will be another round of anger. And I'm sure not the Prime Minister or the member for Altrincham, but other people will say, well, you see, it's all these bloody Europeans. They're blocking it. They're pushing us out. They're going to cause mayhem. It's all their fault. And the ugly nationalism that is just lurking behind the surface will bubble forth. I mean, that is what is now in store. And the government's action today is making this more likely. But I would also say that, we talk about no deal as if it's a hypothetical possibility. But actually, it is real and now. Partly because of the job I had in the coalition government, I spend a lot of time talking to businesses, big and small, around the country. And what they all say to me is, actually, no deal is happening now. They're having their contracts cancelled, either directly because somebody down the supply chain is losing a contract. They're piling up inventories they don't need at great cost. If they're estate agents, they're having travel cancelled because of 3 months' notice. The impact is already being felt. Now, companies are absorbing it as they would. But in a few years, from months down the track, the economic impact is going to be very real. Now, the private enterprise system depends on what Keynes called animal spirits. One of the animal spirits is panic. And there is a real danger now of panic getting hold in the way that it did 10 years ago, in a different way in the financial crisis. And the longer we leave this no deal on the table, the greater the risk of that happening and its consequences. I mean, there are other alternatives. We're not discussing it tonight. The Prime Minister is quite right when she says, as she often does, the alternative to no deal is a deal. Well, she's absolutely right. But there are two deals already on the table. There's the one she's negotiated and the one we've already got. And there's the option, which we are not debating today, but I think we will probably come back to, of saying whether we should put that choice to the public. Well, the government says this is horrendous, that it will stir up deep social divisions, but I just ask her to consider whether the social divisions that might be accentuated in that way are greater than the social divisions that would be created if we have a no-deal world, which we are in danger of heading towards. So that's why I and my colleagues on these benches will return, and I'm sure there will be a greater appetite in a few weeks' time for considering that option of going back to the public to have the final say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For calling me. I think the right honourable gentleman opposite who's just spoken should beware sometimes, whilst not wishing perhaps to do so, that he might be talking up the possibility of panic and maybe spreading gloom and despondency unnecessarily. But, Mr. Speaker, I want, in the short time available to me, I'll take less than the 6 minutes if I possibly can, because my points are few and simple, and also because in the over 21 years that I've been here, I have to say this is the first time that I have experienced tabling an amendment and then winning the support of a Prime Minister for it. And the Prime Minister, in her opening remarks, did, of course, allude to Amendment N. But I rise to support the amendment that stands in my name and that of the Chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, elected, of course, by the whole House and by my right honourable friend, the member for Ashford, and many others, including members on both sides of the House. I will also oppose those amendments which seek to delay the process of Article 50 and those which might rule out some of the options. And I do so without any suggestion that these are necessarily deliberately intended to damage the process of Brexit. But I do think they carry considerable dangers in them. Those that seek to delay the process risk removing that pressure point, that decision point, that moment of decision which is bringing greater focus to the negotiations at this point. And I think it has been palpable in the last couple of weeks that we've seen more evidence of flexibility from the EU side in the negotiations, a greater willingness to look at how they might assist the United Kingdom to come to an arrangement that we can agree which can take us out of the European Union in an orderly and managed way. So I think there's a real danger in that. I think there's a danger too yes, I will.
What legally binding change to the arrangements does he now feel the EU will sign up to that they wouldn't have signed up to a few weeks ago?
Well, I will, of course, come to those matters, and I've got very little time, but I can assure him that is my intention in speaking in this debate. But I did want first also to turn to those amendments which deal with procedure, and I entirely accept what my right honourable friend, the Father of the House, said. It is the right of this House to change procedure. But I would make a slightly different point, which is that I think it is unwise to change procedure without forethought. I think it is unwise to change procedure on the hoof. I think it's unwise to do it for a particular purpose. Happily.
Thank you. I appreciate my right honourable friend for giving way. Would he not appreciate that the reason that members in this House on both sides are having to table amendments like this is because we have had over 2 years of Parliament not being involved in the biggest decision facing our country for generations. And the fact that we have been ignored means we have not been able to, in representative democracy, represent our constituents.
And our Right Honourable friend for Beaconsfield made it very clear he welcomed some of the changes that have taken place, welcomed the debate that we're having now, but that wasn't a dramatic procedural change. I'm talking about things that come right to the heart of how this place is run. And as Mr. Speaker will recall, I had the pleasure of serving many years ago on the Committee on Parliamentary Reform, the committee that became known as the Right Committee, and have a long history of interest in reform of Parliament, and I'm very proud of some of the changes that we achieved, and there are others that we sought to achieve as well. But I do just warn colleagues against the danger of doing some of these things without considerable forethought and consideration, because we often find that we're stuck with these changes for many years or decades to come, and they can have unintended consequences too. I'm going to speak very briefly to my Amendment N. The reason that I tabled it was that having seen the agreement reached at Chequers, I've mentioned it, having seen the agreement reached at Chequers, having seen the progress being made towards a withdrawal agreement, which it was very clear not all of us would be able to embrace with great enthusiasm, it was becoming very obvious to me, for a variety of reasons, the fact we don't have an overall majority in the House of Commons, the complexity of the arrangements, that it was going to be necessary to compromise. And I thought, as we worked towards that withdrawal agreement, that we might reach the point where there was a compromise that we could embrace, even if it was with a lack of huge enthusiasm. But there was, in that withdrawal agreement, one compromise too far. And it isn't, I think it's important to say, the whole concept of the backstop. The compromise too far is the possibility that that backstop arrangement, which is explicitly intended never to be anything more than a temporary arrangement, could, in the terms in which it has been brought forward, actually become a permanent arrangement. And by doing so could lock in a situation where Northern Ireland is treated differently from the rest of the United Kingdom perpetually, and where the whole of the United Kingdom is locked in the customs union in perpetuity as well. And that is the reason why I couldn't support the withdrawal agreement when we voted 2 weeks ago. And I know that was the most important reason, not the only reason, but the most important reason why so many colleagues on this side of the House, and I think in the Democratic Unionists as well, were unable to bring themselves to support that agreement. But after the defeat of the agreement by such a big majority, there was a kind of fashionable idea that took hold, to say there was simply nothing that this House could agree. There was no majority for any arrangement that could possibly deliver the result of the referendum and take us in an orderly fashion out of the European Union. Well, I don't believe that is true, Mr. Speaker, and what I hope to demonstrate with Amendment N today is that there is an agreement which can win majority support in this House of Commons, and that by voting for Amendment N, we can send the Prime Minister back to Brussels to negotiate. We can do so having strengthened her hand. Yeah. I would very much like to, but I've used up my two allowed interventions. We can send her back with a strengthened position, able to say that she has a real mandate from this House and to ask for real change.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Amendment J in my name and the name of other honourable and right honourable members, and also to express support for the amendments from the Leader of the Opposition and my honourable friends from Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, and from Leeds Central, and for the Right Honourable Lady from Meriden and the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman from from Beaconsfield. I'm motivated to move my amendment because I want so much, Mr Speaker, to rule out leaving without a deal on the 29th of March. And I believe that by extending Article 50, if we get to the position where just a month before we are due to leave the European Union and we do not have a deal, that extending Article 50 is the way to achieve that. I come to this debate with the ringing in my ears the evidence that we have taken on the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Select Committee. And while businesses have many views about where they might want to end up and with what sort of deal, what unites them is a determination that we do not crash out of the European Union without any deal at all, because of the impact that that will have on free and frictionless trade, which businesses have grown to rely on through our membership of the European Union over the last decades. Whether it is Honda, who warned our Select Committee that every 15 minutes of delay at the borders cost £850,000, the Food and Drink Federation, who talked about European businesses hoovering up markets that had previously been well served by UK companies, the pharmaceutical companies, or the British Retail Consortium most recently. I will give way to my honourable friend.
Would you agree with me that the threat of no deal is already having a material effect, because businesses are telling me in the West Midlands that they're already putting orders on hold and they're already withdrawing investment or postponing investment decisions because of the threat of no deal?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I think that passing this amendment this evening would give certainty to businesses that we will not crash out, that they don't have to look to offshore more work, to potentially lay off more workers, to build up their inventory supply. It will give workers certainty, and trade unions are also saying that the very worst thing for our economy and for people working on our economy is to crash out without a deal. And as my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford said, it will give assurance to families and pensioners, particularly those on fixed incomes, who are incredibly worried about the rising costs of essentials in the shops when they are already struggling with the cost of living. I will take one more intervention, then I'll...
Very, very effective chair of the Business Select Committee, and she heard, as I did, businesses argue for no deal, but in the main businesses saying they recognise that the Prime Minister's deal, while having many faults, is better than the continued uncertainty. Why is she not able to accept that contention from the businesses that we've heard? Why does she think that her method of continuing the process is better than accepting what we heard businesses say?
Honourable friend for his intervention, and him and the Honourable Lady for Edisbury, fantastic members of my Select Committee, as are all the others. I would just say that the deal has been rejected, and all this amendment says is that if we get to the 26th of February, just 31 days before we are due to leave the European Union, and we still don't have a deal agreed, we need at that point to have in place a mechanism to give us more time, and that is simply what this amendment seeks to do. It doesn't say today we should extend Article 50. It doesn't come to a conclusion about what final deal we come to. But it does say we need time to get this right, to secure a deal so that we don't crash out without a deal. We must avoid the chaos for business and, as other members have said, for policing and security that we all know will occur if we crash out without a deal. And I believe that the Prime Minister knows that as well, and this gives her and the government space as well to get the right deal. The most obvious way to ensure that we don't leave without a deal is to take no deal on the 29th of March off the table. And the way to do that is to put in this place, this mechanism, to extend Article 50 if we get to the 26th of February without having secured a deal. It will give us the time that we desperately need to get this right. It's exactly the opposite of the dangerous tactic of running down the clock and putting pressure on members to agree a deal that many of us think and believe very strongly is a bad deal for our country. I won't, just because of the time, if that's okay. My amendment, as I said, is very simple. It calls on the government to extend Article 50 in the event that we don't have a deal by the 26th. It doesn't mean, it still means that the Prime Minister can come back here on the 13th or the 14th of February, and if she can get her deal through Parliament, this amendment becomes irrelevant. So this still ensures that the Prime Minister has time. She still has another month to secure agreement, but it gives us further time if that is necessary. My amendment doesn't specify an amount of time for which we should extend Article 54. That will be up to the government to seek that with our counterparts in the European Union. It is different from the amendment from my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. My right honourable friend rightly tries to secure through legislation the extension to Article 50 if needed, because so many of us have lost trust and lost faith in this government because they have let us down on too many occasions. This amendment does not seek to go as far as what my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford does, although I very much support and will be voting for her amendment this evening. So this gives us the time to get it right. There are many alternatives, and let's now explore those with the time that we've got left. And let's try and find consensus and compromise where it can be found. But let's not box ourselves in. Let's not get this wrong and then have to live with the consequences of either a bad deal or crashing out without a deal. We all, Mr. Speaker, have conflicting pressures. We have duties to our constituents. We have duties and obligations to our parties. And we also have to listen to our consciences. But I believe in issues like this, we must all put aside all those different interests and act in the national interest. And we must rise to that challenge when we vote this evening. So my message to honourable and right honourable members about the merits of my amendment and why I hope that they will support it are straightforward. If you voted Leave and want to see Brexit resolved but are worried about the dangers of a no-deal Brexit, this amendment removes that risk. If you're pushing for Norway Plus solution, then this amendment keeps open that possibility. If you're looking to protect environmental standards, consumer and workers' rights, a customs union, a strong single market deal, this amendment allows you to continue making that argument and win that argument. And if you want a people's vote, but accept that the immediate priority must be in taking no deal off the table, then this amendment is a key part of that process. With the countdown clock ticking down by the day, we must all work together and agree a way forward by joining forces to end any prospect of a no-deal Brexit and give us the time to come up with a workable solution. We must not let our country down and crash out of the European Union without a deal, and that's why I would urge you to support my amendment this evening.
Order. 5-minute limit now, please. Dominic Raab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here. Always a pleasure to follow the honourable lady, the member for Leeds West, and she made her case in a powerful and cogent way. I want to, for my part, strengthen the hand of this Prime Minister and this government in returning to Brussels. And I believe that there are a range of changes that would render the withdrawal agreement, and in particular the backstop, acceptable to myself, but also more generally across this House. That could be in the form of a sunset mechanism or an exit mechanism over which we exercise control, but with assurances to our friends and partners in Dublin around its exercise. Now, I listened very carefully to the right honourable gentleman, the member for Twickenham, about whether this was possible. It is possible. Michel Barnier has said it very clearly on the 24th of January, that on the EU side, in relation to the no-deal scenario, and I quote, "We would be obliged to carry out controls on goods arriving in the Republic of Ireland. My team have worked hard to study how controls can be made paperless or decentralised, which will be useful in all circumstances." And he later confirmed and clarified that, and again I quote, "an operational way of carrying out checks and controls without putting back in place a border would have to be found." So I think we need to be clear that this is not a question of whether it can be done, it is a political choice. I would also suggest that paragraph 23 of the political declaration was clarified to make clear a transition to a best-in-class free trade agreement. Let me, in the brief time available, address the two key amendments in my view. And I listened very carefully to the right honourable lady, the member for Pontefract, and I am worried about the constitutional precedent that she would set. But most of all, her amendment and the bill that follows purports to be neutral in relation just to process, but in fact, on the substance, it is a Pandora's box. Because it would mandate an extension for 9 months of negotiations,
whereas the EU has ruled out such a long extension, and in any case, for an extension would need to know the... I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
The honourable member for giving way. I'm very grateful to him. Can I just make absolutely clear, this is not an intention to mandate 9 months. I think that would be very unhelpful. It's very clear that the point is any motion that is put forward at the end of February is amendable. It should be for the House to decide at that point, and if necessary, we can make that clearer as the bill passes through in order to avoid any unhelpful conclusions on this.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, but it does say in the bill very clearly that it would be 9 months, and the EU has made clear it would need to know the strategic objective of any extension. And I'll just make a bit of progress, and then I will certainly take at least one more intervention, but allow colleagues to come in. And there is no place in this bill where the approach that the Honourable Lady would seek to pursue on the substance is set out. It is not clear that it's the Norway option, the second referendum option. It is neutral. In fact, it is empty on the substance. And I will take the Honourable Lady's advice, because I've listened to her very carefully and with respect throughout these debates. And indeed, back in February of 2018, she said that the government say they don't want to be in the single market, but they've not told us what they want instead. The clock is ticking, and when you're running out of time, you can't keep kicking the can down the road. And yet that is precisely what her amendment and her bill would do. Just last November, in relation to the 500 pages of the government's withdrawal agreement and the political declaration, she said to the House that this is not a deal for the future, it is just a stopgap. We have no idea where this is heading. And again, I just gently and respectfully say that that is, I'm afraid, precisely what her amendment and her bill is vulnerable to, the very charge that she has herself levelled at the government and the Prime Minister. Indeed, just moments ago, and I listened to her speech carefully with respect, she talked about avoiding a blindfold Brexit. I'm afraid her approach is precisely a blindfold approach. It's not clear whether she backs Norway, second referendum, but what I worry about most is the fact that, as she said, it is amendable. And that, I'm afraid, without her setting out the positive proposal that she's setting forward, will lead to understandable fears that actually it is a ruse to reverse or frustrate Brexit. And there will be people that, because of the absence of her setting out a substantive, credible alternative, that will fear just that. But that's not... I will give way to my honourable friend.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend it persists in ignoring what the honourable lady has informed him about the true intention of the bill which I am supporting with her. It is very clear that there would be, if this amendment passed, that Amendment B is passed, there would be 2 opportunities to amend the length of the extension, both during the bill's passage in all common stages, where a majority would be required for every stage on Tuesday of next week, and through the motion that the government would need to bring forward on February the 26th. And it is entirely scurrilous to suggest that there's somehow a hidden plot to revoke Brexit when both the Honourable Lady and I have been absolutely explicit that we would never vote for it, and if there was a majority in this Parliament for it, that's the only way it could ever be amended.
I thank my honourable friend. The problem he's got is that he very powerfully has made the case for the Norway option, but I also read my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Beaconsfield's cogent case in the Sunday Times about why this was wrong and actually we should have a second referendum. And therefore it is a climbing frame for everyone with a different view to get on board with just 2 months to go till Brexit. And what I fear most about this approach is that it will encourage the EU at the 11th hour of these negotiations to avoid... I won't give way one more time, sorry, I've only got 2 minutes left and others want to come in. It will encourage the EU to delay in the hope that we will settle for worse terms. And it undermines the Prime Minister at exactly the point we need to reinforce her hand. Now, I just want to turn to the second amendment, which is by my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham, Amendment N. Now, initially, I have to say I felt this was rather a vague amendment, but I understand precisely what he's seeking to achieve. And I believe, actually, the government should have come forward and tabled an amendment of its own. But the Prime Minister has come to the Chamber and given 3 assurances. One, that the changes that we will seek will be legally binding changes to the withdrawal agreement. Two, that she will undertake seriously to consider the substantive proposals of what I can only call the Morgan Malthouse compromise proposal. And thirdly, that we will have an approach that returns the revised deal to this House for a further effectively meaningful vote. And I think that on that basis, I will vote for Amendment N in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham, because I want to send the Prime Minister back to Brussels with a strong and clear sense of what we in this House will accept. And that is the best way, in fact, I think it is the only way to get a deal acceptable to this House and this country.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Esher and Walton, and can I say at the outset that for similar reasons that he has given, we have had very good discussions with the government over recent days, and indeed the other members on the backbenches in both parties, and for the reasons that he has set out, we agree that the right approach is to support the Amendment N in the division lobbies tonight in order to give the Prime Minister that necessary support which will indicate to the European Union that there is a way through which can command support in this House. The issue of the Prime Minister agreeing to bring back any final deal for a meaningful vote, the fact that it is going to be legally binding changes that she seeks, she has said about reopening the withdrawal agreement, and the fact that serious considerations will be given to options which can really bring people together on the Brexiteer and Remain side of the argument. I think these are all powerful reasons to get behind this amendment tonight. I believe that there is a way through the current difficulties in terms of the deadlock, but some of the options that are being put forward tonight through other amendments simply don't command a majority, in my view. And I think we have to be realistic about that. And I think that we want a deal, certainly on these benches, we want a deal. We do not want a no-deal outcome, but the idea of taking no deal off the table is more likely to lead to a no-deal outcome than anything else, because that's exactly what will ensure, if that were to be the case, that will exactly what will ensure that the EU holds out and gives absolutely nothing in terms of any future negotiations. And certainly, having dealt with the Irish government over many years of different hues, that's exactly the approach that they've told us that they will take. So it shouldn't become as any surprise that that should be the case. The Prime Minister has focused in on the issue. There are issues with the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration. We have some issues with those, but the backstop is the main issue. And that is the issue which, if addressed, can mean that we can get a withdrawal agreement through this House. And I don't need to rehearse all the reasons why the backstop is so difficult for us as unionists. I think the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, described it himself as damaging to the Union. The Father of the House described it as a ridiculous proposition, and the Prime Minister herself has criticised it in strong terms as something that nobody wants everybody to test, nobody likes it, and yet it remains at the heart of our debate. So we have to address the fact that with it in place, we cannot support the withdrawal agreement. Now, people say that this cannot possibly be revised. And yet, as the Honourable Gentleman has just said, Michel Barnier himself this week, having to deal with the criticism that came in the way of the European Commission spokesperson who said there would have to be a hard border in the event of a no deal, said, no, there doesn't have to be, and I won't repeat the quote that he has just given. But the fact of the matter is, if in a no-deal situation we can have a situation where there is no hard border, we can certainly have such a situation in the event of a withdrawal agreement and a deal. Of course it is the case that that is the situation. And the situation in the Irish Republic is not as homogenous as people think. The Irish Republic Prime Minister Leo Varadkar said the other day that in the event of no deal we'd have to send troops to the Irish border. And then quickly the Irish government retreated from that. He was out in Davos and he may have been mixing with all sorts of characters. I don't know who those could possibly be. And he obviously got carried away. with the rhetoric. So there's some wild stuff being said. And one of the things that really concerns many, many unionists, and we do speak for the vast bulk of unionists in this House who are concerned about the implications of the backstop, one of the most damaging arguments is that this is designed to protect the backstop, the Good Friday Agreement, the Belfast Agreement, as amended by the St Andrews Agreement. It does nothing of the sort. Lord Bew, one of the architects of people behind the Good Friday Agreement, has written a recent article, Policy Exchange, in which he says it drives a coach and horses through the Good Friday Agreement. So we need to be realistic here. By giving... give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Lord Bew went even further, I believe, in the other place last week when he described that there is one great problem with the backstop: it does not protect the Good Friday Agreement. And he's made that point repeatedly, and surely that is the issue, that the backstop actually drives the coach and horses, as he said, through the withdrawal agreement.
Yes, absolutely right. And I would urge right honourable and honourable members on all sides, please to read what he has said. He voted Remain. He's a supporter of the Good Friday. Read what he has said about this instead of listening to some of the myths that are about that. For instance, the myth that the open border is part of the Good Friday Agreement, the Belfast Agreement. The Belfast Agreement does not mention anything to do with an open border. I mean, this is a complete myth. What we want in Northern Ireland, on all sides, we as in our party are absolutely committed to no hard border on the island of Ireland, but not at the expense of creating borders down the Irish Sea with our biggest market and with affecting the integrity of the United Kingdom. That has got to be the sensible position. And I believe now, if we get behind the amendment as tabled by the honourable gentleman, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, and send the Prime Minister out to Brussels with that strong support behind her, then we can achieve something that people have said is not possible, and we can get this deal sorted out for the good of all of our country.
Thank you. Mr. Damien Green.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman from Belfast North as someone who was both present and involved when the confidence and supply arrangement was originally signed. I'm delighted that it's in such robust health today. I rise, as indeed the last two speakers have, to support Amendment N in the name of my right honourable friend from Altrincham. And I do so partly because the House now needs to say something positive. We are at the Prime Minister was right when she said in her opening speech that we all know what we don't like, what we don't like collectively. We've now got to start moving down the path quite quickly of things that we do like. And I think there are three issues that have arisen during this debate where I would invite honourable and right honourable members on all sides to question what a piece of conventional wisdom is. The first is that we both appear to agree that there should be no more delay, but actually many people on all sides will be tempted by motions tonight that will actually lead to more delay. That seems to me to be slightly incoherent. The second point that I've heard time and again is that there is something wrong with the Prime Minister radically changing the backstop arrangements when she put it forward so strongly. It does seem to me that when you put something to the House of Commons and it's defeated by 230 votes, that it's actually a certain degree of common sense involved in changing it radically. That seems to me to be sensible. And the third is the temptation not just of colleagues in this House, but of people outside, to assume that everything that is said by anyone representing the Commission or the European Parliament or anyone else must be taken as gospel, whereas anything said by a British politician must be taken as a negotiating stance. And speaking as someone who is a lifelong pro-European and who campaigned hard for Remain, I have to say I think we do need to show a bit more realism and occasionally a bit more cynicism. We've had in this debate had Guy Verhofstadt quoted. Good man though he is in many ways, I've never noticed him particularly advancing the interests of this country. And he's not, nor is he paid to do so. So I think it is clear that, given the result of the referendum, a narrow victory, that the winners must win, but the losing 48% who accept the result want a smooth and orderly Brexit. We need a new deal after the last vote, and therefore several things are important. First is that we need to start changing the tone of the debate, both inside this Parliament and outside, that we have seen some of the hatred and bile that has been introduced into our politics by the passions aroused on this. And it is all our responsibility to try and drain that bile, to try and improve the tone of the debate. And actually, apart from one or two instances at the start of this debate, it does seem to me that the debate we've had this afternoon is a model of how to do it. We all respect each other's views. We know that everyone on all sides has very strong views. Many of us who are not just, as it were, conventionally honourable friends, but actual friends, will be going into different division lobbies tonight. And that is as it should be, as long as we can continue the civilised tone. So let me say that I'm supporting Amendment N because I do think it gives us the outline of a new deal that might be successful in negotiations with Europe and certainly gives the British government a coherent position following the loss last time. I won't be voting for any of the other amendments, partly for constitutional reasons. I do think the distinction between Parliament holding an executive to account and Parliament actually trying to become a quasi-executive, even in limited terms, is a confusion that we shouldn't go down. And other amendments, which in some ways are attractive, the indicative amendment, the indicative vote amendment, I think perhaps is premature. I take the Prime Minister's point that those of us who are very against no deal will have an opportunity to express that opposition. I should say that I am absolutely at one with those colleagues who say that no deal would be a disaster, but I don't think this is time. I will certainly give way to my right on the flank.
Very grateful to him. Can I just understand whether the import of what he's just been saying, and he and I, although genuinely friends, I think will be in different lobbies on the Cooper Amendment, but can he just explain, if we get to the end of this N process, Amendment N process, which I shall be voting for as well, and if it doesn't succeed, as we obviously hope will succeed, but if it doesn't, and the Prime Minister comes back, as she said she will, in the middle of February, will he then change his mind about the constitutional propriety of avoiding a no-deal exit through Parliament if the Prime Minister herself is unwilling to ask for a delay?
I'm delighted that my right honourable friend is asking me to address hypothetical questions now. I think let's see where we are in 2 weeks' time. Certainly, I will say, as I've said before, that I will do whatever it takes to avoid a no-deal Brexit. I think that the method chosen may not be exactly right, but he and others with immensely fertile brains may yet, I hope, have either 2 weeks to think again, or even better, may not need to. Because I hope that the focusing of minds that we are seeing in this country now is reflected by a focusing of minds in Brussels and indeed in Dublin as well, so that we can look forward to quick... I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
Just pick up his last point. Would my right honourable friend agree that much the best way of guaranteeing no deal doesn't happen is to keep no deal on the table so that we keep pressure on the European Union to talk in a serious manner?
Well, my right honourable friend may well be right that certainly throughout the negotiations the government has made the point, and I think it's a perfectly sensible point, that if you enter into a negotiation saying whatever happens, I'm going to take a deal at the end of it, then you are unlikely to get a particularly brilliant result from those negotiations. And to some extent, that's what happened to the British government in the negotiations before the referendum. We all know that one of the things that might have changed the result would have been if David Cameron had come back with a better and more generous deal from Europe. So I think there is a degree of validity in my right honourable friend's point, even though I think this may be the first time ever we have agreed on a European issue in our more than 20 years in this House. But today, I think, is important. It's important, obviously, for the government. It's important for these negotiations. It's also important for Parliament, because it gives Parliament a chance to be positive, not just to reject a deal, but actually to point a way forward. And in a terrible time for democratic politics, this would be a glimmer of hope, a shaft of light to show that this House can actually contribute to finding a solution to the most difficult political problem this country has faced for decades. And I hope today and over the coming days, the House and the Government can rise to the gravity of that problem.
McFadden. Speaker, the Prime Minister came along this afternoon and encouraged Parliament to drive a coach and horses through the agreement that she spent 2 years concluding and which she has spent hour after hour at that dispatch box defending. She had a choice when the House rejected that agreement a couple of weeks ago. She could have tried to form a coalition across the House for common ground, but instead she chose to throw her lot in with the ERG to try to revise the backstop instead, something which she has repeatedly said could not be done. And she made clear today that she's not just talking about the future political declaration, but talking about legal change on the withdrawal agreement itself. Now, it should be remembered, this backstop is not some foreign imposition. The commitment to no hard border arises out of commitments that we have made as a country and that we repeated in the December 2017 Phase 1 agreement with the European Union. But now we are committed to watering it down or doing something to undermine it. I speak today to support the amendments from my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, the member for Beaconsfield, the members for Leeds West and the member for Meriden, trying to avoid no deal. And there are two reasons why I think we should do that. The first is responsibility. Leaving the European Union without a deal in place would have extremely damaging consequences for the country, and it's our duty as responsible politicians to try to avoid those. There have been a legion of warnings, so let's just mention a couple. Just last week, the Chief Executive of Airbus, which employs 14,000 people in the country directly and sustains many tens of thousands of jobs more, including many in Wolverhampton's valuable aerospace cluster, warned that leaving on the basis of no deal would be a disaster, and the ideology behind it was, and I quote, madness. For his pains, he was attacked for that warning on the basis of his nationality. What has happened to our politics when that's what happens? Then last week, we had the Road Haulage Association warning of chaos in transport if we go down the no-deal route. And just yesterday, we had Britain's major food retailers warning of both shortages of food and higher prices for consumers if no deal happens. Now, who will pay the price for these things? Who will pay the price? Our constituents on low incomes who cannot afford higher food prices as a result of right-wing nationalist ideology. I give way to
the honourable gentleman. But could I say that I visited Port of Holyhead with at least one of his colleagues on Monday, and they said that it's time that MPs dampened down the hysteria about no-deal Brexit. They said they were quite prepared for it, and that was what the officials said in the Port of Holyhead to us yesterday.
I am quoting the Chief Executive of Airbus, the Road Haulage Association and the major food retailers of the country. These are not my warnings, these are their warnings. Now, there is a time when these things would have carried some weight, but we are in a time where our politics has become so changed that warnings like this are simply dismissed as irrelevant, or even worse, there are voices who almost lust for the chaos. But I believe, as responsible politicians, we should neither will the end to bring about job losses or rising prices for our constituents, because it's not the rich right-wing ideologues who would pay the price. It is people who work in manufacturing industry and people who need affordable food prices in the shops. But there's a second reason to avoid no deal, and that is the argument that somehow we just need to get this thing over the line. People are bored of Brexit. They just want this done. I think that is irresponsible, because it is simply not the case that we're going to be able to stop talking about this on March the 30th.
Just the new beginning.
And the reason for that is because all the big questions about the future remain unanswered. And they've not been left for another day because that's in the national interest. They've been left for another day because to make the fundamental choice would upset one part of the Conservative Party and mean the slaying of the Brexit unicorns. Now, of course, it's tempting to tick the box and get a deal, any deal over the line. Then maybe there's part of us that would say to our constituents, we've delivered you Brexit, and if it turns out to be not what you wished, well, that's not our problem. But that is an illusion and an irresponsible one. We do no service to the public if we try to pull the wool over their eyes in exchange for a quiet life for ourselves in the short term. I understand the temptations of it, because of course some people are angry and frustrated, but many more will be angry if we're not candid with them about the Brexit future ahead. So there's a second very important reason to avoid no deal and to have an extension. It is not just the negative consequences of the damage that I've talked about. It is an opportunity to give clarity on the future ahead. We have not done that so far. The Prime Minister's strategy is to avoid that for party reasons, to run down the clock and to have all those questions answered later. We have a greater duty to the country and our constituents on that, and that is the second reason to do this, to avoid that strategy of running down the clock, to use an extension for a purpose, to give clarity about the country's future on the basis of the reality of Brexit and not the irreconcilable promises made for it thus far.
Hear, hear, hear.
Thank you. Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unlike the honourable member for Wolverhampton South East, I'm a very easy man to please. I voted for the Prime Minister's first deal. I shall vote for whatever she brings back. I'm going to vote for the Brady Amendment. I'm actually got to the point where I'm past caring what the deal is we have. I will vote for it to get a smooth exit. But the fact is that we in this House tonight are faced with a choice of huge significance for our country, which is not about the deal we do or don't get eventually, which I suspect in the long run will have to be a deal done across the House and by some kind of consensus we haven't yet found. It's not about that we're voting really tonight. What we're really voting about tonight is the question of whether, in the absence of a deal, on the 29th of March, which is not an abstract fact, it's something that's actually going to happen. There's going to be a 29th of March. There is a real day, the 29th of March. And on the 29th of March, in the absence of this House taking action, and I believe, in fact, in the absence of this House taking action tonight rather than 2 weeks from now, because I don't believe 2 weeks from now will actually really ever happen, we will leave the EU without a deal. Now, I'm perfectly aware that some very old friends of mine, whose integrity and whose passion I respect and admire, believe that that is a perfectly tolerable or even a good outcome for this country. I respect that opinion. I do not share it. I am also aware that there are many people who think that the Conservative Party will suffer if it's seen in any way to do anything which delays that date. And I accept that there is some suffering. I've experienced some of it in my own constituency. I've experienced some of it through the tirades of people who send me emails and the like. I accept that. I think what my honourable friends ignore is just what will happen, first to this country, which should be our first preoccupation, and secondly to our party, if we do leave on the 29th of March and take the risks that are involved in that not having a deal, and if that goes wrong. And I accept, incidentally, entirely, that it may be perfectly all right, but it may not. And if it isn't, and if we, and it will be us, it will not be people on that side of the House, it will not be some unseen force, it will not be the EU, it will be us and our government to whom those difficulties will be attributed by the population of our country, because when they elect a government, they expect that government to look after them and not to impose upon them risks and difficulties. And if those risks materialise, our party will not be forgiven for many years to come. It will be the first time when we have consciously taken a risk on behalf of our nation, and terrible things have happened to real people in our nation because of that risk, and we will not be able to argue that it was someone else's fault. And I beg
those who are still in doubt, and I know there are many who are not, but those who are still in doubt on our benches, to consider that issue when we go into the lobbies tonight. And the last thing I want to say is just one word about the question of whether the amendment and the bill put forward by the Right Honourable Lady for Castleford and my honourable friend, which will fall to be debated if we do succeed in the so-called Cooper Amendment tonight, is some kind of constitutional outrage. The Father of the House spoke about this, my Right Honourable and learned friend, the former Attorney General, spoke about it. I want to add a word. It's a fine thing to have a debate about constitutional process, but if one is going to do so, it's important to read the books. It's important to know what our Constitution is. There is one preeminent authority on the law of our Constitution, that is A.V. Dicey. There is one thing which A.V. Dicey makes clearer than anything else in the whole of his very large book, and that is that the House of Commons has undisputed control over its own procedures. The standing orders of the House of Commons, which Badgett tells us are the nearest thing in this terrible constitutional melee we're in to a constitution in our country, are under the control of this House. There is nothing improper, there is nothing wrong, there is nothing even unusual about changing standing orders by a majority in this House of Commons. And until 1906, the government did not have control of the order paper. It was invented for a particular reason that it should do. There is no need for it to do so in future.
After the next speaker, the time limit will have to be reduced to 3 minutes because everybody's been taking interventions, which is very consistent with the rules of debate, but it obviously truncates the opportunities of other honourable and right honourable members. Liz Saville-Roberts.
And I'm proud that my name is down to Amendment O, and also to G, B and J. We also support A and I, but not Amendment N. And this is the reason. The Brexiteers' modest proposal to the problem of Ireland is Swiftian in its grotesquerie, its historical ignorance and its single 360-degree all-encompassing blind spot. In June 2016, the Prime Minister herself, in a last-ditch attempt to win the referendum, explained how customs checks between Northern Ireland and Ireland would be inevitable if we were pulled out of the EU. What followed was a series of warnings from customs experts, culminating in Eric Pickett, an authority on World Trade Organization rules and international law, telling MPs in February 2017 that giving Ireland special treatment would be a strict violation of WTO law. When Mrs May triggered Article 50 a mere month later with the help of the Labour Party, she started the clock on Brexit without having the faintest idea how she might avoid running roughshod over the Good Friday Agreement. Correct. And now, 2 years later, we're still debating whether or not we need a backstop designed to avoid the dangerous chaos of a hard border. And while the clock is ticking and this place cannot find a resolution, and all the time, why too, the Prime Minister's status is sinking before our eyes, and will she take the peoples of the UK down with her?
Probably she's trying to.
Or will she put all four nations before unforgivable, frankly unforgivable party loyalty and turn to us for answers? And there are plenty of answers she could choose on today's order paper. Not all of them are perfect. Some of them are have cake and eat it. But some of them are necessary and rational compromises. Necessary to avoid the no deal by default scenario towards which we accelerate with every passing day. And the Labour Party's indifference, I'm afraid, makes them just as culpable. Last night's last-minute one-line whip against the immigration bill is illustrative of the Labour Party's intentional apathy towards all things Brexit.
Shocking.
The amendment tabled by the opposition front bench today is a masterclass in fence-sitting. Let me be clear. Their self-serving ambiguity is paving the way to no deal. Brexit is a thinly veiled assumption by the British government of their right to centralise power and concentrate wealth. I'm not talking about taking back control and money from the EU. I'm talking about using Brexit as an excuse of taking powers back from Wales and spending ever more per head in London compared to Wales than it presently does. Economic disparity between Wales and London is already the worst in the European Union. It is not possible to overstate the grotesqueness of our current inequality. Inner London's GDP is 614% of the EU average, while West Wales and the Valleys, where I live, possesses a regional GDP of 68% of the same EU average. Westminster has always seen fit to benefit most that which is closest to its heart. And its heart is South East England. As for the rest of us, we are, as we have always been, peripheral, expendable, beyond the pale. Now, while this place indulges itself with endless abstract, angels on a pinhead debates about backstops, safe in the knowledge that most people here, most of us here, will probably be all right under a no-deal scenario. And I was in Holyhead yesterday with the honourable member from Monmouthshire, and what we were told in the port of Holyhead is, yes, they probably can survive day one of no deal, but they have no idea what is happening in the weeks after that. No idea whatsoever. DEFRA is going there this week to deal with pets and racehorses, and hey, the Grand National is a week after we come out, and most of the horses come through Holyhead. Now, we'll be all right in a no-deal scenario. It is the real people, constituents of mine, your constituents, the hill farmers, the factory workers, the mums, the dads, and ultimately the children who will pay the real price for our time wasting. And I beg the Prime Minister, let us move on. Rule out no deal and allow the House to work, at least for once, for the people and not for her party.
The 3-minute limit now applies on each backbench speech. Priti Patel.
With 2 months to go until the 29th of March, I don't think it's hardly surprising that we are once again debating our withdrawal from the European Union. And it is obviously, well, pretty obvious that we should be much further ahead in the process. And of course, the warning signs have been there for months, as all honourable and right honourable members have said, from the minute the backstop went down to the Chequers Agreement, the withdrawal agreement, which of course were not right for our country. And of course, I voted against the withdrawal agreement. But at this crucial time, we do, of course, need leadership, and that is why I welcome today the very clear statement from the Prime Minister, and a statement which I think she should be commended for in terms of the way in which she's handled very strong questioning, but rightly addressed many of the challenges around the withdrawal agreement itself. And of course, in particular, reopening the negotiations around the withdrawal agreement. And I would like to hear more from the government as to whether or not they have actually engaged in discussions so that they are preparing to hear from the European Commission as to whether or not they themselves are prepared, willing and able to reopen, to get that legally binding change to the withdrawal agreement, because quite frankly it is right that we now concentrate on all efforts to deliver the referendum mandate. And it also means that we cannot have more statements or glorified letters of assurances, but we must get that clear, legally binding text change to the withdrawal agreement. And when the negotiations are reopened, we need to ensure that the right people are engaged and involved in this process. And that, of course, I will, of course, give way, yes.
A right honourable friend for giving way. She agreed with me that what is now being sought, obviously, yes, a legal textual change, but also should not come as any surprise as the words are already contained, the words of Amendment N are already contained in paragraph 27 of the political agreement, which Europe has been aware of since November of last year.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why this is an opportunity now for us to land a clear commitment on the future relationship as well, every aspect of the trading relationship, and remove some of the ambiguity that is in that political declaration. Now, I think it is important, and I think all members today recognise that Parliament must deliver on that referendum mandate, and we do have that opportunity. And I think, again, the Prime Minister was right to refer today to colleagues on this side of the chamber, but also on both sides of the referendum argument, who have put forward a new set of proposals that seek to provide certainty and clarity, and also seeks to unite the country to get that compromise, including extending the key issues around implementation, replacing the backstop, supporting the UK-EU future free trade arrangement, and also seeking cooperation in security matters and guaranteeing citizens' rights going forward. And I am reassured with the remarks the Prime Minister has said today, which is why her hand should be strengthened to go back to Brussels. And I too have called for the government to go back to Brussels again and again since I voted against the withdrawal agreement. And I do do think now, Mr. Speaker, because we must leave on March the 29th, so that we can position ourselves as an outward-looking global free trading country, but as a nation now that is on that mission of renewal when it comes to our economic and democratic renewal, I will support Amendment N tonight, but also that we have to find the right degree of unity and compromise to really strengthen the government and the Prime Minister, as she herself has stated today, to go back to Brussels and deliver for Britain.
And Jack Dramey.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady for the member for Meriden is passionate about the Land Rover plant in her constituency, as I am passionate about the Jaguar plant in Erdington. The plants transform the lives of tens of thousands throughout Birmingham and the West Midlands. It's a symbol, the two plants together, of the success of the automotive industry. But now we've lost 1,000 jobs in the Jag over the last 12 months. We saw the recent announcement of 4,500 job losses. And that's why the Chief Executive of JLR, Ralph Speth, said no to no deal. And I would say, with the greatest respect to some of our honourable members opposite, to show a degree of humility. There are some who pretend that they know more about cars than the people who make cars, more about building ships than the people who build ships, more about keeping our country safe than the head of counter-terrorism. We have at the next stages a duty to honour the outcome of the referendum and to do everything possible to reach agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear beyond any doubt that the deal on offer will not pass. Neither is there any sign of serious progress being made towards a deal being done that will defend the national interest and also pass Parliament. And therefore, for the Right Honourable Member from Meriden and myself, in saying no to no deal, we hope that the government listens. Everything possible then needs to be done in terms of cross-party negotiations to reach an agreement. But crucially, I believe that needs to be underpinned by the motion from, the amendment from the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Castlewood and Pontefract, which would prevent the government from going over the cliff on the 29th of March if the government refuses to listen. The government cannot be allowed then to treat the House of Commons with contempt or to ignore the views of the House. We've got then to move beyond, Mr. Speaker, Tory party talking to itself, into a serious negotiation, doing that which is right by the country. No longer my deal or no deal, no longer taking us ever closer to the cliff. It matters for the security of our country, for medicines, industry, farming, food, retail. The voices are loud and clear, and they need to be listened to. In conclusion, I'm of an Irish background, but who believes in a proud, united kingdom. This is a great country with great potential. I don't want us to become a fearful, fractured, inward-turning country at the margins of Europe, weakened in the world, impoverished for a generation. Our destiny as Great Britain is to be truly Great Britain and not plunge over the abyss into decades of despair if we go out on the 29th of March without a deal.
Ed Vasey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have followed three principles since the country voted to leave the European Union. That is to respect the referendum result and deliver Brexit. That is not to have a second referendum. And it is to avoid no deal. I voted to implement Article 50. I supported the withdrawal agreement out of my own free will, with no offers of gongs or jobs. And you can imagine, therefore, that I have taken with a pinch of salt, the butter wouldn't melt in my mouth, protestations of the hard Brexiteers as they wish the Prime Minister well with a heavy heart as they send her back to Brussels, assuring her of her goodwill. But I will continue to support the Prime Minister. I've supported her when the hard Brexiteers tried to oust her as Prime Minister. I supported her no confidence debate, and tonight in the lobbies I will support her. I will vote for the Grieve Amendment. The Prime Minister says it is time for Parliament to say what it wants, not what it doesn't want. This is what the Grieve Amendment does. And it's a modest constitutional proposal. I don't support the ERG proposal to prorogue the first prorogation of Parliament since Charles I, or the instruction to Her Majesty not to pass Parliament's legislation. I support merely a modest amendment which supports the Prime Minister. I support the Spellman amendment because I don't want no deal, as the Prime Minister has said from the dispatch box. She wants to avoid no deal. I back the Prime Minister and I back Spellman. I support the Cooper amendment because I know the Prime Minister needs time to get her deal right, because I know that the hard Brexiteers will vote her down on February the 14th, so she needs the time to get it right. I back Cooper, I back Bowles. And I'm afraid, because I support the Prime Minister, I cannot support the Brady amendment. I back the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement. And unlike some people in this House, I will not turn my back on it and neuter it with a fake clause pretending that it is amending an agreement when it is doing no such thing. So I wish the Prime Minister well, with the full backing, knowing that Parliament can come forward and actually say what it wants to do. Our bluff can be called and we can come forward with our own proposals. I back her in her withdrawal agreement and I back her in avoiding no deal. I'm pleased and delighted to remain a loyal supporter of the Prime Minister and her policy on Brexit.
Lisa Nandy.
Speaker, it was embarrassing to be part of the pantomime that started this debate earlier and couldn't contrast more with the levels of anxiety that I hear out there in the country whenever I'm allowed to go home. These debates have largely generated far more heat than light, and I was glad to hear many members in the debate that's ensued recognise that we are breaking our democracy. We urgently have to build common ground, and that is why the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, which seeks to narrow down the options with a series of indicative votes, is an incredibly helpful suggestion. So too is the amendment standing in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, and I and many others, that proposes a citizens' assembly that has been used as a mechanism in many other countries, including Ireland, to break similarly controversial deadlock. The importance of that amendment is that the 46 MPs who are signatory to it come from all different Brexit positions and none, and it proves that there are a number of us in this House who are willing to step out of the trenches and start to compromise. This matters because Hope Not Hate produced a report today which shows clearly that attitudes are hardening around this country and people's willingness to compromise is being reduced. We're seeing fear, we're seeing anger, and we're seeing a rise in activity for the far right in that fertile ground that I have not seen since I was growing up as a child in the 1980s. So it is astonishing that the Prime Minister came here today, still talking to the House as if she can have it both ways. She told the member for Great Grimsby that she's seeking to strengthen workers' rights, but then she told this House that she's backing the Baker Plan, which on page 31 junks those non-regression clause and seeks to dilute the employment right protections we already have. She seems determined to tilt right. Yeah. And tried to get this through with a small group of hard Brexiteers in her own party. But how does she honestly think that she's going to maintain that very fragile coalition all the way through the legislation that will be required to pass this? And that's why, reluctantly, I've come to the conclusion that today I will support the amendment standing in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Normanton. Not because I think that extending Article 50 to the end of the year by any means is sustainable. It is not, and the public will not accept it. They will not forgive us if we go over the summer and try to re-elect MEPs to a Parliament we were supposed to have left 3 months ago. I don't think in this House that there is enough understanding how little the trust is in us, that when we say we respect the result of the referendum, we mean what we say, and we cannot afford to kick the can down the road any longer. But because this is now the only mechanism that this House has to try to avoid a no-deal scenario and start making real decisions about how we're going to respect the result of the referendum, protect jobs and heal this divided country.
Well, I would have called a particular honourable gentleman who seems to have beetled out of the chamber. Most unfortunate. I hope the fellow isn't indisposed. But Mr. Walker, you're here, and that's important. Charles Walker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I have an admission to make to you. Mr. Speaker, I'm not an intellectual. No, I'm not. I've tried it for the past few months.
Point of order.
I really have tried it, but I just can't get on with it, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not going to give a highbrow intellectual speech. So, Mr. Speaker, my speech will be more of a 3-minute cry of frustration, because I really, really do want to leave the EU. I've campaigned for it for a number of years, and I'm very, very keen to go. But Mr. Speaker, we have talked at length about unicorns, and the proudest stallion unicorn of all is the unicorn of perfection. A unicorn that canters across broken fields with unrealisable dreams underfoot. And, Mr. Speaker, the unicorn of perfection must be slayed, sadly, because perfection does not exist. And when I'm out in my constituency, meeting people who don't email me, don't write to me, so they're not self-selecting, they say 3 things to me. They say, get on, get on, get on. These people voted leave. These people voted remain. But they want to get on and have this Parliament make a decision. They have accepted the result of the referendum. And, Mr. Speaker, it will be impossible for this House to come up with a perfect deal, a bowl of porridge that everyone finds to their liking, to their satisfaction. But what we can do is find something that 80% of the country, 80% of our fair-minded constituents can get behind and say, do you know what? As a fair-minded citizen of this country, I'd have liked a little more of that, a little less of this, but actually, I can live with it. I can get on and I can move on, and we can have certainty. And, Mr. Speaker, it is impossible. It is impossible for this House to appeal to the implacable 10% at each end that bookend the 80%. The Remainers who want to remain at any cost, and the Leavers who want to leave at any cost. The demands of these people cannot be met by this House. So that is why tonight I will be supporting the amendment put down by my honourable friend for Altrincham and Sale. I will go through that division lobby to hopefully give the Prime Minister further instruction to go back to the EU and deliver a deal that 80% of my country and my constituents can unite behind.
Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 59 days to go, or as James Melville said on Twitter a little earlier, we've got 28 parliamentary sitting days to go. The last time I spoke on this, Mr. Speaker, you probably remember I mentioned Fintan O'Toole's book, Heroic Failure, Brexit and the Politics of Pain, and the pain we're all feeling at the moment. And the quote I used the last time was, the Turkish proverb, the Englishman will burn his bed to catch a flea. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's worth reflecting a bit more on what Brexit has done. And the methodology of Brexit, Fintan O'Toole points out in the book, is it will triumph by teaching the English to take the trivial things, the petty annoyances of regulation, very seriously indeed, and regard the serious things, jobs, communities' lives, with sincere and studied triviality. And this is what we're seeing in the middle of this Brexit nonsense. All options of Brexit are bad, and the Prime Minister knows this. In a sleight of hand today, she alluded to it by talking of the balance between the referendum and the economics. But of course, if we look at the economics alone, this is a bad deal. And the government has got itself in an invidious position of making promises to Ireland and making promises to other people that are outside the customs union and the single market and having frictionless trade. And talking of unicorns and made-up fantasies, they then had an opposition, an opponent at a negotiation saying, this is nonsense, give us some assurance, have a backstop. And the backstop came along. And now this House is going, see that backstop, that assurance we gave on the fantasies we were talking about, we now want to negotiate, we want you to negotiate away your assurance on our fantasies. And I think, again, Westminster have got to take a step back and see the nonsense it's finding itself in. Mr. Speaker, today it wasn't selected, but Amendment Q, and I would encourage people in the future to join the queue. It's an amendment to revoke Article 50, done in my name and the member for Perth and North Perthshire. And this is something the UK has control roll off until the 29th of March. The UK can get itself out of the hole it's dug for itself by the fantasies that Mr O'Toole has expanded upon greatly in his book. A lot could be done to prevent the damage that's coming down the road. And if we leave on the 29th of March, or if we leave in December 2020, MPs here, and particularly whoever is the governing party, and maybe one of the reasons Labour don't want a general election is, who wants to be the government on the 29th of March or in December 2020 when you leave and you've got queues in Dover, you're damaging the economy, you've got empty shelves? Whoever is holding the parcel when that music stops are going to find themselves in great trouble. We should also... I will give way indeed.
Thank you, Member for giving way. Does he agree that the genius in any negotiation is to achieve an agreement, and that agreement implies that two sides have come to common cause? Isn't the fatal flaw of what Europe has done is that they have not accepted that Britain cannot agree with us?
Well, the agreement was reached. This is the funny thing. The agreement was reached, and now the Prime Minister, having not talked to the House of Commons, comes back to the House of Commons and finds the House of Commons thinks that agreement is a dud agreement. She's now been sent to scurry back to Europe to beg the Europeans because the Shire Tories are wanting something different. They had an agreement, they're now scared of the agreement, they sent the Prime Minister to go and get. In the beginning, we didn't want any parliamentary involvement at all. Parliamentarians on the opposite side in particular were abdicating their responsibility as MPs and hiving us off to the government. And then when the government came back, it wasn't good enough, deepening the mess of Brexit, Mr Speaker. And this is exactly the problem we have here today. And it's not, we should take a further step back. This idea of getting out the customs union in the single market is bad for you. There are about 12 customs unions across the world with about 100 countries in it. The exceptionalism that is somehow the UK is utterly baffling. And it's so baffling because they're trying to damage themselves, their communities and their business. It doesn't matter how often you say it. This is the point of Brexit. This is what Brexit's going to end up with. Damage to jobs, damage to business. And Airbus and the rest of them are just dismissed because, as Fintan O'Toole said, it's the studied triviality they take the serious things with. You're at the end of your tether trying to talk to these guys, Mr Speaker, and this is why Scotland is moving on, as my honest friend from Skye, Ross and Lochaber said today. We're moving towards independence. We have to. This is a mess.
Mr Nicholas Bowles.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And in the very short time available, I'm not going to try and match my honourable friend for Wantage, who said almost everything that I would have said, and much more entertainingly. What I am going to try and do, Mr Speaker, is explain why I have taken a step which many of my friends consider to be somewhat rash, to propose the amendment and the bill being promoted by the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Castleford and Pontefract. The reason I have done so, Mr Speaker, is that on the morning after the referendum, I sent a message to my constituents in which I committed to do my best to make a success of Brexit. And since then, I have left hospital in a wheelchair to vote for Article 50, and I have voted with the government for every single division in the Withdrawal Act and in every other piece of legislation advancing the delivery of a successful Brexit. Unlike, I would point out, 117 of my fellow members of the Conservative Party, including all of the members of the ERG. So I am committed, seriously committed, to making a success of Brexit. But there are two parts to that sentence. There's Brexit and there's success. And Brexit on the 29th of March with no deal will not be a success. It will be a disaster. It will sour the British people against the operation of their government for a generation, and I cannot have that on my conscience. So, Mr Speaker, I will tell you what this bill and this amendment that we propose does. It rules out no-deal Brexit on the 29th of March. It does not rule out no-deal Brexit forever. And the reason it doesn't is because the only way of doing that is to revoke Brexit. And I will never vote for that. The honourable member for Normanton, Castleford and Pontefract will never vote for that. And I don't believe that more than 100 members of this House will ever vote to revoke Brexit, because that would be a political disaster at least as cataclysmic as the economic and human disaster of a no-deal Brexit on the 29th of March. What we seek is to buy ourselves a little time to find a compromise to make a success of Brexit. And if tonight, Mr. Speaker, we are not successful in this amendment, and I hope that we will be, it will be because the government and the Prime Minister at the dispatch box made a pledge to come back on the 14th of February with an equivalent motion to this one, equally amendable, and my honourable friends and I from across the House will move an equivalent amendment again with an equivalent bill attached, and I hope honourable members will support it then.
Thank you. Liz Kendall.
The Prime Minister is asking this House to back an amendment to a deal she said couldn't be amended, to give her a mandate to negotiate with the EU she said she never needed, and to reopen a withdrawal agreement she insisted couldn't be reopened. I don't know whether the Prime Minister genuinely believes she can get the EU to reopen negotiations, although they've said they won't, whether she's finally succumbed to the ERG's myth that she just has to somehow stand up to the EU and they'll give us all the benefits of membership with none of the responsibilities, or whether she knows that this is all a charade and is in fact continuing her plan to run down the clock, to blackmail MPs into backing her bad deal, because leaving the EU with no deal is even worse. What I do know is that we are in a complete and utter mess. Many members of this House knows that, and members of the public know it too. And the mess has been caused by a lack of honesty about the choices Brexit inevitably brings. Brexit has always been a choice between staying as close to the EU as possible to protect jobs and prevent a border in Ireland, but giving up our say over the rules, getting some kind of free trade agreement, which will inevitably mean more barriers to trade than being a member and seeing a border on the island of Ireland, or leaving the EU with no deal at all, with all the risks and uncertainty this brings for jobs, businesses and the Good Friday Agreement. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister and Government won't take the lead in facing up to these choices and being honest with members of this House and the public, then Parliament must. Now, the first step has to be to rule out no deal. Many honourable members have spoken about the risks of this, and I would just say, for many members in the East Midlands and for members like me in Leicester, the threats to food and drink manufacturing are real. 46,000 jobs depend on food and drink manufacturing, and we know that there could be serious disruption to food supplies, business costs and rising consumer prices if there's no deal. So I will vote for all amendments that seek to rule out no deal, but I believe the most important of these is Amendment B, in the name of my right honourable friend, the member of Normanton, because it is the only one that will lead to legislation that will require the Prime Minister to request an extension of Article 50, rather than simply urging her to do that by a motion of this House. As my right honourable friend has said, the House can amend her bill to specify how long the extension should be. But my view is that any extension must be for a purpose, and that purpose is being honest and straight with the public about the real choices we face in our long-term relationship with the EU. And I urge members to back that amendment tonight.
Sir Edward Lee.
It may be a bit of a cliche now, but I do say to the Honourable Lady that the best way to prevent no deal is to vote for a deal. Well, I'm afraid it's pretty obvious. We've heard so much about compromise in this debate. We've all had a compromise, and this is where I agree with my right honourable friends for Ashford and West Dorset. We've come from different directions into this debate. I voted leave in this referendum. We only won by 52 to 48. We can't get a deal for ourselves which gives us 100% of what we want, so we have to settle for most of what we want. And frankly, what the Prime Minister has provided to us is leaving the EU and getting control of migration, and within a process of maybe 2 or 3 years, getting out of the customs union. I'm not a hard Brexiteer, I'm not a soft Brexiteer, I'm a measured Brexiteer. And that's what the Prime Minister is trying to do. But we can't have government, of course, by a subcommittee of the 1922 committee. We can't keep kicking this can down the lane, as we've been told again and again. We have to come to a decision. And probably within the next 2 weeks, we have to make that final decision. And I say to the government, that I will be supporting, like so many of my colleagues, Amendment N. We want to give the government some negotiating push to try and resolve this, but we've heard again and again that the EU will not contemplate any amendment to the withdrawal agreement. So I say, and I repeat, that there is a solution to this, and we may have to do this in the end if we're going to try and get this deal through Parliament and reassure our colleagues, particularly from Northern Ireland. We may have to issue a letter of reservation under the Vienna Convention to the treaty saying that as both parties agree that this backstop is temporary, if it proves not to be temporary, if it subsists after 2021, that we reserve the right under the Vienna Convention to end the backstop and get out of it. Now, of course, the EU could refuse to ratify the treaty. We don't have to issue this letter of reservation at the time, but I believe that if we make absolutely clear our intention that the backstop is temporary, and that's what we all agreed it should be, the EU has agreed, the DUP has agreed, the Conservative Party has agreed, the Labour Party has agreed. If we're all agreed, this problem is surmountable. But the government must now take action. And I just make one final plea, that we talk so much about compromise. At the end of the day, although the Prime Minister's is accused of running down the clock, she is doing her level best to deliver on what the British people want. So let's finally support her and let's push this deal over the line.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of Amendment G and want to make the case about how vital it is, that amendment, in terms of enabling Parliament to take control, frankly, from a government that is in denial and in disarray. And I must say, I do find any opposition to that Amendment G from members opposite quite perplexing, when so many of them were in the forefront of saying that Brexit was all about restoring parliamentary sovereignty. Well, now it seems as if parliamentary sovereignty is being regarded as a bit of an inconvenient obstacle to getting their own way. But in fact, this amendment is an absolutely vital way to allow us to avoid the catastrophe of no deal. And let me make very clear that for constituents in Brighton, no deal would be a catastrophe, whether that's our tourism industry, whether it's our business, whether it's our universities and research, whether it's our families and communities who have been built on free movement and will fight to the very end to try to stop the end of free movement. But in fact, what this amendment does is not to bind the House to any particular outcome. It simply gives Parliament the time and the space to make an honest assessment of the available options in front of us. But I want to say a few words as well about Amendment N, the so-called Brady Amendment, because, Mr. Speaker, it really does take fantasy into a new art form. I don't know how many times the EU has to say that it's just not possible to reopen the negotiation on the withdrawal bill. It is just an extraordinary way of perhaps trying to get the Conservative Party to hold together, but it's not going to stand up to any kind of contact with external reality. We've already got EU officials today, right now, saying they're preparing a statement again to say that it would not be possible to open up an agreement that was negotiated over the past 20 months. We've got Sabine Weyand, the Deputy Chief Negotiator, yesterday saying, and I quote, "There's no negotiation between the UK and the EU, that's finished." And so just wishing it was otherwise, crossing your fingers, screwing up your eyes and just wishing it was otherwise is not a good negotiating strategy. So I appeal to colleagues opposite to focus on what is in front of us, some practical ways to avoid the catastrophe of no deal that will hurt the poorest hardest and for which the Prime Minister has absolutely no mandate whatsoever. And maybe I could also point out to those members opposite who seem to think that threatening no deal is somehow effective with our European counterparts. It is tantamount to standing with a pistol against your own head, saying that you're going to fire it if they don't do what we want. It is not a very sensible negotiating strategy. And in my last few words, Mr. Speaker, I simply want to say how much I support as well the amendment on citizens' assemblies, Amendment H. If I had more time, I would say more about it.
Well, we rue the absence of that further time, but never mind. Johnny Mercer.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow my honourable friend, but I would just
caution again, we don't seem to be listening in this House. If we continue to say this is a Conservative Party problem, we fundamentally misunderstand why people voted for Brexit. And we can go on and on about the machinations of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party being united. But this country voted in swathes and swathes in working class areas for Brexit. And what were they voting for? I tell you now, it wasn't stuff to do with the Conservative Party. But look, the position we're in now, we are limited in the options we now have. I was particularly touched by the speech from my friend, the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset, and I understand, I can kind of feel the trepidation he has around no deal, and I absolutely share that. But the one way that you can't get rid of no deal is by taking it away, because without that, we have nothing. We have nothing to go back with. We have nothing to fall back on. Should we have done this at the beginning? Yes. Should we have bound in opposition parties into this and made it a sort of endeavour of national renewal? Of course we should have done, but we are where we are now, and we cannot capitulate and just let the United Kingdom fall out on a deal that is not good enough. We have one option left, and that is, I'm afraid, to support this Brady amendment. Now, we have all said, many of us have said in this place, that the Northern Ireland backstop is the problem. So we must now do what the EU keeps saying we cannot do, and come behind the Prime Minister and show that we are united on that front, and let's get a result on that backstop agreement. Something, a sunset clause, some sort of unilateral exit, and then let's get on with it and let's deliver it. Let's get in the realm of possibility. We cannot now, I see the new proposals that come forward today. It's exciting. I'm pretty lukewarm about it, to be honest, because this has been going on for 2 years now. We have a deal, but there are aspects of it that are not good enough. Let's tackle those aspects. Let's focus on what we're doing, and let's actually deliver Brexit and get this done so that we can get out of the European Union on March the 29th. And please, let's just get on with something else. Sitting through this debate today has been extraordinarily painful to hear the arguments rehashed again and again and again. And I have huge respect for those who continue to say this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this is what I want, that's what I want. The problem is we are here now. We are starting now. The agreement has come forward. It has a fundamental flaw that we cannot accept. But please, let's get on. Let's do something about the backstop that is within the realms of what they do. If we ask for too much, if we ask for the unreasonable, the European Union will shut the door. Let's ask for something that's deliverable, get that backstop amended, and get out the European Union.
Still Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been much talk today about finding consensus across the House. The consensus that should trouble us all is the consensus between the member for Rushcliffe and the member for Wigan, when they talk about the contempt that the British public have for the process they are seeing unfolding before their eyes, the pantomime that we are becoming in Parliament, the questions the public have about what on earth is going on in this place, the plague on all our houses that they see. I have gone through all the amendments, and I will support the amendments tonight in the name of the members of Normanton, Beaconsfield, Erdington and my front bench to try and make some progress. But the honest truth is we've heard many powerful speeches today, and there will be little progress. So in the short time available to me, I want to talk about Amendment H, which didn't get selected today, but speaks to Einstein's principle that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and again and expecting a different result. We are living through that in this place as we talk and don't listen to each other. Citizens' assemblies are not about replacing MPs. They're not about cancelling or giving up on Parliament. They're not about saying parliamentary democracy can't work. They're about making it work with the public. But they are also about stopping the games that we have seen being played in this place. The horse trading, the unicorn hunting that have meant that we are in this gridlock. Parliaments around the world have used citizens' assemblies as a circuit breaker to all the bad habits that now inhabit this place. The simple truth that everybody here claims to know the will of the people on these issues, when the truth is nobody does, because nobody's actually asked them.
Correct.
It is 250 people randomly selected to represent the British people, not the question time audience or those who will bother to turn up, but people sorted by their age, their ethnicity, their gender, their social class, excluding politicians and those who work for them. Not aye or no, but looking at the priorities, feeding back into our discussions. We would be free as a Parliament to say no to what they said. But after just 10 short weeks of deliberation, you never know what a pair of fresh eyes might bring to this debate. Certainly that's been their experience in Ireland, in Iceland, in Canada, in Australia. It would equally have leave and remain Norway, Canada and any other flavour of Brexit to be heard. The Prime Minister was right when she said nothing has changed, but it can get worse. And I ask members to think in the next 10 weeks if they truly think progress can be made, or whether it just might be worth looking if there's a better way that we can learn from to break this. The public are watching. They need us to do better. Let's give it a shot.
Speaker, thank you very much. As colleagues will know, I, for the first time in my career in this House, voted against my party when I couldn't support the Prime Minister and the Cabinet's withdrawal agreement. I made it very clear, though, that for the things that were wrong with it, which were largely around the Northern Ireland Protocol, I felt they breached two very important manifesto commitments of ours to put no barriers in the way of different parts of the United Kingdom, and also to potentially trap us in an indefinite customs union. So what I want to do is give the Prime Minister the best opportunity to go back to the European Union and secure the changes that are necessary, and in my judgment, supporting the amendment tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham Western Sale, giving that support is the best opportunity to support the Prime Minister in her return to the European Union. The second thing, though, is I don't want to make her task more difficult, and that is why I fundamentally think that it's wrong to rule out a no-deal Brexit. The best way of securing a Brexit with a deal is to get a deal before this House that can get support. My right honourable friend, the member for Meriden, said that she thought there was some merit in ruling out a no deal to get something in return. The problem is, if this House rules out a no deal Brexit without the Prime Minister having got something in return, they make the Prime Minister's life more difficult, make it more difficult for her to secure a deal, and less likely we'll get the deal we need to rule out that no-deal Brexit. The Right Honourable Lady, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford's amendment, I think is flawed for this reason. Her bill, we have already established today, has a number of problems. The Labour front bench, I understand, is not keen on the length of time that the delay would be. Her bill says 9 months. I also, in asking her a question, established that the bill could be used, I accept, not by her or my honourable friend, the member for Grantham, but could be used by others as a mechanism for revoking Brexit, to cancel Brexit against the wishes of the public. That bill needs more scrutiny than the one day it would have available to be rammed through this House. And I say to my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, it is perfectly proper for the House to look at its procedures. But I say to backbenchers, if the House decides to ram through a piece of contested legislation, not by agreement, in a procedure usually used for emergency legislation agreed by both front benches, it's a precedent I think backbenchers will rue, because a future government will use that precedent to ram through legislation without proper scrutiny, and I urge the House to reject the amendment in front of it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the SNP amendment, the amendments which seek an extension to Article 50, and to oppose the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Altrincham. Mr. Speaker, I think the most pertinent point that's been made this afternoon in relation to what's called the Brady Amendment is that the backstop is the inevitable consequence of a clash between the Prime Minister's red lines and our obligations under the Good Friday Agreement. And therefore, as the Right Honourable and learned member for Beaconsfield said, this Brady Amendment is a sort of displacement activity which is engaged in by children who are being asked to do something they don't want to do. And I make no apology for repeating that analogy because I think it's fantastic. And as I've been sitting here this afternoon with many people on the benches opposite waxing lyrical about the Brady Amendment, the Guardian correspondent in Brussels and other respected correspondents have reported that the European Union is preparing to issue an immediate rebuttal, publishing a statement rejecting any renegotiation of the withdrawal agreement in the event of the amendment being passed. And Tony Connolly, the very well-respected RTE journalist, is telling us that Jean-Claude Juncker phoned the Prime Minister at lunchtime today to tell her that the Brady Amendment was pointless. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think what we've been engaged in...
A lot of noisy conversations taking place. The Honourable and Learned Lady must be heard. Joanna Cherry.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't want to hear it, Mr. Speaker, because it's not convenient. But what we've been engaged in today is another waste of time and a charade and, frankly, a joke. Now, last Friday, Mr. Speaker, was Robert Burns' birthday, and he famously said, "Oh, would some power the gift to gie us, to see ourselves as others see us." Today, Mr. Speaker, the UK government and this Parliament are seen as the laughingstock of Europe. A BBC correspondent on the radio this morning described how the other member states are getting the popcorn out, mesmerised by what is going on in this House. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving me. Would you agree that, as well as being pointless because it will never be agreed, tinkering with the backstop is potentially dangerous? Absolutely. If we gave the backstop its correct description as the Good Friday Peace Agreement guarantee, then tinkering it would be seen to be as reckless as it actually is.
I entirely agree, and I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, the following question. What kind of a Prime Minister spends months, years negotiating a deal, then supports someone else's amendment which drives a coach and horses through it? As the Right Honourable Gentleman for Wolverhampton South East said, we're in this mess, Mr. Speaker, because of the Prime Minister's red lines. We're also in this mess because of deceit and foolishness on the part of the Conservative and Unionist Party. Another famous Scottish writer once wrote, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." That's Sir Walter Scott. And there has been constant deception. First of all, the deception by David Cameron when he called his referendum and thought he could win it by the sort of scare tactics that were employed in Scotland during the independence referendum. Then there was the deception employed by the Leave campaign, the lies and the undeliverable promises that were made to ordinary, decent people in this country. And now there's the deception of the Prime Minister pretending so she can hang on to power for a few more days, a few more weeks, that this Brady Amendment is her saviour. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the delay which the amendments which seek an extension support are not really the answer to the mess we are in. The answer to the mess we're in for the United Kingdom is a second EU referendum, and the answer to the mess we're in for Scotland is a second independence referendum. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that very soon Scotland will have to decide whether Scotland wants to be a member, an unequal member of this union, or an equal member of the European Union, a member of a market of 60 million or a member of a single market of 500 million. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is a bit of a no-brainer.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've only got 10 minutes or so let me get to the heart of the matter. A week ago Monday, the Prime Minister should have made a substantive and detailed statement setting out how the government planned to proceed in the face of defeat, a plan B. But she didn't. And today the Prime Minister has taken a radically different course. She's indicated support for an amendment which cuts across the very deal that she negotiated, by requiring the backstop to be replaced with an unspecified alternative arrangement. Earlier, the Prime Minister said it's not the first time that phrase has been used. It's been used twice in these negotiations in different ways. First, to mean the future relationship itself, and second, to mean technology. Well, it can't be the future relationship, because if you've got a future relationship, you don't need a backstop, and if it's technology, it's going back to the old idea that it's technology that isn't there. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing for backbenchers to lay an amendment at odds with the Prime Minister's deal. It's quite another for the Prime Minister to support it, unless, of course, she had already got an indication from the EU that they could and would negotiate the necessary changes. But she hasn't. And so the danger is obvious that the Prime Minister today may build a temporary sense of unity on her own benches, but in reality she's raising expectations that she could never fulfil. On the 14th of January, on the eve of the meaningful vote, the Prime Minister said from that dispatch box, I recognise that some members wanted to see changes to the withdrawal agreement, a unilateral exit mechanism from the backstop, an end date or rejecting the backstop altogether. The simple truth is that the EU was not prepared to agree this, and rejecting the backstop altogether means no deal. Either that was correct on the 14th of January, in which case the government backing this amendment is absurd, or it wasn't correct, which raises its own equally serious issues. Now, earlier when confronted with this, the Prime Minister says, well, you never know if you don't try. True, but we've been here before. The Prime Minister's told us on the 10th of December that she was off to seek much lesser concessions, and she failed. So if we're going down the path of giving it a try, we need to consider what happens when you try and fail. I listened very carefully to what the Prime Minister when she was challenged by the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. She refused to rule out the prospect that she herself would apply for an extension of Article 50 if this latest attempt to reopen issues, long thought closed, fails. I don't think this House should be so passive in the face of the high likelihood that we're likely to be back here in 2 weeks facing that very prospect. That's why Labour will support the amendments which seek to prevent no deal, whether by an extension of Article 50 or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, no deal would be catastrophic for jobs and living standards. It would weaken our security, and it would also risk a hard border in Northern Ireland. Members should be under no illusion about this. No deal is not a way to prevent a hard border, it's a way to guarantee it. I will in just a moment. So the first step in preventing the rush to no deal is to reduce the time pressure on Article 50, and that's what some of the key amendments before us tonight seek to do, and we will support them. And before there are any cries of Brexit delayed, let us be clear. We're only at this stage with 59 days to go because the government has run down the clock. Now, Mr. Speaker, the word crisis is overused in this House, in our media, in our national debate. But we should be in no doubt that this is one of the greatest national crises our country has faced in a generation. In the absence of leadership from the government and this Prime Minister, Parliament must now act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognise that there are concerns among some honourable members, including on my own side, about voting for these amendments tonight. I understand those concerns. I also understand the anger and frustration of many of our constituents about the handling of these negotiations and the way this place has conducted itself in recent weeks. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't have the luxury of being bystanders in this debate. We are active participants. And what our constituents are looking for is leadership, and it's time for us to provide it. We cannot say that we want to prevent no deal if we're not willing to take steps to stop it. We cannot tell people that we don't want no deal, then sleepwalk towards it. We must act, and we must act tonight. Our constituents will not forgive us, nor should they, if we dodge difficult questions. The Prime Minister may pretend otherwise, but I want to be very clear. Delay of Article 50 is now inevitable. It's irresponsible to pretend otherwise. That's the honest truth, and our constituents need to be told. Even if the Prime Minister were able to get a deal through this House in coming weeks, there's still a swathe of legislation that needs to pass. 6 bills, including a complex implementation bill, and another 600 statutory instruments to go. It is simply not credible. It is simply not credible to pretend this could all be forced through in the remaining time. All these amendments do is face reality. The next task, I won't, because I don't want to leave the Secretary of State without the time he needs. The next task this House will have to undertake is to explore credible alternatives to the Prime Minister's deal which might be capable of a majority support in this House. That is not an easy task, but it's one that we need to get on with. Time is now needed to debate and vote on these options, hence Labour's front bench amendment, and also why Labour supports Amendment G in the name of my Right Honourable and Learned Member for Beaconsfield, and Amendment F in the name of the Right Honourable Friend for Leeds Central. Mr. Speaker, one of the great tragedies of the last 2 years is that we've had a Prime Minister who's unwilling to listen to Parliament, to push Parliament away. unwilling to build consensus or to listen to reasonable amendments. But the Prime Minister is now out of time and Parliament must take control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State Brexiting the European Union, Secretary Stephen Buck.
Mr. Speaker, recent weeks have proved the strength and vigour of Parliament, but it is now time to agree its will, to establish what deal the House is for, to deliver certainty to our citizens and businesses, to offer clarity to the European Union. And as we debate inside this chamber, we should not lose sight that outside the EU rightly expect that we continue to respect our shared values, to protect citizens' rights, to honour our international obligations, to preserve the integrity of the peace process and avoiding a hard border, a commitment my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, holds extremely dearly. And indeed, many on all sides of the House find much in the withdrawal agreement that is common ground. They're an integral part of bringing the country back together as we move forward in the national interest. But despite that, many of the amendments presented to the House today simply prolong the level of uncertainty and delay, and paradoxically are presented in a spirit of making progress and delivering certainty. Well, unlike the shadow opposite number, I very happily give way.
Nothing to say.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I wonder if he could enlighten the House with respect to the phrase in the amendment moved by the chair of the 1922 committee. What are these alternative arrangements that they are going to barrel off to the EU to renegotiate in the next couple of weeks?
Well, the alternative arrangements, if she read the political declaration, are referred to in paragraph 19. But what she draws attention to is to the stark difference between that side of the House and this side. We have an amendment from the Leader of the Opposition that was barely referred to in the debate. Members on his home side didn't even want to reference it as they referred to amendments moved by the backbenches. They didn't seem to want to engage with the actual amendment put by the Leader of the Opposition, and that is because he starts from a position in the debate of calling for unity and yet cannot actually take a unified position of taking an amendment from his own backbench colleagues. I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he is showing great generosity in allowing people to intervene on him. If people vote for the possibility of extending Article 50 this evening by up to 9 months, and the EU allowed it, has he estimated how many billions of pounds that would cost? And could he estimate where that money would come from? Which public services would be damaged because that money was going to Brussels rather than to public services in the UK?
Well, the reason we're willing to take interventions and debate is because we have a clear position from the Prime Minister, whereas the position the Leader is confused. Is he for a second referendum like the Shadow Business Secretary, or does he support the position of the Shadow Education Secretary, who thinks a second referendum, will be a betrayal? Does he support the position of Len McCluskey, who's willing to engage with the Prime Minister, or does he not? I'll happily give way.
I think the questions may be turned the other way. Has any estimate been made of the billions of extra revenue from trading in the best single market and customs union for an extra 9 months will bring to the Exchequer? Not the fee to be part of the club, but the money that's gained from the trade being in that club.
Well, the whole point of the indecision and delay that would flow from the amendment of the member for Normanton, and indeed, as we saw in the debate, there's confusion as to what the date is. The amendment refers to the end of this year, yet in her remarks she said that actually the timing might not be that long, it might be shorter. In the exchange from my very good friend, the right honourable friend, the member for Grantham and Stamford, he said there would be further iterations where we could look at the time, and yet, as my distinguished predecessor, the member for Esher and Walton, pointed out, it's an empty vessel, in essence a Trojan horse in which there is indecision over delay. But the key point, I'll make some progress, but the key point that flows from the honourable gentleman's point is that by not backing a deal, we prolong the level of uncertainty, and that drives cost, which is exactly why so many businesses in Scotland, as well as the rest of the United Kingdom, say the best way forward of ending unnecessary costs in terms of no deal is to back the Prime Minister's deal. And what we see in the debate, Mr. Speaker, really is a marked difference of focus. We have on the benches behind me colleagues on different sides of the referendum debate, such as the member for Loughborough and indeed the member for North East Somerset, coming together to look at how they can work on solutions. And we have a proposal from my right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, which will do just that. It will help us unlock the conversation with the European Union and get us even closer to delivering on the result of the referendum, a result that so many on the benches opposite indeed were committed to supporting in that manifesto. Of course I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Does he agree with me that whatever we say in this House tonight, those people who will vote for amendments to delay Article 50 and delay the whole process of leaving at the end of March will be seen by the public, even if they don't mean it, will be seen by the public as wanting to stop Brexit?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. At best, they delay Parliament in terms of getting clarity on an agreed plan, and at worst they disguise attempts to stop Brexit. And indeed it would be better if those members who want to go back on their manifestos and indeed stop Brexit were more explicit as to their intentions, because as the Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, has repeatedly set out, there is only one way to stop no deal, and that is to secure a deal or to go back on the biggest vote in our democratic history. But let me just briefly turn in the remaining minutes that I have to the Leader of the Opposition's amendment, because in contradiction to the Shadow Trade Minister, who said of a customs policy it would give the EU power to decide our tariffs and quotas with third countries, we'd be forced to liberalise our market but have no reciprocal access to theirs. And it would leave the door open for a second referendum, that amendment, which is something his own front bench colleagues have said they oppose. Of course I go away.
I thank the right honourable gentleman. He's being very generous. Can he spell out to the House, and please don't refer to an article in the political declaration, what are these alternative arrangements to the backstop that the government wants to pursue with the EU?
So when I come on to that, I've got 5 minutes left, and I will indeed go on to that point. Well, unlike my opposite number, I will take the interventions and I will come on to the outer arrangements because they go to the heart of the amendment from the member for Altrincham and Sale West, which I'm coming on to. But before doing so, I just wanted to briefly, in the time available, touch on the amendments from the member for Beaconsfield and the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, because again, both of them in their remarks, and I don't for a minute question the principle and spirit in which those amendments are brought to the House, but the reality is they will have significant wider implications beyond Brexit. And that is not just, Mr. Speaker, my view, or indeed that of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. It's also the view of leading constitutional experts such as Philip Cowley and Vernon Bogdanor, the latter of whom said, and I quote, "The proposals have international as well as domestic implications." So I think the House needs to be careful as it looks at those amendments, at the lack of debate, the lack of clarity as to the policy, the lack of certainty as to the intent, as to what the consequences of those amendments will be. Because the danger, as my right honourable friend, the former Chief Whip, the member for the Forest of Dean, pointed out, they will act in essence as a Trojan horse against the intention that was pointed out. So I don't for a minute doubt the member for West Dorset when he says changing standing orders has precedent. Of course it does. But there's been no debate with the Procedure Committee. There's been no debate in this House to look at this. And the wider constitutional implications that have been referred to by leading experts in this field cannot simply be swept away in the short-term convenience of the moment. The amendment from my right honourable friend, the member for Meriden, again is one put forward with great principle, but she spoke of a simple vote on saying no to no deal. And the issue was really taken head-on by the member for Belfast North, when he pointed out the practical effect of taking no deal off the table does not facilitate that intention. And I absolutely agree with the right honourable gentleman in that regard. And indeed, it's not just on the DUP benches that that view is held. Michael Barnier himself said on the 24th of January, "It is not enough to vote against the no deal. If no positive suggestions are put on the table, then we will be more or less bumpy or heading for the no deal on March 30th as in an accident." So the way that no deal is addressed is indeed by backing the deal of my right honourable friend. I know there has been much discussion on the proposal of the honourable member for North West Hampshire. And although it's not an amendment on the order paper today, it has given us many technical questions to consider, and we will seek the experts' views on this as we take this forward. But what is clear is that the spirit of goodwill on which that builds is one we will take forward as part of reaching the common ground that we need as a House. Of course I will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've waited very, very, very patiently, but I've run out of patience. I would like the Secretary of State for leaving the EU to explain to this House what exactly the alternative arrangements are. It's a straightforward question, and we are entitled to a straightforward answer.
So this will be part of the negotiation, and we will discuss in terms of the technical issues. But what is not in doubt, and it is a commitment shared by the Honourable Lady when indeed she has criticised those on the benches opposite who, unlike the sister parties of the Labour movement in Northern Ireland, have not backed this deal, who have not reflected the will both of the Labour movement in the south and also that in the north. The fact is that they have walked away from the deal, even though the deal is the way of securing that, because the Prime Minister is clear, whatever is agreed, our steadfast commitment to ensuring that no hard border returns to Northern Ireland is a commitment my right honourable friend repeated today, and is one on which she is steadfast. Given that I've got just a minute left, Mr. Speaker, across Leave and Remain constituencies, Mr. Speaker, we hear the same overwhelming call for this House to get on with it. 17.4 million people did not vote for no deal, but they did vote to leave. Time is of the essence. Citizens and business want certainty. The EU wants clarity. The Prime Minister needs a mandate, and the House must therefore come together. It's time to act in the national interest. That is why the House should back the amendment from the member for Sale and Altrincham West.
I call the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn, to move Amendment A, which stands in his name.
I so move, Mr. Speaker, Amendment A.
The question is that the Amendment A, be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby! Order. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Dakin and Thangham Debonair. Tellers for the noes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart. the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 296. The noes to the left, 327.
The ayes to the right, 296. The noes to the left, 327. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. We now come to Amendment O. In the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, Mr Ian Blackford, the Right Honourable Gentleman to move his Amendment O formally. Formally moved. Thank you. The question is that the Amendment O, be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby. I may as well go ahead. I may as well do it. Order. The question is that Amendment O be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mrs Marion Fellows and Mr David Linden. Tellers for the noes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart. Lock the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right were 39. The noes to the left were 327.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 39. The noes to the left, 327. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. We now come to Amendment G. In the name of the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, Mr. Dominic Grieve. To move. I'm grateful to the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for moving his amendment formally. The question is that Amendment G be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Aye. Division! Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment G be made. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Dakin and Thangham Debonair. Tellers for the noes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart.
the right, 301. The noes to the left, 321.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 301. The noes to the left, 321. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. We now come to Amendment B in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, Yvette Cooper. Yvette Cooper to move the amendment formally. Thank you. The question is that Amendment B be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby. Sorry, Jim. Order. The question is that Amendment B be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Dakin and Thangham Debonair. Tellers for the noes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart. The doors!
The ayes to the right, 298. The noes to the left, 321.
The ayes to the right, 298. The noes to the left, 321. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. But we now come to Amendment J in the name of the Honourable Lady, the Member for Leeds Central, Rachel Reeves. Rachel Reeves to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment J be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment J in the name of the Honourable Member for Leeds West be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Thangham Debonair and Nick Dakin. Tellers for the noes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart.
The ayes to the right, 290. The noes to the left, 322.
The ayes to the right, 290. The noes to the left, 322. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Well, we now come to Amendment I, in the name of the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Meriden, Dame Caroline Spellman. Right Honourable Lady, to move the amendment formally?
Formally.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment I be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment I be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Thangham Debonair and Nick Dakin. Tellers for the noes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart. Lock the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 318. The noes to the left, 310.
The ayes to the right, 318. The noes to the left, 310. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. Order. We now come to Amendment N in the name of the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, Sir Graham Brady. To move formally.
Formally, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment N be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment N be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Craig Whittaker and Andrew Stevenson. Tellers for the noes, Thangham Debonair and Nick Dakin. Lock the doors!
The ayes to the right, 317. The noes to the left, 301.
The ayes to the right, 317. The noes to the left, 301. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. But the question is the main motion as amended. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. But on a point of order, the point of order of the Prime Minister.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, a fortnight ago, this House clearly rejected the proposed withdrawal agreement and political declaration, with just 202 members voting in favour. Tonight, a majority of honourable members have said they would support a deal with changes to the backstop. Combined with measures to address concerns over Parliament's role in the negotiation of the future relationship and commitments on workers' rights in law where need be, it is now clear that there is a route that can secure a substantial and sustainable majority in this House for leaving the EU with a deal. We will now take this mandate forward and seek to obtain legally binding changes to withdrawal agreement that deal with concerns on the backstop while guaranteeing no return to a hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. And my colleagues and I will talk to the EU about how we address the House's views. As I said this afternoon, there is limited appetite for such a change in the EU, and negotiating it will not be easy. But in contrast to a fortnight ago, this House has made it clear what it needs to approve a withdrawal agreement. Many honourable members have said that the continuing protection of workers' rights after Brexit is something that needs to be strengthened. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business, will intensify our work with honourable members from across the House and the trade unions this week. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, will do the same on how we engage this House further in our approach to negotiating our future partnership with the EU. As well as making clear what changes it needs to approve the withdrawal agreement, the House has also reconfirmed its view that it does not want to leave the EU without a withdrawal agreement and future framework. I agree that we should not leave without a deal. However, simply opposing no deal is not enough to stop it. The government will now redouble its efforts to get a deal that this House can support. And to that end, I want to invite my right honourable friend, the member for Meriden, the honourable member for Birmingham Erdington, and all those that tabled amendments in opposition to no deal to discuss how we can deliver that by securing a deal. In light of the defeat of the right honourable member, the leader of the opposition's amendment, I again invite him to take up my offer of the meeting to see if we can find a way forward. Mr. Speaker, if this House can come together, we can deliver the decision the British people took in June 2016, restore faith in our democracy and get on with building a country that works for everyone. And as Prime Minister, I will work with members across the House to do just that.
The point of order, the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Because since we've had this debate and the House has emphatically voted to reject the no-deal option that the Prime Minister was supporting, could I say that we are prepared to meet her, to put forward the points of view from the Labour Party of the kind of agreement we want with the European Union to protect jobs, to protect living standards and to protect rights and conditions in this country. It's exactly the offer that was made last September, exactly the offer that was made 2 weeks ago, and I look forward to meeting the Prime Minister to set out those views to her on behalf of my party.
Point of order, Mr Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House has spoken very
The Right Honourable Gentleman is the leader of the third party in this place, and he represents an important body of opinion. And as was exhorted earlier, people should treat opinions that differ from their own with respect. The Right Honourable Gentleman will be heard, however long it takes, and that's all there is to it. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House this evening has given an instruction to the Government that no deal must be taken off the table. I am flabbergasted, frankly, that the Prime Minister still seems to be in denial. And I ask what measures the Prime Minister will bring forward, what legislation she will bring forward to make sure that we remove that threat of no deal from legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day where the Prime Minister has had to admit that her deal doesn't have the support and that she's prepared now to try and pick away at the backstop. We were told that the backstop was there to protect the peace process, but tonight the Conservative Party has effectively ripped apart the Good Friday Agreement. This House, Mr. Speaker, should be ashamed of itself. The contempt shown by the United Kingdom Government right across these islands is stark. This Government, Westminster and the Tory Party has no respect for the devolved administration or for the other regions of the United Kingdom. Scotland has been silenced, sidelined and shafted by the Tories. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has ripped apart the Good Friday Agreement, an international treaty. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is serious because we are talking about a treaty which has delivered peace to the island of Ireland. Mr. Speaker, what they have done is they've reneged on the backstop and reneged on the Good Friday Agreement. Mr. Speaker, can you advise what mechanisms are open to this House to protect the rights of democratic rights of the devolved regions and nations, the Good Friday Agreement and the peace process that this Government are prepared to disregard?
Order. I will take the Right Honourable Gentleman's question as a rhetorical question rather than a substantive question. He knows that Parliament is here to debate and to vote, and the Right Honourable Gentleman is well familiar. I'm addressing the Right Honourable Gentleman. Perhaps do me the courtesy of listening to me. He has the mechanisms of the House available to him. Yes, I will take other points of order briefly. Point of order, Sir Vincent Cable.
Now that the House has given the Prime Minister contradictory instructions to have no deal, but to pursue a course of action that will lead to no deal, will she return to the House tomorrow and give clearer indication about what these alternative arrangements actually are, which have been rejected at her own summit at Chequers, that now appear to be the basis of negotiation?
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his point of order, but what I would say to him, and I know he'll take it in the right spirit, this is not Prime Minister's questions. Prime Minister's questions will take place tomorrow. I think if I understand correctly, the Right Honourable Gentleman was more concerned to make his point than to elicit a reply from the Prime Minister, and there is no reason for the Prime Minister to feel any need to reply tonight. The Right Honourable Gentleman has made his point. There will be ample opportunity for further exchanges, doubtless tomorrow and in many subsequent days. Yeah, I will come to the Honourable Lady, but point of order, Mr. Nigel Dodds.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And can I just say, on behalf of, I know that we represent 10 seats in Northern Ireland, and the Honourable Lady behind me represents one, and there are others who represent a different point of view, but who refuse to take their seats in this House. But it is quite frankly outrageous, and I'm speaking on behalf, I believe, of both communities in Northern Ireland, to say that this vote tonight drives a coach and horses through the Good Friday Agreement. It does nothing of the sort. And it is utterly reckless to talk in those terms. Utterly reckless. Utterly reckless. The fact of the matter is that nobody in Northern Ireland, no political party, is advocating any kind of hard border in the island of Ireland. And we certainly do not advocate what others advocate, which is creating borders within the United Kingdom or ripping up the United Kingdom. can I say, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that this is a significant night because for the first time the House by a majority has expressed what deal, the sort of deal that will get through and will have a majority, and we will work with the Prime Minister to deliver the right deal for the United Kingdom.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts.
When the woman holding the title of Prime Minister is driven solely by the ideal of holding the Tory party together, and the man known as the leader of the opposition will neither lead nor oppose, how do you advise we get the House back to working for the communities we are supposed to represent?
Well, again, if I may very politely say so, I think the honourable lady's point of order, although it contains what is ostensibly an inquiry, is a point of order in which he is making her point rather than seeking anything from me. The short answer to the honourable lady is, as I said a moment ago, there will be further debate. Members must speak and vote as they think fit. All of these matters will be thoroughly aired in the days and weeks to come, and I'm sure we all look forward to that. The honourable lady from her vantage point, and I from mine. Oh, very well. Point of order, Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill.
I hope you can advise, Mr. Speaker. The House seems to have got itself in a contradictory position. Firstly, it wants no deal. It wants no deal off the table. And secondly, it doesn't accept the deal that the European Union is putting forward. Is it not the case that the United Kingdom Parliament is not at the mercy of the European Union? Because if we are in a situation where we have no deal taken off the table and we're not accepting the deal they're offering, where do we go from here?
You get a better deal. The honourable gentleman may wish to offer the views that he's just expressed to the news outlets that operate in Anhelion and Yar, and I rather suspect that that is what he will want to do. Local newspapers and radio stations will doubtless be very interested in the views that the honourable gentleman wishes to express, but they're not matters of which I can treat now. The House has decided what it has decided. Well, the honourable gentleman is saying that these matters are in contradiction of each other or have to be weighed against each other, but of course it's not a matter for the chair to offer an exegesis to the House of the way in which it is voted. Members will make their own assessment, and we know what statute says, and we know what expressions of opinion have been recorded by the House today. And the honourable gentleman, although his brow is furrowed, he's a perspicacious fellow, and I'm sure he'll get his head around these matters in the hours, days and weeks to come. And we look forward to that with eager anticipation. If there are no further points of order, I think we do now come, colleagues, to motion 4, exiting the European Union, brackets, agriculture. The whip to move. Thank you. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. And the ungrateful, thank you. The division is deferred until tomorrow. Motion number 5, exiting the European Union, environmental protection. The whip to move. I beg to move. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As most have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 6, exiting the European Union, civil aviation. The whip to move. I beg to move. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As most have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7, radioactive substances. The whip to move. I beg to move. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. 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 The division is deferred. Motion 7 on radioactive substances. The division is deferred until tomorrow. Motion number 8, exiting the European Union, environmental protection. The whip to move. I beg to move. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Petition. Jenny Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present this petition on behalf of over 500 students and staff from Darlington College in my constituency, who are demanding fair funding for further education. Mr. Speaker, colleges build communities. They help young people fulfil their potential, discover new talents and realise their ambitions. Colleges drive social mobility. They are the heart of local economic growth and provide the necessary workforce needed for local businesses to thrive. For many, they're a springboard towards a bright and prosperous future, but a recent calculation by the Institute for Fiscal Studies found that spending on further education has been cut in real terms by over £3 billion since 2010-11. Because of this, we're now seeing fewer teaching hours, cuts to student support and stagnant wages for teachers and support staff. This harms outcomes for students, reduces opportunities and is bad for the whole of my community. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to provide fair funding for further education and fair pay for college staff in the interests of student performance, educational outcomes and community prosperity.
Petition. Levels of pay in further education.
Order. We come now to the adjournment. The whip to move.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. Layla Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to this House to allow me to raise the issue of the 1824 Vagrancy Act. This of all evenings when others out there might be forgiven to think we do nothing else than talk about Brexit. I've been campaigning to repeal the Vagrancy Act for well over a year now. In fact, my campaign began in response to a petition by Oxford University Students' Union, an Oxford-based homelessness campaign group on your doorstep, and I want to give them full credit for starting.
This. Better night tonight. No, that's not what you said in your column 2 weeks ago, Boris Johnson, that you said no deal was the best option. Back door.
Back door. Back door.
Back door.
Yeah, we saw Philip Hammond come in the front door a short time ago, but it looks like Theresa May's convoy has come in the back door. I mean, if this was a good day for her, which the general assessment has to be, seems to be so, she's chosen to go in by the back door and not sort of
what you might term a small, tiny lap of honour, walking in the front door in front of all the cameras here. So what we read into that, I don't know. I think we read into it that she knows she has trouble when she goes to Brussels coming. It's not going to be easy. What kind of language is she going to try to employ to win them over into the impossible opening up of the negotiation, the withdrawal agreement, as they said that they won't do, and she said she will do. So obviously she has a lot to work on, but she's gone in by the back door tonight, and I'm doubting, as I say, we'll have a lot to do. You know, the Irish have been very clear, and I think this is something that the Europeans have been clear on, and it's not satisfactory for Theresa May, and people will notice that there's been more pressure in recent weeks focused towards the Irish to change their position. But when we heard from the Taoiseach, Foreign Minister Deputy Prime Minister Coveney over the weekend, he said essentially everything that we've been hearing from EU officials this week subsequent to that there is no opportunity to open up the withdrawal agreement, but do look to the language in the future relationship as a way for Theresa May to try to get some of what she wants. That would fall woefully short of what many of the sort of harder-line Brexiteers would want, even what Theresa May is suggesting within the Brady Agreement. Even that potentially may fall short depending on how these alternative arrangements were delivered. So I think the Irish position is going to be, and you'll see the DUP speak about this, the DUP are convinced that the Irish government is worried that they've taken too hard a position, that they stand to lose out because of the position that they've taken. And the DUP thinks the Irish government may waver on this, but I think that the view that we're hearing from the Irish government, and looking at the polls supporting Leo Varadkar, his 10 points up in the polls over the past week, about a week ago, from their own perspective, they're handling this well, it appears, and there won't be a sense from them that they need to budge. They will stand firm with the European Union. Indeed, it's the European Union standing firm with them, but we can expect the rhetoric on this and the eyes in the UK to turn towards Dublin, to look to them and single them out in the European Union 27 to help Theresa May. It doesn't seem to be on the horizon. Okay, very good. Sorry? Yeah, I'll buy that. I think that's the result. That's the result, yeah.
Well, it's not quite clear that. Some of them are talking about changing the withdrawal agreement itself. Others who've been involved in these negotiations have talked about accepting something legally binding alongside the withdrawal agreement, and that could make all the difference. It is clear, and President Macron said yesterday that he's not going to open the withdrawal agreement, but something very significant happened tonight, which is that Parliament, for the first time, agree on what it wanted in terms of Brexit. It wants changes on the backstop, but also has ruled out wanting to leave with no deal. And Europe has been saying for the past 2.5 years, tell us what you want. They now know what the UK wants. They also know that although Brexit would be harder if it comes to a no-deal Brexit, there would be economic impact on the European Union and possibly a very severe one on the Irish Republic. So I wouldn't rule out, and I've been to many European negotiations, concessions of some sort. I would be astonished if there are significant changes in the withdrawal agreement, because I think that is a legally binding document which has already been agreed by the UK, but I think anything beyond that is possible. And I also think that it's going to be quite difficult now for the European Research Group to jump back in numbers whatever happens to Mrs May. It's interesting hearing Boris Johnson telling Beth Brinkley there that nobody wants a no-deal Brexit. Actually, 2 weeks ago in his column in the Telegraph, he wrote precisely that he thought the best option now was a no-deal Brexit. So he clearly is changing his position. And the other significant thing which happened tonight were those exchanges we broadcast on the points of order after what had been agreed tonight went through on acclamation. And that was Mrs May and Jeremy Corbyn agreeing to talk about this, and Mrs May talking about reaching out across the House. So I think there was clearly a message there to the European Research Group and all that you're not the only people I rely on, that, you know, actually I can see a way that I might be able to get this through with cross-party support. And so it is, I think, undoubtedly after well, certainly 2 weeks ago, a very major result for Mrs May. I think it remains at this stage Mrs May's evening, and I'd also agree with Mark Stearns in the end, whatever happens in Brussels, she's probably going to be back here if she does badly or doesn't get a good deal, saying, well, it's what I've negotiated plus the deal I've already agreed for a hard Brexit, what's it going to be? And the signs are from Parliament tonight that at the end they might fall in behind that deal. Are we done? Are we staying? Yeah, I could. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Now we're here. Scott? It wasn't. She never said she'd reopen the bloody withdrawal agreement. She didn't? No.
What did she say?
What?
What did she say?
I mean, they're saying her promise, but she's never said it. Did you go back?
Oh, yeah.
Same hotel.
Yeah.
That's a bizarre little incident, and they nicked some people. Oh, they let them all go, didn't they?
Yeah, they were all from surrogates, the equivalent, they're the Sinn Féin.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
A lot of beautiful buildings that are up there, but you don't see that in here.
Well, in the end, it's a small country. Isn't it? Well, they've had the Peace Bridge and all that crap.
Yeah, they had a bridge, a statue of But then they built the bloody motorway. It's 10 years since I've been there last, and I was expecting the motorway to be quite significant.
Yeah. I think the she's like she's started that in the end.
Sorry?
Are they talking to you?
No, you don't seem to be. Half past right?
Allegedly, yeah.
Well, that's a result if we get out of here. Sorry?
Yeah.
Did you see your room at the hotel yet?
Yes.
And how is it? They're giving me an even bigger one. I have like a junior suite. I know. It's crazy. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Sorry? Well, like this one, I have a bath this time, a big bathroom, and like a walk-in wardrobe, and a little lobby area with its own TV, separate TV. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I have a bath when I get back to the hotel tonight. That would be good.
Is there heating in the room? That's important.
Turn on the hot taps and jump in the bath.
Yeah.
Pull a blanket on top. Sorry? Yeah, that's good.
hindsight, I wanted to think I would have took hold of there. I would have should have put my mix onto there. Because I've got deals. Well, done now with.
Well, I'm not going to stay after 10. Okay.
You're clear off that one.
Ooh.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, why? This is ridiculous. They're forcing it because they just have to force it, it seems, rather than common sense. There's no common sense reason. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Do I have time? What time is it? You do indeed, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. 10 to 20 minutes. Yeah, hey, honey, it's Nick here. How are you doing? I'm fine, thank you very much. I'm calling for Cindy if she's around, please. Oh, I wanted to chat about the 5 AM/7 AM, oh well, midnight/2 AM request. I think we did, but I think it bubbled up again somewhere. I don't know where. Yep. Well, 2 AM would be okay. I just think that, you know, the store is not going to, I mean, at 2 AM it's going to be the same as it is, you know, we're going to bed tonight. But I think that with, you know, at 12, there's nothing happening, there's nothing even sort of on the verge of happening. But of course, then the story is happening. Yeah. Yeah, 2A works. I mean, it's a lot different from okay. Thanks, Cindy. Okay. Just a bit. They're going to. Leslie's going to call London and tell them. How did it bubble back up again?
Richard said to him, and I told him that you have to be blah, blah, blah.
Well, no, that's not. I think what Richard will get a call from Leslie saying let's go with 2. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
What?
How are your toes?
Getting cold.
Yeah.
What about yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to figure out wet and cold. It's cold.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's just a standing still, you know.
Yeah.
What? It's the, you know, they sit around in meetings taking stupid decisions. I mean, it's just. I know. Well, the studio in Oakbury's not much better. At least it's not in the rain, and it's got. But they don't like them when the rain gets on the perspex. They don't like that. We actually haven't used the studio in Oakbury for a week now.
You do, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going on. When Richard tosses to me, would you mind asking me a question rather than just saying outside Downing Street? The question would be awfully handy. Thank you. Of course, how could I possibly get colder? Yeah, of course. to me and then decided, without a question, licks it down the street and then said, no, we're going to Hadas. Hadas couldn't be other. No, we're going to Nick. No, here's Hadas, we're going to Hadas. Just, then I also now. But all I'd like is a question. Because I realised the customer just, like, licks down the street. And I realised that's what happened. Which then? I am, seriously. It's a bit.
Richard Bergen. That's all they're doing themselves all the time. Maybe they could come up with something better than that. And that's a bit lame, since it's everything all the time.
Yeah, just a little bit more structured. So then basically, right. Okay, so you want that.
Tell me.
What you want to talk about, what you want to talk about.
You know, my comments are pretty much the same as everyone's on this. You know, this does seem to be helpful for Theresa May. It seems, compared to some of the days she's had, this is a good day, but it's a tiny step. And you know, she's going to have to continue to thread this needle. That she's probably not going to get from Brussels what the hardliners want, to pass a withdrawal agreement. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, yeah, it would be great if they could manage somehow to ask that question. That would be great.
Hello? Hello? Hey Jackie, I'm actually on the other line. Yeah, so I'm just talking to Robin, so that's okay on the other line.
There you go, that's it. Oh, that's so exciting, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Pay for the web.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Put on every single layer that I have to load. That is what my final thought is all about. So yes, keep that question. Thank you very much. Bridget, I think, you know, of all the ways that today might have gone sideways for the Prime Minister, it's not been a bad day. It's certainly given her that sense of momentum, the ability now to be able to go to Brussels with a relatively clear message, albeit an unwelcome message potentially when she arrives there. But, you know, I think at the end of today, she will reflect on it. It could have gone a whole lot worse. It could have been more problematic.
Well, I think
this is okay, and I can get on, and I can work with this. Tomorrow's another day.
At the conclusion of today's debate, and that was both the most confident and the most conciliatory that we've seen the Prime Minister in many appearances in the dispatch box in recent months on the subject of Brexit. Shift there, going back to Jeremy Corbyn accepting her invitation to talk to her. Also interesting, Richard Bergen talking about workers' rights, something which Mrs May laid considerable stress on in the course of her remarks. So I think she feels now that rather than the walls closing in on her, she does have slightly more room to play for. And as I've said before, everybody, we now have a settled position of Parliament behind the Prime Minister with a parliamentary majority. And although 16 votes may not seem very much if you're a minority government, and you can get 16 votes, a majority of 16, that is pretty good. Now, I hear what everyone is saying from Dublin and from Brussels about changing the withdrawal agreement, and again that doesn't look likely, but again what Mark Stone was saying about legally binding agreements alongside it, that will certainly be enough for some in the European Research Group to carry on supporting this deal. And I get a slight sense this evening of ladders being constructed down from positions of total resistance to the Prime Minister, partly I think because the next phase of the history of the Conservative Party after Brexit is obviously going to be the choice of a new leader. While at the moment it's quite clear that Europe is getting very strong within the party and with the membership, owning a no-deal Brexit may not be something that even someone like Boris Johnson wants to do. Thank you. That's great. My pleasure.
Yep.
Still got a Sky one, that's amazing.
Yeah. Are you sure? That means I get off with it.
Yeah.
I hope it is. Okay, I'll be
I'll let you know if the people.
Yeah.
Any
water? Yeah. It's definitely.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
See you later. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I mean, we've been here for ages with Adam, obviously, but we're just getting the idea now. Right, they switched over. Thanks, mate. That's good. Lovely. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Huh? What? Kit? Might as well just hold on when you got to do it when you. It's only 4 minutes to go till it's 10. Oh, is he? No, it's just leave that. It'll be the same. As soon as he's done, you can just unplug him to the camera. down here, yes. Okay, great. Lovely, thank you. Well, it was a highly conditional victory, but had she lost on the Cooper Amendment, had she lost on the Grieve Amendment, that would have been an absolute humiliation for a sitting Prime Minister to have control of the Commons wrested from them potentially every Tuesday for the next 6 weeks. That did not happen. She also won what she sees as a mandate to go to Brussels to ask for change, pretty roundly rejected from the representatives of the European Council though. And I think that this new coalition for some sort of deal is pretty fragile. On the European Research Group Brexit side, they have not said that they sign up to whatever she brings back from Brussels, but also on the Remainer ruling out no deal side, there are ministers who will run out of patience in 2 weeks. This was only won, this set of victories, on the back of promising that in 2 weeks' time they will have another go to do the same sort of things in order to stop no deal, in order to make some sort of changes. So I think when you look at all of this in the round, despite the fact that Commons have said they don't want no deal, you have a rock and a hard place, and actually the chances of no deal have, paradoxically, gone up tonight. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Cold day. Yeah. All for a minute worth of. I know. You were here for rain. Well, much appreciated. Thank you. Right. On that. Great. Thanks, chaps.
Yes, we can.
so I'm not going.
They would not have said that. They would not have trusted me. What happened there? Down the camera. What would it say?
What, this? Oh, yeah, kind of wedged. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you.